You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday night, 11 p.m., April 13th, 2022. And we are continuing our playthrough of Mortem L.A. Lucha Muerte, the third case in the trilogy. We played for about 6 hours, a little longer last night. And I think we'll probably finish up the case today. Although I did go and mark all the pages we read, and there's a lot we haven't read. So we're going to have to get to it. Let's check in with the chat, make sure the audio and video is okay. I did go and scan in little Flora's map so we can use it on the tablet if we need to. And I did, as I said, mark up the pages that we've read with little dots as normal, but I didn't reread the text. And if you watched the video on Remedial Detective School, rereading is important. So maybe during one of our breaks, I'll try to quickly skim through and reread the text. Jonathan sent me an email and said that he checked out the names, if you'll remember. So we're gonna get to it. This is full of spoilers. If you haven't watched yesterday's stream, first half of this case, you need to start there and watch that whole thing before you jump in here. It would be crazy to watch this as your first thing. You won't know what's going on. But also remember, this video will be full of spoilers. You can only play these games once, so you shouldn't watch this if you plan to play it. What else do we need to say? At the end of this, assuming we finish this case, we will then review it and talk about it and give our thoughts. That will also be full of spoilers. When I finish playing this case, that'll be all three cases in the trilogy played. I'll probably in the next week record a spoiler-free review of the series. So that would be a place to tune in if you're curious about this game and think you might play it. All right, so let's catch up on the chat. Did anyone watch The Kid Detective yet? The 2020 movie that I recommended, or you guys are going to watch it soon, I assume, if you haven't watched it yet. And then we'll talk about what Jonathan's theory and what he wants us to check out. I guess I'll talk about it while I'm waiting for the chat to tell us what's new since last night. If you'll remember, Jonathan says you did watch The Kid Detective. What did you think? While you're, and Anna Maria watched it too. Okay, that's nice. What did you guys think? I'm curious. While you're giving your thoughts, I'll talk about Jonathan's theory. When we were playing last night, Jonathan was thinking about a theory that involved revenge. And at the time, I didn't give it much credence. I really didn't think it through so much. But then last night, Jonathan was just, I was piecing together what Jonathan was actually saying, and it started to make more sense. Jonathan was saying, remember, we think there's a illegal immigration smuggling ring going on, and we're told about this story in the newspaper the day before the murder, wherein a bunch of illegal migrants were found dead, and we're told their names. There's like 4 or 5 of them. And as I think I understand Jonathan's theory now, it goes something like this. The family of those migrants coming over who live in this town or don't are seeking revenge on the smugglers who didn't take care of those people, who left them in the cargo train to die. And so maybe that's what's happening. It's revenge against them, that the 2 people killed were involved in the illegal smuggling. And then that ties into my separate theory that this wasn't about framing the Red Angel, but about donning his mask so that they could get access to areas, etc. Anna Marie says, it was not a comedy. John says it was a solid film, seemed like a sibling to Cold Weather. The ending might be too real. It did feel a little bit like Cold Weather. It's sort of indie and unpolished in some ways, but also insightful and real in a way that a normal modern mainstream movie isn't. And I guess Jonathan and Anna Maria are both making the same point, that it was kind of realistic and dark. The kid was pathetic and lovable at the same time. Last scene broke my heart. Yeah, it's a real. I didn't want to say anything about it because it's best to go into that movie blind. So again, Jonathan said that he looked up the names in the newspaper of the people that were killed, and at least one of them is in the newspaper. There are the names there, the dead. One of them, Jonathan says, at least one, is on Flora's list of people and the map of where they live. And so we should definitely go talk to their family, because they may be the culprits. That may be it. That may be the end of the case when we find that family, if they're angry and whatever. So that's a great idea, and I've made my other notes of other leads we want to track down, including the lawyer visiting the church. Just one more thing about my theory about wanting to dress up as the Red Angel to get access. We saw how protective, paranoid, and tight-knit that community at the church was. So it makes sense that they would not let a stranger in there, but maybe they would let the Red Angel in there. We want to check out the Navy connection to one of our dead people. Let's not forget the game made us mention twice to us about the coroner having photos of the crime scene. We have not seen, there's 3 pieces of evidence we haven't seen, I think, and we haven't visited any of our informants. Normally we don't, but we may have to visit the coroner to get one of that packets of evidence with photos. What else needs to be said about our notes? And don't forget where we left off. We were about to bring the mask of the Red Angel from the mask maker, who kind of hypnotized us by her beauty or whatever, charisma. We're about to bring it back to him in jail. That's where we left off last night. Jonathan has a recommendation, similar thing, more pure kind. It's a show called Dicktown that is 11-minute cartoons from FX. It's also about 30-something former kid detective. I do not know that show. I'm going to check it out. That sounds interesting. All right. Are we ready to get started pursuing the last clue we left off, which is bringing him back the mask? So let's take a look. It was 222. This is the mask maker, Mama Correda. We're quite transfixed by her whole house filled with masks. She asked us if we want to try one on. We're like, oh, we better not. She says, okay, inside the mask is the secret stamp, which I guess proves it belongs to this guy or something. It's an angel wing with the number 1947, the year she made it. I mark each one, she says, the sign of the luchador and the year I made the mask. What are you going to do with it, she says. It's a good question. You stare down at the eyeless, scarlet face. To bring this mask to the Red Angel, take the last 3 digits of the date stamp, reverse them, and proceed to that lead. I don't know why it's telling us instructions. Why doesn't it just tell us the number is 749? Like, we can see it. It's right here. We don't have to know anything. Unless this is a clue that if we find another mask, we can reverse it. Or we could just go on our way. And we think maybe this is if we still think he did it. But now we're convinced by timeline evidence he didn't, so there's no reason for us not to give us the mask. He has promised to tell us some extra secret information once we give him the mask. So here we go. We're going to the jail. 749, we're going to visit him. So we're going to keep track of all this information. Don't forget. We're going to... Seven, 4, 9. Red jail. Okay. 749 is return mask. Let's see what we got. You finally got past little Miss Smothers. She's the woman at the jail who doesn't like to buzz us in. Unsure of the rules about bringing such things into city jail, you've got the Red Angel's mask tucked into your inside pocket as you walk through cell block 1 with the guard. You wait until he turns on his heel. Then, as the Red Angel steps toward the bars, you pull out the bright red piece of cloth. ¿Qué es eso? What is this? Your mask, you say, watching his reactions closely, trying to gauge his subterfuge. Remember, he has asked us to find the mask that was taken from him, I think. But he's also told us there's a backup mask. We have gotten the backup mask, and we're not sure if he's going to know the difference between his backup mask and his original mask. He turns it over in his hands, looks inside, then at you, his eyes narrow. You are trying to trick me. You remember that he's a professional pugilist in jail for 2 murders and take a full step back. You asked me to bring your mask. Here it is. This is not the mask that was stolen, unless you stole it from Mama Carreta. If so, you have much bigger problems now. He tosses the mask so it hits your chest. You catch it before it falls. That proves nothing, he says. It is not the one worn by the murderer, and it is not the one I asked you for. You are just trying to get me to talk. It is a foolish way to go about things, detective. That's smugness again, but also he has a point. You pocket the mask and call for the guard. Okay, so that was cool. And that's why it told us to reverse the digits of the secret. So we have not found the real mask that was stolen. We have the backup mask. And when we do find the mask, it's going to have a different code. And we're going to reverse that and give him the real one. All right, that was fun. It was kind of like we thought something great was going to happen. We thought we were going to get the mask. Nope. We've still got to find the real mask. Now, where would the real mask be? It would be with the murderer. So we've got to find the real murderer. Okay, so he says it's the fake mask. And if you'll also remember, just to remind you, I mean, it's yesterday, so you probably don't need reminding. We decoded the poems of the bingo caller, and it seems like 3 possible items could have led to bingo, and I think we have to figure out which of those he called. Now, can you guys see that there are numbers on each of these things? We have not considered that this might be the set of numbers. I wonder if it's even the locations of people on Flora's map. So like when we get the bingo, if this was the bingo, for example, do these numbers 48, 24, 45, 9 mean anything to us? Like, are they going to be numbers of people, of families? where the migrants are coming to. I'm not sure. They seem like low numbers for that, but that's what I think. And I think we made sense of why the caller had these 5 cards in his pocket. I think it was Jonathan who came up with this idea, which I love, which is that the game is fixed. He's picking these cards randomly from a deck, and no matter what he picks, he reads his pre-planned thing. So the cards he's putting in his pocket pretending to call are completely irrelevant. He's pre-planning a set. We just don't know which last one he called. That's my theory. The other thing I did was I scanned our poster and just printed out this information. It's just the same information at the bottom of this giant poster. I've just printed out so we have it on a sheet. Because when we talked to one of the witnesses, you'll remember, who saw the murder, the super fan, she says, well, he came in moving like a wrestler, but the moves looked a little different. He wasn't quite as agile as the Red Angel. That made us think, okay, he is a luchador, he's just not the Red Angel. So that made me think, maybe the murderer is one of these people who participated in this fight this night. I think we know it can't be El Toreador because he was actually fighting at that time. But we do, and so that means it can't be Ice Cream Domingo, his opponent. We did see reference at some point in one of our paragraphs to this guy, Azucar. But I've just printed this out so we remember to see if we can look at these and maybe we can try to find the paragraph where this guy's mentioned. Azucar Pelagroso, dangerous something. I don't know what Azucar is, though. It's possible that paragraph actually told us his real name, though I don't believe so. I don't believe anyone knows their real names. But anyway, just printed that out for us. Let's keep that in the back of our mind. Okay, so let's look at our list of potential leads that we know we want to visit that is in our thing here. We've got the church. Now that we've got Little Flora's map, we can go to Santa Nino Church. We can visit the lawyer of the Red Angel. We can visit Ramos, who is the guy who got arrested for running illegal immigration. We can go to the Navy Armory where one of our dead people used to be a soldier, used to work in the military. And don't forget, we were told recently that Los Studaros, or whatever their name is, the lucky ones, were maybe all in the same military. And then we've got Jonathan's dead names, which I think could blow the whole case wide open. And then we've got maybe the coroner for photos of the scene. I'm not sure. Anyone have a preference of where to go? I'm kind of inclined. We normally want to avoid our informants. I think what I'd like to do, though, is... Where's our informants? I do want to stick with that. Like, we don't want hints from our informants. But if we look at the... I want to see. Where's our coroner? Coroner's Nolan Graves. He's the guy who did the autopsies. I'm just going to look at a peek at 11 and see if it tells us to get some evidence. Because if it does, I think now is a good time for us to get extra photos to look at. I'm just going to peek at number 11. If it doesn't tell us to get evidence, we're not going to read it. But if it does... Okay. It looks like it kind of does. It's got it's got an image of the bingo card. So let's go see the coroner and see what they're telling us about it. It looks like it's our experience with this trilogy so far has been the informants, the people here, have been like hints, and hints that if you read early would spoil some of the fun. So we've been trying to avoid these, but I think for this one seems different. We were sort of encouraged to go to it a couple different places. So let's take a look, and it's several pages long. All right, so I'm just going to mark down that we're going to the coroner. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Nolan Graves is working on a particularly meaty tamale, unfurling the banana leaf casing like a shroud from a bloated corpse. You try to focus on the two lifeless, nearly faceless bodies on slabs before you instead. Faceless, they got shot in the mouth. So, what do you think? Oh, about what? Says Graves with a mouthful of cornmeal and shredded chicken. He's always eating, remember he's eating popcorn with the dead bodies last time. About what? Says Graves with a mouthful of cornmeal and shredded chicken. Our robbery gone sideways. Well, he swallows, wipes his mouth with a slug-like piece of banana leaf. It's definitely not that. How so? Well, for one, says Graves, this was a crime of passion, and robberies tend to be pretty dispassionate. He scoops his fingers back into the tamale. That said, Hispanics do take their bingo to heart. He pops a bite into his mouth, then with the same hand, touches one of the cadavers on the upper left chest. What exactly are you getting at, we ask. Their faces, says Graves. What do you notice about them? Other than they're not there? Precisely. He says, shooting one guy in the face with a shotgun, that might be an accident. But two guys right in the kisser, that detective is downright personal. This goes to the revenge theory of Jonathan. We were thinking in the beginning, like it was very odd he shot these two people in the face. We were thinking, well, maybe you shoot him in the face to get rid of dental records, but personal revenge makes sense. Oh, you say, distinctly aware you should have realized that. You do your best to catch up. So the killer probably knew them, and they probably knew each other. Probably, says Graves. Not definitely, but that is your job, isn't it? What is, we say? Getting hold of probabilities. He digs back into the leaf, pulls out a fleshy piece of tamale, and making them downright definite. He pops it into his mouth. Then you stand there and watch him chew. He holds a finger up as if to signal you to hang on a second. He's like, sorry, the crime scene photo wasn't ready with the other documents. He takes a sip of water. It's here now. You want to take a gander? You study the photos and notice something strange. The Lotteria board in your case file is different from the one the victim held as he was shot. That's weird. You ask Nolan if the photo's been changed. Nope, everything is as it was that night. Then why is the board from the crime scene different from the one I have? That, detective, I cannot help you with. Perhaps the people who are more familiar with Lotteria can answer that question for you. You place the photo of the bingo board in your pocket, figuring you'll need to come back to it at some point in your investigation. Well, that's something we didn't consider. Somehow the cops have swapped bingo cards? All right, let's take a look at it. Wait, this is the card we have. Unless it's got different numbers. It's got the same things in the same places. So either it's telling us that this is this, and we shouldn't have gotten this yet, but we did, or the numbers are different. Let's just take a look. 8, 18, 21, 12, 48, 24, 45, 9, 7, 39, 27, 18, sorry, 15, 29, 42, 30, 18. Okay, so this is this. It's kind of like a weird game mistake. Sort of. There's something else different. Do you notice it? Can you guys see what else is different? John says, let's read what the coroner said to be sure. Yeah. And let's read what the report says. But I noticed something else different. You may not be able to see it. Let me give you a close-up. Do you see what's different now? What do you see? What do you notice? That's right. Circled letters. That's absolutely right. Maybe that's what he means by what's different. Like the letters have been wiped off our bingo card. That's kind of strange, isn't it? Does it spell out anything? Let's see. P, D, M, V, U. They don't seem to spell anything, but maybe we should, every one has a circled letter too. All right, let's write down these letters. So it looks like from left to right, P, D, M, V, H, R, A, L, E. I can't actually, having a hard time actually reading them from what they're circled, but you can see what letter they are on the real thing, so it's easier to figure out. P, T, like a V, O, that's it, accent, and E. So there's our letters for whatever it's worth. It doesn't jump out to me as meaning anything. All right. Oh, Jonathan said, let's reread that. Let's make sure we understood what he says. Sorry the crime scene photo wasn't ready with the other documents. You take the photos and notice something strange. The lottery board in your case file is different from the one the victim held as he was shot. You ask him if the photo's been changed. He says, no, that's exactly how it was from that night. You say, why is it different? He says, I can't help you. Maybe people who are more familiar with lotteria can answer that question for you. You place the photo of the bingo board in your pocket, figuring you'll need to come back to it at some point. I think that just means we're carrying this. And then if we look at the report, let's see what it says about how this is the report we got these together, right? These came together with this report. And we're told, I believe, This is the card that's in the report. Bingo card found loosely in the right hand, attached to crime scene file. Okay, so this is the one the cops say was found in his hand, and yet the photo shows it with circled letters. That's it. So it's the same card, but it had circled letters. Okay. Jonathan says something interesting. You might need the call order to spell it out. Well, let's check out our... Oh, we don't know the call order. That's a good point. But we do know... Yeah, that's interesting. We don't know the call order. We do know what set of cards was called out, though. That might let us put it together even by itself. But I feel like the game probably doesn't want us to do that. Like, if I circle the one he called, just for fun, the ones we think he planned to call, at least. So that would have made a bingo. That would have made a bingo, and that would have made a bingo. So either this L, this M, or this T would have been... We still don't know how he got a bingo, but here are some circled letters. And Jonathan was saying maybe if we knew the order, we would know what it said. We could probably figure out, although it's very likely Spanish, just on this, without knowing the order, we could probably figure out a reasonable order if Jonathan is right. But let's not worry about it now. I think the games... Jonathan says, I think the order of poems was the call order. You think so? Let's see. That's an interesting point. Let's see. Where do we learn the calling? Well, here they are. Parrot. Let's write it. Let's do it then. The parrot was 1. The shrimp was 2. Cactus was 3, unless it's supposed to be pear. Venado is 4. That's the deer. Chalupa, the boat, is 5. The hero is 6. And the shrimp was 7. What happened? What did I mark as 2? Oh, cars on the heart was 7. Okay, so if we do this way, we get R, O, A, H, V. All right. Well, if he called it in that order... Drunk Tiger says the third column down spells mono. Is that a coincidence? Interesting. Jonathan, here's your call order. Unless I wrote down the wrong call order, but I don't think I did. All right, let's worry about this later. I think the game is going to give us more information about it. It told us basically just now that maybe someone who knows Lotteria will know better what happened. I think we're onto something, though. I love it if it didn't give us the order. If we just have to look at these circles and then figure it out. I think it's actually quite fun that I think it's telling us we don't know the last letter. It could be either an L, a T, or an M. And so if you think of these letters here, that it has to be some combination of, and then L, T, or M. So some rearrangement of these letters. And I'll bet we can make a word out of this. I was thinking we'd put it aside, but let's see. What would it be saying, though? And then maybe it's the numbers on the cards, too, so we're not sure. And probably it's a Spanish word. Ending in VA would be a natural thing for Spanish. I don't know. The only other thing I could think of is maybe just go by the order of the numbers on the spaces. I feel like maybe someone's going to give us this information. I think this could be a fun puzzle to try to figure out, and I think we probably could. There aren't that many words to spell out of that. But I feel like maybe that's premature. And maybe a natural thing now would be to go to the Santo Nino, the church, where the bingo was being called, and maybe the preacher or something, someone else can tell us they remember the order of the things. So what do you think? Shall we go to Flora to El Santo Nino at 199 and see if she can tell us anyone else, maybe a witness at the scene or something? Let's do that. Okay, 199. With Flora, we're going. 99. Santo Nino. And now I keep it track of this. All right, let's see what we got. You return to the scene of the crime to sift through any remaining evidence and to chat with the padre again. Your approach to the church is a lot less hectic than last time and also less violent. The padre greets you at the door. Detective, welcome back. You thank him and walk into the hallowed space your footsteps echo. What can I do for you? You tell him. This is a tough case and you're way out of your element in this place. You could do with any insight he has to offer. Insight, says the padre. I too am baffled, detective. It is beyond me to think that such a soul as our Angel Angel Rojo, could have done something so evil. He looks up at the crucifix, then turns back to you. Do you have a map of the barrio? A hand-drawn one. If your answer is yes, you might be able to go back to some places you've already been. Is your answer no? Keep on reading. Okay, so he's just a little hint, go find little Flora. But we already have it, so he's just recommending we go back. So that was nothingness. Which is okay. Nothing important at there. Okay, let's look at our leads. All right, so we've got the dead person's family, the Jonathan's insight. We've got also the robbery. We also, there's something we didn't write down. We also got the name of another one of the Los Studeros. Who did we get that from? I believe we got it from the superfan, but I don't seem to have written it down. Los Studeros. They all served in the Navy. We got the name of someone. Who was that? Here it is. Ronaldo Capote. Capote. Okay, so let's just see about if he's in either directory. Capote is not in our regular directory. Is he on Flora's map? Maybe this is what we figured out last night, that he isn't on either map. Oh, he is. Okay. So he's another person we could visit. All right. So we can visit the dead name person. We can visit Ronald Capote. We could visit the Navy Yard. We could visit the previous smuggler. John says, I'm for going to the Navy. Seems like it will give us evidence or be a short clue. Okay, off to the Navy we go. The Navy Armory is at 115 in U4. Okay. U4, 115. There's the Navy Yard. And let's just go to the tablet. You can see I combined Flora's map now. So let's add to our map here. And I highlighted the area of Flora's map. Isn't that nice of me? Okay. So the Navy Yard, 115. So that's the Navy. All right, let's go to the Navy Yard. The armory is quite the fortress, much of it underground. As you're led to the weapons bunker, you notice, down a few steps the other way, an iron gate covering a low opening into darkness. What's that? You ask the young naval officer. Tunnel, he says. You give him a quizzical look, then follow him to where the shotguns are stored. They're in heavy locked racks along the wall. One of them sticks out, literally. Someone has put it back in a hurry. It's at an angle in the compartment. You put on your gloves and begin to investigate more closely. It's a Browning Auto 5. You find there is a small amount of mud on the butt. You take a sniff of the muzzle. It smells like fresh warfare. You turn to the grunt. I'm taking this one with me. So a Browning Auto 5. Browning Auto 5 shotgun with mud on the butt. So now do we think it's a fellow Los Studeros who worked in the military? Interesting. That's kind of going against our current working hypothesis. Let's just look up. That was the Navy Armory. Let me look up military again. So we went to the Armory, the Navy Armory. We thought we were going to get records on that guy, on the Navy guy. Instead, we found out that the Navy Armory looks like where they may have gotten the weapon from. I'm going to write down that this is the Armory. I think logically, why did we not follow up on the tunnel? Yeah. It looks like it could be a tunnel. Could be a tunnel into the Chavez Ravine for all we know. What's at 18? That's one of our informants. They're right nearby though. '18 informant is the underworld informant. All right, anyway, we're not going to informants unless we have to. I think, given that we've now made a connection to the Navy, it's time to, we should visit the other Studero guy, the other lucky one that may have served with the dead guy in the Navy. That's Ronaldo Capote, who we have his address on Flora's map. So I think that's where I'd like to go next. That's 100. We're going with Flora. Ronaldo Capote. Let's see where he lives on Flora's map. Does he happen to live near the armory? So we went to the church. Where's 100? There it is, right there. All right. He lives, I'll note, on Bishop's Road. Remember, Bishop's Road is where the old club was. Right here. Can you still see this? Right here was the old front for the illegal immigration. Maybe I should uncircle it so we don't think we've been there. But he's right next to it, so that would make sense if he's involved. All right, let's read his entry. Whoa, this looks like it could be useful. Here we go. All right, Ronaldo Capote. You knock on the door of Ronaldo Capote's house. The smell of tostadas is wafting through the cracks in the door. Your stomach makes a noise and you realize you haven't eaten yet. A man's voice calls out, asking you in Spanish to identify yourself. You do so, then explain through the door that you were sent here by the family of Fernando Cortez. You hope his English is good enough for this conversation. If not, you'll have to come back with Flora. The door inches open and Ronaldo face peeks through the crack. You inhale the toasty smell. He takes a long look at you before finally opening it all the way. May I come in? He steps aside and lets you through, glancing down the street in both directions before closing the door and locking it. Habla inglés, you say? He nods. You start asking him questions about his connection to Cortez and his whereabouts on the night of the murder. He tells you that they played Loteria together, but his answers are vague at best and misleading at worst. It's time for a new approach. This could be our murderer right here if he's a fellow Navy man. You know, whoever did this, it seems they're targeting Loteria players. Ronaldo twitches, his eyes dart. Oh, he thinks they're coming for him, maybe. I'm sure you're safe, though. There's so many Loteria players. And if there isn't anything else connecting you to Cortez, you see the gears turning in his brain. Finally, they click into place. We're basically telling him he's in trouble, and he's already scared. if I tell you what I know, can you protect me from this madman? You assure him you will do your best. Cortez and I, we are among the Los Suertudos. That's what they call us, the lucky ones. We are more likely to win Loteria than other players. If a voice could wink, Ronaldo's would be flapping like a turn signal now. He pauses to check that you catch his drift. You nod. When people come for Loteria, they choose the board they want to play with. Los Suertudos are very talented at picking a winning board. What exactly is a winning board? A board with a winning pattern. You fix him with a stare. I'm losing patience, Ronaldo. Explain or I walk. He straightens up, nods. In Loteria, there are winning patterns. You mark each card the caller draws, and if you get a winning pattern, you are the winner. You ask him what these patterns look like. They are made of groupings of 4 cards. For example, he moves over to his kitchen counter and grabs a pen and paper, quickly drawing a crude sketch. He hands it to you. Something like that. And here he goes. He shows us. It's a cross, down, diagonal, or in a square, which we didn't consider. Okay, I think I get it. So how do you know which one will have such a pattern? We look for special markings on the board. You make a note of this and remind yourself to check the crime scene photo at the coroner. Perhaps you could find Cortez's winning pattern on it somehow. And what do you win? Money? Yes, but not the small sum of the church. We win money for a job. Before you can follow this up, someone calls out from another room, an older woman's voice. When he doesn't respond, she calls out more insistently. I am sorry, detective, says Ronaldo. A man may not keep his mother waiting, especially when she has made him lunch. He gestures towards the door. Begrudgingly, you leave. When you come back an hour later and knock once more, there's no answer. All right, so he says when they win a job. And he tells us they pick bingo cards that they know will win based on special markings. Coroner. So it sounds like the letters, because the game is telling us to check the coroner, it sounds like the circled letters might be the markings that he's looking for. So the circled letters seem to tell them what's going to get called out, maybe. And now we actually may know the 4 things, because if he's right about this pattern being a winning thing, which we hadn't considered, well, there's our 4. Now let's go back and look at those 4 letters. See if they tell us anything. So the 4 letters in a square, if this is it, R-A-A-N, or Rana, Nara, Letters don't seem to make much sense to us. What was the number of the corner? Was 11. Let's just look. Is it position that tells us anything? Not really. Nothing jumps out at the location of the circles. Interesting. But let me ask you something. I can't make a word of this, but let me ask you something. How is it relevant to us? Like, I mean, let me just posit this to you. We're told that they go pick the bingo card they want, that they know is going to win, and that the secret writing tells them that. Okay. How does that... So he picked this... He noticed the secret writing that would tell him what would win. He picked it and he won. Like... Why, if we knew the secret code, how would that help us? It would just tell us, yes, that's how he picked it to win. Does it give us some extra information? I mean, we could go by those, we could look at those four numbers, 24, 45, 39, 27. I don't think we understand yet if it has some greater significance besides telling him what will be called out. If it spells a name, that might be who they're supposed to smuggle. But then the code would be telling you two things. It would be telling you who they're going to smuggle and that the card was going to win. That's what's a little confusing. The code tells you what card is going to be called as a winner. But it also gives you some other information. That's a little odd. All right, well, let's do what we've been doing with that. Let's just put that off to a side for a second. Let's put that to the side for a second. We went to the Navy Armory. We went to Ronaldo Capote, the other Studero. Maybe we go down the block and check out the old place where they used to run stuff. Here. This is the old front. The old store that was being used as a front. Let's check that out. Jonathan says you need the marked card to have the right info when the caller calls his staged calls. Yes. Drunk Tiger says it doesn't make sense who marks up the bingo card, the caller or the suertudos. I think they must be working together as part of this immigration smuggling ring. Well, let's go to the old place and see if we can get some information from it. You don't know what you're hoping to find as you walk into the Bishop's Road Market, but it's come up enough in the periphery of your investigation that there could be something here. The store was closed for a few months after the owner's arrest, but it's since been reopened. You welcome the cool fan air that blows from overhead as you enter. You tell the clerk you want to speak with someone in charge. A moment later, he returns with two very large men. For a second, you think the heat is making you see double. Two big men who look exactly the same, right down to thick black mustache and small gold earring. It puts you in a mind of the Webb brothers from previous cases. From one of those cases that still haunt you. You shudder. You are not welcome here, says the man on the left. You should go now, adds the one on the right. You start to explain that you're in the middle of an important investigation. They are expected to cooperate, but your words aren't registering. You fear this will turn ugly. You start considering your options when you hear the crackle of a radio drifting from a hidden staff room at the very back of the store. You can't quite make out what the Spanish announcer is saying, but the ambient sounds are unmistakable. The cheer of the crowd, the slam of bodies hitting the floor, the ridiculous yelling. You decide to try a different approach. What happened last night? The Red Angel's going down for it. One of the men tuts, the other clucks. I know it doesn't seem right, and yet there he is, stuck behind bars downtown, and I'm the only one who can do a thing about it. The men share a look, then the one on the left speaks. I am Federico Ramos, and this is my brother Fernando. Hi, says Fernando. We are sons of Augustine Ramos. We are looking after the store while we wait for our father to return. The brothers are clearly confident that their pops will not be found guilty. The paper said there was a code being used here. Can you tell me about it? Fernando shifts uncomfortably and places a hand on his brother's shoulder. Federico begins to speak. It's true. The coyotes would come in with a grocery list they'd been given, and the clerk would put only some of the items on the counter. As his brother speaks, Fernando demonstrates by placing 4 items on the counter, pushing them against each other with 2 meaty hands. That's how the coyotes got their contract, the name of the family they'd be transporting, by putting together a predetermined letter of each item. As they sat clockwise on the counter, like a code, smart but simple. With his finger, Fernando draws a clockwise circle over the items on the counter, starting at the can of soup at the top left and ending at the bag of peas just below it. You think for a moment. And since they shut this down, that's us saying, and since they shut this down, do you know how the coyotes get their contracts now? Could they still be using a similar technique for the code? In unison, the brothers shrug, their wide shoulders rising and falling in sync. The more you consider it, the more you think this information could help you decode whatever new method the coyotes might be using. You check to see that the bingo board in your pocket is still there, and ask if there's anything else they want to tell you. It's Fernando's turn to talk. Our father is innocent, he says. He did not want to be involved in all this, but the coyotes gave him no choice. We are sure El Angel Rojo is innocent too. You thank them for their time and step outside into the hot LA sun, the sounds of Lucha Libre on the radio fading behind you. All right, this is pretty huge. First of all, it's telling us that the coyotes are like the bad guys. They're forcing people to help. And he's telling us this is how they come in with a grocery. They come in with a grocery list. The clerk would be put only some of the items on the counter. You read it in a clockwise order from the upper left. So let's write this down. So 138, this is Ramos store, or the coyotes, the old coyote plan. Okay, so he says go from upper left clockwise. So if you imagine our grid, maybe you start in this location and go like this. upper left start at. Okay. It's a little unclear exactly how this system works. Coyotes come in. That's how they get their contract, the name of the family. Okay, so maybe if we look at those letters, they spell family name. So R-A-N-A, Rana. Is that going to be a name? Rana. So that's the card he got to pick up that, to get that contract to smuggle that immigrant in. Did everyone see what I did there? Is that clear? So when we go to this shop, they say you go upper left clockwise. That's how the coyote gets the contract that tells him that's the name of the family you'll be transporting. So that's how coyote gets name of the family. That was the key new insight these people gave us. Well, also the clockwise direction. So then if we go back to this card, and this is the bingo, and we look at the circled letters, we get R-A. Here's our bingo card that he got bingo with. And the circled letters from the corner were R-A-N-A. So he picked up this card. Maybe this card was given to him. I don't know how he knows this is going to be. Maybe all the cards that are circled are for the coyotes. So he picks up a circled card, right? He knows this is a coyote card. He's a coyote. The suertudos are coyotes. He picks up a card with circles on the letters. He waits. When he gets bingo, he knows, okay, that bingo tells me the name of the family. He says, I got bingo, meaning I've got this contract to be the coyote for this. He says, the suertudo says, we're not about winning the money at the church. We don't care about that money. We don't care about the lockbox money. When we win, what we win is the contract. So the suertudos have not rigged this to win the church money. They've rigged this they're using this as their front for getting smuggling contracts. All right, so we've been to Bishop's Road Market, and now we want to go visit the Rana family. Or soon, at least. Okay, so that was pretty huge, that storefront. That's Ramos, I see. So there's a separate entry here. We could have also looked up Ramos, the guy who got arrested in the paper. So I'm just going to annotate better here. Why I'm doing this, I don't really know. Just feels like feels pleasing to have a map annotated. Okay. And we're ready for lead card tracking, lead card 4. Okay, I feel like we've got a pretty good idea now of how the coyotes and bingo card works. That all feels pretty good. And I think Jonathan's theory is looking better about revenge from one of the families. And I think we're going to find out that they needed to wear that mask to get into the church. But What do you think? Shall we go to the Rana family now and see what they have to say? Or you want to go someplace else first? We still got the lawyer. We still haven't found masks. And we still haven't visited the dead name, the dead person in the newspaper. So we actually, correct me if I'm wrong, when we go to this Rana family, we expect them not to be, probably not involved in any of this, right? They're just going to tell us that they're waiting for their cousin to come in, to be coyoted in. They're not involved in this murder. This is like a new contract that is happening, that was going to happen after our murder and has nothing to do, probably, with our murder. It's just one of the future coyotes. So probably when we go to Rana, it might just be a clue that helps us understand that, yes, this is the coyote family. But let's go there. Let's go to 152, which is the Rana family. In some ways, this whole bingo card spelling out the name might be completely irrelevant, but let's see. Maybe not. Maybe it's enough work that they're going to give us something. We talk about, just as a little discussion, one of the things we liked about the Adventure series, one of the things that was clear to us is how many clues were not like one-off straightforward. They were like chains of reasoning, of evidence. And this whole bingo thing is like, has been a big chain of items, of places you have to go to put it all together. Anna Maria says, we didn't get the evidences in the bags yet, right? Yeah, there's still 3 pieces of evidence we haven't gotten. We got the first bag was our autopsy reports and bingo card. Then we got a bag which was little Flora's map. But we still got 3 more cards. 3 more bags of evidence. Yeah. All right, 152 Rana. Let's see what we got. Oh, you know what? This is time for a break. All right, so we'll take an 8-minute break. I'll see you back here. We'll visit the Rana family. We'll see if indeed they were expecting a coyote to bring a family member in or something like that. Maybe we'll get one of our pieces of evidence. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're just getting a little update from people in the channel. Drunk Tiger says they're cutting their hair while they're watching, using number 3, number 4 in the back and sides, scissors on top. All right, cutting your hair with scissors is advanced. My wife watched some video on how to cut her hair that involved like putting your hair down. She's got long hair, and like tying it and then cutting it, or some complicated thing. I do not have such problems. All right, we're gonna visit the Rana family. Here we go. 152. The Casa de Rana is on the edge of the ravine off Boylston Street. Flora giggles as you approach the door. What? Their name is Frog. Mr. and Mrs. Frog. It's funny. This is little Flora talking to us. Your name means flower. And that is beautiful. Uh-huh. The door swings open, and there stands a very worried-looking woman. She stares at the two of you. Senora Rana, you say? Swatting Flora behind your back when you feel a giggle coming. The woman says nothing. Flora steps forward, all business now. Buenos dias, she says, and explains that you are with the Global Detective Agency on a very important case. You get the sense that she's made it sound like she, too, is part of the GDA. But you don't interrupt. You hear her mention the church, the Lotteria, and also her brother. The woman looks frightened and shakes her head, speaking softly. She's concerned for her family. She thinks they may be in danger, says Flora, like the others. Please explain to Senora Rana that I know the truth. She and her family will not get any trouble from me if she helps. Flora goes ahead. Senora Rana looks doubtful. To convince Senora Rana to help, add up the numbers of the winning cards from Friday's night Lotteria and proceed to the reverse of that lead number. So here's the game, making sure you didn't just visit every place on Flora's map to run into them. It's making sure that you got to this place deliberately because you understand the bingo card. That might be worth, like, if we're keeping track of little design notes to talk about. That's clever gating. 152 to prevent you from brute forcing Flora's map. Okay, so where's our lottery card? Here's our lottery card. It wants us to add up the numbers of the winning cards, meaning the winning pictures, from Friday night. So here they are. We've got the parrot, who's 24, the deer, who's 45, the cactus is 39, and the heart, which is 27, 9, 18, 25, 4, 8, 11, 13, 1, 35 is what I get. And reverse, go to the reverse of that lead, which would be 5, 31. Little unclear which numbers, though. The 4 winning ones. Yeah, I think the numbers of the winning cards. I think it's weird because it's cards in both sense. We think of this as a card, but we also know that these were drawn not like balls in a bingo, but little mini cards. So I think what it means is the 4 mini cards that made up the winning number is my guess. Well, let's see, 531. There's no 531, then I added it up wrong, but I didn't. Okay, let's just write it down. Let's do our book work. 531 is convince Rana. So maybe the Rana family really is going to give us some information here. At this point, you've worked it all out. The connections among the Loteria, Los Suertudos, and the smuggling scheme. It feels like it's about to say, like, we've done it, we figured everything out before we've gotten our pieces of evidence. That's really weird. Like, maybe we figured stuff out in an order the designer did not intend, maybe. At this point, you've worked it all out. The connections among Loteria, Los Suertudos, and the smuggling scheme. Rana was the name revealed by last night's winning Loteria board, the same board that Fernando Cortez was holding when someone shot his head off, which led you here to this place. And now, in the doorway of the Rana residence, Felipe emerges from behind Senora Rana, eyes downcast. He addresses his wife. "It's okay, Valentina," Flora translates, and they invite the two of you into their home. As you take a seat, Flora begins to speak. You ask her to tell you what she's telling Valentina. She rolls her eyes. "I am saying to Mr. and Mrs. Frog that thanks to the help of the good people of Chavez Ravine, we now understand that the winning Loteria pattern signifies a name, their name, Rana." They share a look and Felipe nods. Then Valentina begins to speak. Flora translates for you. "She says she knows what we are talking about. She is so worried about her family now. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Today was supposed to be a happy day, full of good news. Felipe's mother, brother, and his wife were going to be coming on a train to be here, to live here with them. But after what happened on that other train, they were the families of people from here, Flores, Jimenez, Guerra, Santiago. Those poor, poor people, and now what happened last night." Valentina has begun to quietly cry. Flora looks down at her own feet. "I'm very sorry," you say, trying to catch Valentina's eyes. She looks at you. "But please, we need your help. Can you confirm that the Friday night bingo games, La Loteria, was being used as a front for smuggling people over the border?" She looks at you quizzically. Flora lifts her head, takes a breath, then translates what you have said. When she's done, Valentina meets your eyes and nods. "Sí," she says, "exactamente." You think for a moment, then carry on with your questioning. Flora translates for both of you. "So, someone shot 2 people last night during the bingo game. 2 people who were arranging the passage of your family. This is right?" Valentina seems too distressed to carry the conversation further. Felipe puts a comforting hand on his wife's lap and nods. "Yes, you know already I was there. It was all very upsetting." "Why would someone want to do that, though? And why the Red Angel? Do you think it was him?" He shakes his head. "I don't know. He's such a great luchador and does so much for Chavez, for us. I don't understand." "Would he have any reason to want revenge?" This is Jonathan's theory. I think Jonathan's definitely right. It's going to be about revenge. "Would he have any reason to want revenge? On the Coyotes?" You nod. "I don't think so. They brought his family here from Juarez years ago." "Was he very close to the families who lost their loved ones in the train yard?" "Not that I know," says Felipe. "I don't understand any of this." He shakes his head. You, on the other hand, feel like maybe, just possibly, you might be starting to understand at least a little bit of this. You thank the Ranas. "Come," you say to Flora, "let's go grab a newspaper." Oh, here we go. So this was another way to get to trigger newspaper. Before you walk out, Felipe stops you and produces an envelope from his pocket. He hands it to you, saying something. Flora not saying something. He hands it to you, saying something. Flora nods attentively and translates verbatim. This belongs to you, detective. I'm sorry if removing these cards from El Santo Nino made your job harder, but you must understand I was worried for my family. You look down at the cards in your hand, the parrot, the buck, the cactus, and of course the heart. The winning combination that were just called before the shots rang out. You show them to Flora and she grins, then squawks like a parrot. You ask where you might find the coyotes responsible for the smuggling operation. They don't know where the heads of the operation are, but they can tell you where they went to make the arrangements for their family's passage. There's a shack around the back of Bishop's Road Market. To search out the coyotes, reverse the lead for Bishop's Road Market. Aha. So the shack behind Bishop's Road Market will find the coyotes. And it's also reminding us that I'm writing down that we, at this location, we got the lead to the coyotes' shack, which is Bishop's Road Market, which is 138 reverse 831. So let's circle that with 831. I'm going to write it down so we don't forget to visit it. Where's our card? We went to the corner, we gave the mask. We still haven't been to the cantina. Remember the cantina wanted the secret, wanted us to order a drink. Do you guys remember that? We still haven't been there. I'm going to put Coyote Shack here so we don't forget. That actually should be on my card of leads to pursue, but I seem to have misplaced that. Which is unfortunate. Did it get mixed in here? Yes. So the idea is that Felipe took the calling cards off the car, so I guess we were wrong when we assumed he was just ignoring the cards drawn and calling what he was told to. Jonathan, I think that's right. I think our explanation I like better. But it sounds like he had control of the cards and he wasn't ignoring the ones he drew randomly and lying about them. He had arranged them and he was picking them and reading them. And then this guy stole them away to hide, to disguise that his family name was being called. I think that makes sense. Is that why the crime scene photo didn't match? No, I don't think so. I think we still had it right about the circled letters. I think the circled letters were removed. But I agree, it's a little bit confusing. It's a little bit confusing, but I don't think ultimately important. That clue also suggested that we read the paper. I mean, at least that's what we got out of it, that like read paper for the dead people. I think maybe we should do Jonathan's idea of looking up the dead family because that's going to be the revenge. And I feel like we should follow up Jonathan's idea before the game gives it to us because that was a nice idea that Jonathan came up with. And then somewhere, so we think the shack is somewhere like here. Not on the map though. So we've still got the lawyer. I wonder if the lawyer has... It's so weird that we don't have... That we're still missing evidence. Not just that we're still missing evidence, we're missing more than half. Didn't he give us the an envelope or just the cards? Well, it says that he gave us an envelope with the cards, but we don't actually get it. It says, this belongs to you. He takes out an envelope from his pocket. He hands it to you, saying something. Flora nods attentively and translates verbatim. This belongs to you. And he gives us the cards. 4 cards in our hand. Parrot, buck, cactus, and heart. The winning combination that had just been called. All right, well, we figured that out. Maybe they originally intended to give you an envelope with those cards. I don't know. So you got a choice now. We can go to the newspaper families that we think are trying to get revenge. We could reread the cantina thing to see if we understand what to order. Or we can go to the coyote shack. Or we can go to the lawyer. Anyone got any preference for those while I cross the rest of these off? There was also the truck driving company I was thinking. There's also this. Can I... let me just look at this for a second. This is weird. There's some ads here we can go to. We can go to News and Cigars. That's got a number. Havana Cigars, Pipe Smokers. We haven't found anyone that would make us want to go there. We can go to the pharmacy. Haven't really found anything that makes us want to go there, but that looks like it's got a number that we could visit. Chair Factory has a number. We don't know why we would go there. Lock and Lawnmower Shop. That's got a number. We don't know why we would go there. And Alarm Shop. It's kind of fun. And here's a whiskey. These feel more like standard Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective, like distractions. But we haven't seen that in this game before. All right, let's see what the audience has decided. The lawyer seems like it might be short, so maybe just get the lawyer out of the way. Okay, let's go to the lawyer, and maybe he'll have some evidence for us. Although it doesn't seem like he would. All right, so Jonathan says lawyer. So if you remember, when we visited him in jail, he gave us his card. All right. Did I write down? We visited him in jail a long time ago. Robert Hernandez, the lawyer at Shine Hernandez and Talise. So let's see if we can find them in the directory. Shine Hernandez and Talise law firm. Is it law firm? Shine Hernandez and Talise. Here it is. 232 at T7. This is 232 at T7. 232 sounds a little familiar. But let's see, maybe not. T7. No, I guess we didn't go there. So there it is. Looks like Angels Fight Railway is also there. But okay, let's mark it. What did we think? What did we think of this lawyer? Do we trust him? Like, we know that Angel Roja is not involved in this, but are we sure we trust the lawyer? The lawyer did seem to be He did seem to be like trying to get us access. So I don't see any real reason not to trust the lawyer. All right, 232. Oh, big entry. Okay. Let's mark it down in our book. I really wonder, the way I'm keeping these notes is not ideal. I'm like writing in my notebook each lead we go to. Which is fine, nice big on the top of the page. But then I'm also keeping on a separate list of leads. And this redundancy seems counterproductive. Why do I need this? Why do I need this list? It's just more compact because the notebook seems more scatterbrained. But I think maybe a better solution is just to have a nice, neat notebook and not have this separate, redundant list of leads as you visit them. I think maybe I should get into a better habit of every lead goes at the top and in a nice way. That way I could just flip through, because I'm a little bit messy about doing that. All right, in the future, we're going to have to get better at this. All right, here we go to the lawyer. When Robert R. Hernandez, attorney at law, isn't in court or up at city jail or otherwise advocating for some hard luck client, he sits at his utilitarian steel metal desk downtown. But his heart, as you quickly learn, is deep in Chavez Ravine. I grew up there, he says. In fact, I was born there. That's something you don't hear that much of when people talk about Chavez Ravine. The births, the christenings, quinceañeras. That's the celebration when the girl turns 15 or something. Quinceañeras, weddings, all these fiestas where the whole barrio is invited and everyone comes out. People bring tamales made from corn they grow themselves, eggs from their own chickens. The mariachis come out. We have wine from grapes that were cultivated by our grandparents. And still people call it a slum. He shakes his head. Sure, you say, people can be ignorant. Having taken a seat across from him on a straight-backed wooden chair, you look around his office. On the wall is the same map as the one in your file folder, Chavez Ravine at the top, downtown below. Oh, it's not just that. I mean, it is partly that, boring old ignorance and down-home racism. But it's also tactical. You turn back to him. How so? Well, that is valuable land, detective. Sure, it's a little trickier to develop because of the terrain, but the more the city grows, the more valuable it becomes. And if you can make the rest of the city believe there are no real neighborhoods there, nothing but criminals, illegal migrants, gangsters, and some ramshackle ghetto, then the work of clearing the land is a lot simpler. Things like going to church and a Friday night bingo, no, they don't quite fit that story. Unless, of course, some nutjob in a mask shows up with a shotgun. Wait a minute, you say. Are you suggesting this whole thing is some elaborate conspiracy to make Chavez Ravine look bad? So the city can steal the land? Is that really what you're going with, to try and get your client off murder? Hernandez raises his eyebrows. Interesting idea. But really, they don't even have to steal the land. Have you heard of eminent domain? You think maybe you have, but you aren't quite sure. It means the municipality can just take it from you, or rather forcibly buy it for a fair price, if they want to use it for public good. It's a fairly devious legal concoction. And it helps if public opinion is on their side. And what's the best way to do that? Take the symbol of a community and turn him into a monster. Mark my words, that's what they're doing. You think about this for a minute, seems rather far-fetched. Who exactly, you say? Who is doing this? Well, that's a bit out of my reach. I have no doubt it goes all the way up to the mayor's office and beyond, maybe even the governor. But where I'd start is down here at street level. I'd try a city planner by the name of Chambers, Alfred Chambers, and city councilor Jared Hawk. I think you'll find those two are pretty chummy. That's not really my beat, you say. Seems like a real stretch to go back to that client of yours. I'm pretty sure a jury's going to need more than that land grab theory to set your client free. Well, good thing we've got more than that then. For starters, that file you promised me. He gestures to the folder. A deal's a deal. Reluctantly, you put it on the desk. He begins to flip through, nodding his head. Remember, we promised that if the lawyer let us talk to the client, we would share what we know, our folder, with him. You want to find out who set up my client? I'd start with these guys. He holds up the police report, shaking his head at all the redactions. You should get some accounts from actual witnesses, not patsies of the police. The real story here is the prolonged systematic abuse of the citizenry of Chavez Ravine by those who write reports like this, the police, as well as the people they write them for. He looks at you somewhat accusingly. You really want to figure things out and solve them? You've got to get to know the people on the ground. He digs back into your file. Is this the only map you've got? He holds up the one that is in the same as the map on his wall. If you only have one map, turn to lead 33. So this is another little way the game is hinting us to find Flora, to get Flora's map. That's sort of an important bottleneck in this case. So we don't have to do that because we have the other map. So we're like, no, I also got this map from Flora. All right, so he gives us two names. He thinks there's a conspiracy to steal the land and frame the Red Angel so that this Chavez Ravine ghetto looks more out of control and demoralizes them. He gives us two names, Alfred Chambers. These feel like, and Jared Hawk. This feels like misdirection, right? Because I think Jonathan's theory of revenge is looking better and better. So Jonathan Hawk is the city councilor, and Alfred Chambers is city planner. And that's about it, right? He doesn't tell us other information, no. Okay. So the lawyer suspects these two people. All right. And did we put it on our map? Yes, we did. Okay. I think we might need to visit the cantina again to get a reminder of what stuff we're looking to order. What was the... Oh, the cantina is where the Zoot Suit Jesus hung out. So I think maybe the connection between the cantina and the Coyote Shack might be strong. And we might go to the Coyote Shack to find out the code for the cantina. We still haven't looked up the dead person's family's names, which might be the real murderer. Jonathan says, do we want to follow up the conspiracy angle to get it out of the way? Sure, let's do that. I do think it makes sense because we don't quite believe these people are involved. So let's see. Let's look them up by name. Alfred Chambers and Jared Hawk. So, Chambers. Here's Alfred Chambers, 299. 299. And he's in U7. Pen's running out of ink here. And Jared Hawk is 520, also in U7. They probably all work down at near City Hall. All right, let's find these places and go talk to these people and get them off our list. So U7 is here. So we've got 299 and 520 down at City Hall, just as we said. This is my system of redundancy, which seems overkill. So we've got 299 and 520. These are the City Hall people. All right, let's start with Alfred Chambers, 299. Alfred Chambers is a freckly, bow-tied little thing, sitting behind a desk that looks more important than he is, but he's got a big way of talking as if he alone is propelling Los Angeles forward. The city of Los Angeles is reaching into places they never thought it would, he declares, as though addressing an entire boardroom instead of one gumshoe. It is my job to ensure the city can transition effectively into its bright future. Does this future take into account the people who live in Chavez Ravine? My dear detective, he says, scoffing, this is beyond any one individual. Will other communities be displaced as well, then? He appears flustered by the bluntness of your question. Am I wrong to want a neater, safer Los Angeles? One in which crime-ridden slums are no longer tolerated? Surely you, working on that awful murder case, can see the worth in that. Seems to me most of the crime in Chavez Ravine is not committed by its inhabitants. Chambers huffs, points to the door. If you will excuse me now, detective, I'm a very busy man. You consider staying a while more and making this pencil pusher's day a heck of a lot less tidy, but really, he isn't worth the time. You give him a look that says exactly that, then leave him to his fussy furniture. It's another mention to furniture, like maybe we should be going to this furniture factory. We've heard about chairs a couple times in furniture. I think we might want to go to the chair factory. I'm just going to write down so we don't forget. Chair factory. Maybe it's just for fun, but I think after we talk to these two people, we should. All right, let's go to Jared Hawk now at 520. I'm going to write these down. We went to 299 and then 520. Am I crazy to want to go to the furniture makers? It's just weird that we've been told about chairs and furniture a couple times now. All right, 520. Now we're going to Jared Hawk, the city councilman. Jared Hawk seems to have spent a lot of time observing the common man. In fact, his down-to-earth demeanor, tweed suit, and the humble decor, more mention of furniture, replete with industrial flip clock, appear to have all been cultivated to make him look like your average Joe. But it also looks too perfect, a photorealistic reproduction of what the salt of the earth should be. The good people of Chavez Ravine deserve a better place to live than a slum. Don't you agree? He gives you an oily smile. I definitely agree, you reply. But Chavez Ravine is not currently a slum. Have you been there yourself? Oh, I've seen it. He shoots back at you quickly. You're not sure what that means exactly. I didn't mean slum in a bad way. He tuts and collects his thoughts. That land is so valuable, and my plan will elevate it to its full potential. Subsidized housing, private businesses, office towers. It will be fantastic. I wish those people could see that. Has it occurred to you that they don't want the same things you want? Hawk's smile doesn't reach his eyes. They're going to be moving one way or another, he says, but if they play their cards right, they can move back in when the housing is complete. Cards, you say, thinking of the Lotteria? Just an expression, says Hawk, as the clock flips forward. He gives it a look. Now I'm truly sorry, but I must be going. I have a meeting to attend. You can't help but think that although he seems like many things, truly sorry is not one of them. So mainly feel like these people are not involved, but let's not forget there's someone pulling the strings of this immigration. Could be one of these people. Let's try the chair factory now, 488. So we went to 299. We went to 520. That's where City Hall. They were useless. They just got plans. Chair factory is 488. Let's just see if there's an entry for the chair factory. 488. Nope, no entry for chair factory. It's just a joke. All right. Well, we've got Coyote Shack. We've got the dead people. We've been to the wire. We don't have that much more to do here. Or not much more on our pending list, at least. Is it time to go to the Coyote Shack? I think we should visit the cantina to remind ourselves. Let me go to the cantina to remind ourselves what happened there. So, as you enter the cantina, this is the cantina where Jesus secretly hangs out, the Zoot Suit kid who thinks he's a mafia guy. This does not look like a place where Zoot Suit Pachucos hang out, at least based on your very limited knowledge of them. It's an old school cantina, and the men only, look like they've been going to this old school most of their lives, and don't really plan on graduating. You clear your throat, trying to find the words in Spanish. Yo soy besando Jesus. The men in the bar snort and laugh, then you go back to staring at you. Buscando, says the old guy behind the bar. Excuse me? I think you mean buscando. You said that you were kissing Jesus, but I think you are looking for him, yes? You nod. You can feel your face heating up. Do you know where I can find him? The man shrugs. How about something to drink? You reach into your pocket and pull out $1. The chalk on the wall reads, and it's got beer, cerveza, ron, Macleda, and margarita. If you know what to order, pay for it. If you don't know, talk to your informants. It may be that the only way to get that code is to talk to maybe our underworld informant. So we may have to second guess our theory of never going to informants. I think maybe we should go to the I don't know. Well, I was going to say we go to the Coyote Shack to see if they give us the code, but if they don't, we might have to go to the informant in order to get that code. Let's not forget, we think Jesus may have stolen the mask. And this is where Jesus hangs out. So Jonathan says, Coyote next or smuggling victim's family? Well, that's what I'm ready to ask you. That's where you guys have to come in. Who wants to pick? Coyote or smuggling victims? Those are both great leads. Smuggling victim family, says Jonathan. Okay, here we go. So here's the newspaper. There are our families. We've got Jimenez, Guerra, two Guerras, Flores, Santiago. These are people who were killed in the shipping container that the smugglers were using. They died of dehydration and overheating. So now, if we look up on Flores' map for these families, what do we find? We're looking for Jimenez, Guerra, Flores, and Santiago. Jonathan, you know because you've seen this. So there's Guerra. I didn't see any of the other names. No Flores, no Santiago. Is that the only one, Jonathan? Do you agree? The only one is Guerra. Wow, Guerra had 2 people got killed. That's going to be our revenge family. Let's just see. Do they give our ages as well? Yeah, they do. Let's write this down so we know help motivation. Guerra, 2 people got killed. Teresa Guerra, who was aged 62, maybe someone's mother. And Miguel Guerra, who's 29. All right, let's talk to the Guerra family and see how upset they are about their death. 125. Could we look them up? Let's see if we could look them up by not Forrest's map, without Forrest's help. If we looked up Guerra, nope, they're not in there. Okay, let's go back up here to Forrest's map. There's our Guerra. We also went to these places. Rana. All right. Guerra is 125. Let's find that on our map. Okay. Okay, there's Guerra. All right, here we go. Now we think this is likely to be our killer, part of the Guerra family. We are very well about to meet the killer. So let's keep our eyes open for the mask. And let's see if they have access to that Navy Yard shotgun. I'm a little nervous. We don't have a gun. This person could have a shotgun. And not only that, but they were trying to get their illegal relatives in. They may not be too happy to see the cops. So let's just take it easy. Don't forget, we could be bringing Flora too. So we got to protect little Flora. Okay, 125. Here we go. Whoa, that's interesting. You knock on the door of the Guerra household for the third time, then sigh. Flora sighs too, loudly, and gives you a look that says she's exasperated by this delay, as exasperated by this delay as you are. Flora is with us. You take a knee in front of her, so we're kneeling down to Flora. It looks like no one's home. Why don't you head back to your grandma's and I can come get you after? She considers this for a moment and then says, okay, but you have to report to me what you find in there. You nod and shake her hand, then she runs off down the street. You wonder how it happened that you've been partnered with a 10-year-old. As soon as Flora disappears around the corner, you try the door. It's unlocked. You let yourself in. The first thing you notice is the mess. Empty beer bottles lining the coffee table, dirty dishes piled in corners, clothes discarded and thrown haphazardly. Whoever lives here lives alone. You turn your attention to the wall at the far end. It's the only part of the living room that's decorated, covered almost completely with framed photos of a luchador. In the ring, shaking hands with someone, holding a trophy, fighting, smiling, victorious. Okay, so this Guerra family member is a luchador. This is our killer. At the center of these photographs is an old tattered poster. An illustrated version of the same luchador, his name spelled out in big block letters beneath. El Temerario. Temerario. You move over to take a seat on the couch and notice a newspaper spread across the coffee table, pinned down by empty bottles. It's open to the article about the boxcar tragedy. By the looks of it, the paper's been crumpled and uncrumpled many times over. You sit for a minute longer, then move to the bedroom. It's just as messy as the rest of the house, and again, the back wall appears to be the only part to which the resident has paid any attention. There, in frames, hang 3 certificates from the Navy and a victory medal. In the corner on the floor is a pile of clothes, something shimmering. You bend down and pull out a cape. It's red on one side, black on the other, the whole thing edged with gold. It looks like a bullfighter's cape. In fact, you're sure you've seen it before. And there beneath it is a black bag filled with cash and small bills. Well, we found our shooter. If you think you know enough to solve the case and where the Arroyo Seco Parkway crosses over Solano Avenue, and report to Flora there. Otherwise, carry on. It's basically telling us we can end the case now. If you think you know enough to solve the case, find where the Arroyo Seco Parkway crosses over Solano Avenue and report to Flora there. So we found our killer. And I think it's basically telling us we know enough to solve the case with 3 pieces of evidence undiscovered. That's bizarre. We found the killer. At least we know his stage name. And it's El Temerario. Can someone look up if that means anything in Spanish? Temerario. 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 I don't know what that word would mean. Okay, then it says, if ready to solve, go meet Flora at Arroyo Seco Parkway and Solano Avenue Now, this is a very weird way of telling us where to go. Why is it not just giving us a lead number? Drunk Tiger says El Temerario means reckless or daredevil. Seems like daredevil would be our one. So that's very weird that it's not telling us when you're ready to solve it, go here. It's asking us to go where the Arroyo Seco Parkway crosses over Solano, as if it's some information that we won't have yet. There's Solano Avenue on Flora's map. Let's look at it on our real map. Crosses over the Arroyo Seco Parkway and Solano Avenue. Well, there's the Arroyo Seco Parkway. It's this big thing here. And why am I writing in white all of a sudden? Okay, here's the parkway. And where's Serrano Avenue? Let's look at Flora's map. Flora's map has Solano Avenue right below Casanova Street. So if you look over here, in this map it's not quite labeled, but there's Casanova Street. So it looks like maybe here's where they want us to meet Flora. But why? Just making a couple notes here. We could meet Flora at 8:20. I mean, obviously we're not. That's an interesting comment in the chat. Do we really know everything? Where's Jesus? And we didn't keep our promise to Flora. We promised Flora we'd find him, and we need the code to the bar. Yeah, we did promise Flora we would find Jesus, which it seems like we need the code to the bar to do it. So yes, we're not gonna. I wonder. It's telling us when we're ready to, when we know everything, go to this place. I kind of have a feeling if we go to that place, Flora is gonna tell us, "You didn't find Jesus yet, did you?" So like I'm almost tempted to go here just to hear Flora, but we can read that in the end when we finish. We don't have to go that on our own. You know, I know, we are not gonna disappoint little Flora without finding her brother, but her brother could be deep in this. Let me just remind you, set yourself up, get ready for some heartbreak, because Flora's brother is a wannabe gangster, and he's the one that had access to steal that mask, and he may have stolen it for this luchador. Let's notice here that performing at this place was not our guy Tamario, but there is a surprise guest. So this could have been our guy. He could have been at the club and had access to it. We don't know yet. So we're definitely not ready to solve it. I don't think this game is going to let us. It wouldn't let us open the envelope when we get here. It's going to, if we went here, it would make sure we're really ready to solve it. But that's a very weird situation we just hit. That it's like, are you ready? Are you done? It feels like we now know the main mystery, though. We know the real killer. We know the motive. We know how he got his hands on the shotgun, etc. But it feels like we may have discovered some stuff out of order. But I don't know. Maybe did the designer anticipate that we could have come at this now and landed here before we found all this other stuff? I wonder. Or did the designer think we would have gotten here by doing some other stuff first? What were we? Oh, we should make a note that the cantina may need an informant, right? We were suggested at least once now that to get into the cantina, an informant might help us. So it may be that the only way to get that cantina code is to go to an informant, which would be unusual. All right, Jonathan says, I guess we go to the Coyotes now. Yes, I think that's we don't have much else to do. All right. Coyote Shack. Here we go. This one we might get beat up. So we're told the Coyote Shack is behind it's on Flora's map. We're told the Coyote Shack is right in back of the old store that was being used the front where Ramos worked. And we're told to get there, we reverse the numbers in Ramos's front office, which is 831. So let's go to 831. What do you think? Are we going to find a Zeus there? Or are we going to get beat up? I'm not sure. I think before we go to the Coyote Shack, which is our last clue that I think we know to go to, other than to meet Flora, we should take another 8-minute break and come back. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Club for Two, continuing our playthrough of Lucha Muerte. We're about to go to the Coyote Shack. We were just talking about how strange it is that there's still evidence that we haven't found. Let me see. How many pieces of evidence here? We got we got 3 pieces of evidence. 1 big and 2 small. Probably redundant that we don't need anymore, but I went and marked the pages we visited in today's session. There's still a bunch we haven't found. Anna Maria says we're so good now that we don't even need the evidence. Yes. It's very interesting that it feels like we understand the core case very well. And it's even offered us to go to talk to Flora to finish the case. There are a couple of things that jump out that's interesting, though. One is that we haven't gotten our normal phone call from the agency about new developments, that the game has used that in the past to go to like an Act 2, the previous games. It's weird that hasn't happened. It's weird to me that we haven't met Otto Friedrich, the spooky producer, philosopher in our previous 2 cases that I felt for sure was being foreshadowed to be a villain that we're finally going to get to catch. You could say that we've sort of developed a respect for this Chavez Ravine slum. It's not really a slum. It's a good place. And that maybe we shouldn't be finishing this case until we find a way to sort of put that Chavez Ravine on better footing. Just catching this guy is not going to help them. Maybe we're after bigger fish or with bigger goals in mind, and we absolutely want to help Flora. I wonder if we're going to have to make a decision if we find Jesus was involved in this case, if we might want to try to let him go. The questions in this book, the sort of choose your own adventure stuff, is much more compelling than it was in the previous case. Sometimes our decisions that were being asked here, we're having to pause and think twice about. All right, let's go to the Coyote Shack. I'm assuming Jonathan is back from break. Everyone's got your coffee and tea. Remember, 2 cents a cup, going up to 3 cents next week. Let us go to the Coyote Shack. Here we go, 8:31. I'm going to start marking these. $8:31. You make your way around the back of the Bishop's Road Market. You don't know what you're looking for exactly, but you're sure you'll recognize it when you see it. And you do. A rundown shack with a heavy steel door and a new-looking padlock. You give Flora 25 cents to get a treat from the market and tell her to wait for you there. I just want to mention, when we went to the luchador, the murderer's house, we also got down on our knees and told Flora to wait for us somewhere else. It's like we are very protective of her. We're sending her away when things look scary. You give Flora 25 cents to get a treat from the market and tell her to wait for you there. She agrees without protest and runs back towards the street. You wait until she's out of sight, then take a breath and try the door. It's heavier than you expected, but slides open as you push. The room inside is surprisingly functional. On one side, there's a desk and filing cabinets. On the other, a sofa and a small felt-top table. And down the middle, separating work and leisure, is a narrow kitchenette. The 4 men sitting around the table look like they haven't decided what to do with you yet. They stare at you steadily, domino tiles laid out on the table between them, expressions ranging from surprise to anger. "Good day, gentlemen," you say, and tip your hat theatrically, a small gesture that causes a powerful reaction, like nudging the first tile in a line of dominoes. 3 of the men shoot out of their seats, their chairs clattering on the floor behind them. They crowd around you, shouting in Spanish, bits of spittle flying from their lips and landing on your face. You fight against the rising panic in the pit of your stomach and reach into your coat to produce the Lotteria board and the cards you received from Felipe. You wave them in front of their faces, and with each arc you make in the air, they grow quieter, almost as though hypnotized by the movement, until finally the last domino falls and there's silence. Slowly they turn in tandem and shoot a questioning look at the man who's still seated at the table. He's older than them, probably in his early 50s, but very good looking. Sharp, dark eyes and a strong jaw, and salt and pepper hair tied in a neat ponytail. He raises his chin towards you and says, "INS?" "Not yet," you reply, waving the cards again for good measure. "I see." He takes a deep breath and connects the solitary domino tile he was holding with the tiles on the felt. Then he props his elbows up on the table, lacing his bejeweled fingers in front of his face. "You cost me the game. It'll cost you a lot more if you don't cooperate." He pauses to consider this, then looks at you. He studies you as he mulls over your fate, somehow managing to look down at you even though you're standing and he's seated. Sensing the henchmen around you, you wonder if this is how defeated gladiators felt when they waited for judgment. Then the man nods, so slightly you think you might have imagined it, but the other three relax and quietly shuffle out of the shack, closing the door behind them. He motions to the chair in front of him and you take a seat, placing the lotteria board and the cards on the table between you. "My name is Arturo Luis Solano," he says in perfect fluent English. "How can I help you today?" You show him your badge and explain that you're working on the murders at El Santo Niño. You tell him you know about everything, the lotteria scheme, Los Suertudos, the smuggling operation. Now you need to know why they were targeted. "I wish I knew, Detective. My men are worried someone's after them. My operation is halted. People are scared. I just want to know why El Angel Rojo did it as much as you do." "So you're sure he did it then?" "You are not? Surely there were witnesses." "Now anyone can wear a mask." Solano scoffs. "In any case, angel or not, I don't know why the killer came after us. We know." "Is Lucha Libre or any of the luchadors involved in your operation?" "No, I don't have time for all that nonsense. And no patience for men in capes and ridiculous outfits. We probably brought in some of the luchadors' families, but I couldn't tell you whose. They come to me without their masks on." Solano's mention of families reminds you of an article you read in the paper. "And these families you brought in, they all made it here alive?" Solano leans in, a sharp glaze taking over his face. He narrows his eyes and remains quiet. "What happened to those people in the boxcar?" he asks. "An unfortunate complication. Police knew about them. They were waiting to catch your men red-handed. And your men knew the police were there, so they waited too. And the people in the boxcar, well, you left them in there to die, isn't that right?" Solano takes a deep breath, composes himself, and says, "There's always risk. The people who hire us know that. My operation needs to persist. There's a lot at stake. I will not jeopardize it for one person. 5. Excuse me? 5 people in the boxcar." "Right." He stands up, walks towards the door. "If that's all, Detective, we must now resume what you interrupted." You take the lotteria board and cards off the table and put them back in your coat. You feel anger wash over you as you curl your hands into tight fists, trying to decide if punching him is worth whatever comes after that. He's holding open the door, and as you reach him, you pause, your breath coming out like fire. But instead of violence, you take your leave. Walking away from the house of coyotes, your blood still boiling, you tell yourself their day will come. Men like them live short lives with brutal deaths. That's what you tell yourself. But of course, you also know dominoes fall differently every time. Well, we did not get any information from them. Is that right? Like there was nothing in there of value to us that we didn't already know. It seemed like it was giving us information we knew. And we were wondering about the dead people as clues about the dead family, but we already solved that. I hope when Jesus stole the mask, he didn't realize it was needed for a murder, and maybe now just scared and hiding. I also hope we don't get a phone call about Jesus that he's dead. John says, I guess we should just go to the informants and see if we can get the cantina code. Yeah, because I don't know where else to go other than to meet Flora, which might very well be similar, like a little hint. All right, so if we were going to go to informants now, ahead of meeting Flora, let's look at our choices. We've got 8 of them. We've already been to the coroner. We've got our supervisor, who usually just yells at us. We've got Office of Archive and Records. We've got Fezwick, our colleague, who normally tells us nothing, but he was at the scene this time. We've got the newspaper editor, taxi driver, the Hollywood gossip columnist, the police informant, and the underworld informant. It feels like these are the 2 that are relevant for us. So let's go to the underworld informant and see if they know about this cantina and might know what code to use to get in. So underworld informant would be 18. It is strange. What have we not thought of? Is there something we're not thinking of? To get the mask, we have to find Jesus. To find Jesus, we need to get into the cantina. Before we go to our informant, I'm just going to quickly check and see if Jesus isn't hiding out at the school here at 6:45. Just because it's the one business location not business, but he is a kid. I want to go to 6:45 just to see if there's an entry for it. And if he might be there. Okay, so there is an entry. It doesn't look like it's anything important, but let's just visit the school and see if he might be there. Let's make a new lead card. Is that all right? I could be going here prematurely, like before it gives us a hint. But I feel like if we're looking for Jesus, that might be a place he might be. Let's just read this. It's about someone else. All right, I'm gonna not go to it. I feel like we could go to it now. Like we're not going to get anything else, but I'm just going to put it on my our unresolved. We'll come back to it later because it's not immediately clear whether we should have had some clue to find it. All right, let's go to our I'm just hesitating because the informants feel like hints, and I don't want it to give us a hint if we could have found it on our own some other way. I'm going to read you what 645 says, and then maybe you can help me decide here. 645 is the school. Here's the first paragraph. You find him at the schoolyard playground, raking the gravel and sand, an old guy with a soft rhythm to his shuffle. When he sees you, he startles, lifting the rake to defend yourself. Felipe, you say? He nods. You take a step forward. Padre Toman said I should talk to you. Would that be okay? So it feels like we should have gotten a clue to that from the Padre. Let me see what he says. Detective, what can I do for you? He's not there. He doesn't mention anything there. I wonder if he mentions this person in the intro. Was he a guy cleaning up? Is that... And did we miss him being mentioned in the very intro? So... in the intro, when did we talk to the preacher the first time? The intro doesn't even bring... Oh, to take the blind man's hand, 524. Okay, let me just see that. I want to see if we missed something in the intro. Into the church is 864. All right. So I'm just rereading this intro when we first walk in. Father Gregory Tomlin. He tells us about the luchadors. We go in. He looks at the cross on the wall and nods. Well, certainly Philippe was here. He's our gentle caretaker, and he would want to do what's right. Can I talk to him? He's not here. He's at the school. So we did not make note of that somehow. That is bad on us. How did we not make note of Felipe, who works at the school? We didn't. There's 864. It's the common case of a big, long, giant lead where we just got overwhelmed and didn't write find Felipe at the school, which is 645. So we actually should have come here quite early in our case. So let's now read 645 Felipe, which we should have done very early in our case. John says, I have in my notes from the intro about a caretaker named Felipe. Okay, so somehow I didn't properly write that down. So let's read what Felipe says now. Probably old stuff we've long since ceased to be useful to us. Felipe, you say? He nods. You take a step forward. Padre Toman Says I should talk to you. Would that be okay? He squints his eyes but lowers the rake. You watch the fight go out of him. Gracias, you say. Habla inglés? He shrugs as if genuinely unsure, and during the conversation that follows, you don't get much more clarity in this regard. When you try out your limited Spanish on him, the effect is even less significant. Eventually, siphoning basic ideas out of what seems like thin air, you gather that Felipe did see the murder, knew both victims to some degree, and was utterly shocked by what happened, or infuriated, maybe incredulous, possibly just annoyed, because we're not communicating very well. The words don't seem to be working very well, so you decide to show him some pictures instead. You pull out the case files. He physically winces and shakes his head. In fact, the more you ask him to look, the more his head shakes, until all that remains is to leverage the old guy's discomfort. So you turn the focus on someone else, anyone else who was there that night and might want to help. He shuffles steps and hums and haws, while you make it clear you could wait all day. Then finally he says, La Señora Esperanza siempre está ala. I know he's telling us to go to Esperanza, who we've already met. I don't know what siempre está ala is. Siempre. It feels like I should know what siempre is, but I don't. Okay, so, but not important. We're back to our informants now. I think we can start to peek at the informant entries and see if they have instructions to take evidence or pictures like the coroner did. The game did seem to tell us to go to the informants. Yes, okay. All right, so we're going to start as we were before I got sidetracked onto the school. And we are going to go to our informants now. We're going to start with the underworld informant, which is 18, but we might just shuffle through a bunch of them. All right, let's stretch out. This is where we kind of got tired on our last case, talking to these informants all in a row that were just different characters that didn't give us anything. So I feel like we don't want to burn out here. All right. Here's our underworld informant. At the deep, dark edges of Chavez Ravine are a number of deep, dark tunnels. They lead from storm sewers, defunct bunkers, blocked off bomb shelters, and perhaps Hades, into the river, onto underpasses, and anywhere the rats and damned souls need to go. They're perfect for a meeting with Cecil Nettie. You really got yourself into it, he says, looking over his shoulder. Even here. Into what, you say? Damned if I know. Some lethal combination of Cosa Nostra and the Chicano cartel. Do you think people smuggling is really that simple? Is that what this is about, you say? Darned if I know. You should know that. His head whips around again as a new fleet of rats scurries past your feet. Then he looks back at you. All that's certain is you really got yourself into it. Cecil appears to think about it. Oh, we say, well, is there anything you can give me? Can you give me anything? Cecil appears to think about it, hesitates, then goes ahead. You didn't hear it from me, but that cantina in there, it serves a number of purposes. If you feel like a drink, you wanna order careful like. I'd suggest a tequila with a Michelada chaser. All right, you say, looking at Needy quizzically. Thanks. Don't mention it, detective. I mean, really. Don't mention it. All right, so he did tell us what to order at the cantina. This is a shift from previous games, having the informants hold what seems like the only way to get this information. I am not a fan of that, but let's record what he says. So he says, tequila with Michelada. What is Michelada? A Michelada chaser. Michelada. Michelada. And Jonathan says, and I agree, let's wait on the rest of the informants. Okay, so we know what to order at the cantina. We're going to go back now and order that once someone tells me what a Michelada is. Not Michelada, Michelada. All right, now we're going back to the cantina to find Jesus and order our stuff. Drunk Tiger says, a Michelada is beer and tomato juice, and I love it. You've had it before? You've actually had it before, Drunk Tiger? Beer and tomato juice. That sounds insane. There are a lot of people who like clam juice with stuff too, which I also find insane, but beer and tomato juice, that's craziness. But there actually is a Netflix show. Drunk Tiger says, my dad and I always order it at Mexican restaurants. That's fascinating. That is fascinating. That's fun that you've ordered it. There's a Netflix show about Mexican drinks, or Mexican, yeah. And I think Michelada is in it. Has anyone seen that Netflix show? It's like a Mexican street food, but it's focused on these weird drinks that they make, that different vendors make. And there's like stuff poured around the edges of the cups, and they mix 5 different kinds of liquor. And I think one of them is this tomato juice Michelada. I believe Michelada is featured in this. Okay, let's go back to the cantina. 473. Here we go. Did I mark that we went to 18? No, let me mark it. All right. This is all for little Flora. I'm going to order it. The next time I go to a Mexican restaurant, I'm ordering this drink. Even though it sounds terrible to me, I am going to order it in honor of this game. All right. So we're in the cantina. Doesn't look where Pachucos hang out, but there's all old men. Look like they're in a school. They don't plan on graduating. How about something to drink, he says. Reach into your pocket and pull out $1. Our underworld informant said, be careful what you order. So it's like, I have a feeling like if we order something weird, maybe some of these entries we're going to get beat up. But we know what we want to order. Tequila and Michelada. Okay, so tequila is 15 cents. Michelada is 23 cents. So we're looking at a 38 cent. 38 lead. Pay for it with $1, then count the change and go to that lead. So we want to go to 62. I wonder what happens if we go to 38. So the change from $1 is 62. All right, here we go. All right, here's Jesus. I sure hope he didn't know what he was doing. The old barkeep glares for a moment, then motions you to follow him to the back. I think we're going to get the math now. The old barkeep glares for a moment, then motions you to follow him to the back. He opens a small white door leading to a courtyard. You cross through as the door shuts behind you, silencing the sounds of the cantina. You reach a shack at the far end and try the door, but it's locked. You knock. When they finally open, you are surprised to find that the Pachuco gang is mostly made up of Pachucas. The female gangsters look effortlessly cool, sporting bouffants, suspenders, and bright red lips. The men behind them have long chains, high-waisted, baggy-legged pants with tight-fitting pegged cuffs, long draped coats, suspenders and ties, large-brimmed hats, jackets with pinstripes and multicolored lining. You suddenly feel very underdressed. "Well, you got in somehow. Congratulations," says a woman sitting on a stool. On the wall behind her hangs a framed photo of a sunny day overlooking the ravine. "Now you can turn right back around and go out the way you came." This earns a few snickers from the room. It takes some effort to gain their trust, but you eventually manage to convince them that you don't condone what the cops have been doing in Chavez Ravine. "But the cops ain't nearly as bad as the Navy," the woman says. "Everything they say about the Zoot Suit riots is a big lie." Remember Jonathan was saying about Zoot Suit riots, or someone was yesterday. "We were targeted and attacked by those bastard sailors. We still are. They beat us up every chance they get." You can feel the tension rising in the room. "People think it's our fault, that we're criminals just because we dress a certain way. They make excuses for their behavior, but the truth is, they just hate us. It's as simple as that." You hear the hurt in her voice, see it on the face of everyone in the room. You wish things were different for them, but right now you got a job to do. "I'm looking for someone named Jesus. Do you know where he is?" "No. We're worried about Jesus. Have you spoken to his abuelita?" His aunt, or his grandmother. Abuelita, grandmother, I believe. "Maybe she knows. You should also check with the police or the Navy. Like I said, they enjoy beating us up for no reason." As you leave, you get a call to dispatch. There's the call from dispatch that we've seen in every case. Boy, this one's been a long time coming, huh? So 62, no Jesus. She says check police or Navy. I believe we've already checked the Navy. We didn't check the police though. And then she says call 404 dispatch. This is our traditional break here, which is weird. He also said this case is not so simple. There are big shots behind this, and he's not the first who said that. Could it be a red herring, or am I way off thinking like that? Was the police just the jail where the Red Angel is? There is a different police station that you can go to. And now we're told to go to 404. Let's not forget. In the directory, if we look up military, there's a state guard, and then there's the jail we went to. There's the jail we went to, but there's another police academy, which is actually right above the Chavez Ravine. I was just thinking maybe the Zoot Suit fashionable people are known in some of the clothing shops too. If we're trying to find him, maybe maybe one of the fancy clothing shops knows where he would be. But it's told us that we've got a call from dispatch. We should probably go to dispatch and see what they've got. So let's do it. Let's go to dispatch. So they actually mention the Zoot Suit riots, and they say they're not to blame. All right, let's see what dispatch says. It's crazy to me that we still haven't gotten those 3 pieces of evidence. Absolutely crazy. The radio in your car cackles with life. You pick it up and they patch you through to Carl Burlage. New information regarding the shotgun in your case. You chose these strange ones on purpose? You choose these strange ones on purpose? He's saying like why are you always involved in these cases that are complicated? They seem to choose me, you reply, thinking about clowns and Hollywood actresses. Well, forensic on shells recovered from the scene came back, confirming a 12-gauge shotgun. Head stamp indicates ammunition used in weapon was from military or police stock. Is that all? You meant it as a passing remark. Dispatch catches you by surprise. Actually, this is a rare one to find in circulation these days. There's an X scratched on the head stamp, suggesting these were taken out of regular use. Chances are your murder weapon and ammunition came from an official source. An armory or some sort of training facility. You already found the Navy Armory. You choke on your own spit and cough into a microphone. You okay there, detective? Fine, thanks. Anything else you need? You shake your head to clear it. Oh yeah, you say. Jesus. I'm also looking for Jesus. About time, says Burlage. I do hope you find him. Esperanza, you say. Jesus Esperanza. You spell the full name. Some Zoot Suit kid. Righto, says Burlage. I'll see what I can do. Okay, so that was not helpful. However, we've asked him to see if he can find Jesus. And Jesus is our police informant. So we could actually go to him now, having asked him to research Jesus. We can now go to him as an informant and see if he's found it. So let's call him back. An hour later, get something to eat. Let's give him a call back. Carl Burlage is our police informant at N4. And I do feel like I want to mark these places we've been, though. 473, where we found the Zoot Suit people. Where do they live? Should I not waste our time doing this? Okay, I won't waste our time doing this. Let's go to Carl Burlage. He's at 117. So dispatch tells us what? It gives us info on the ammunition. Nothing new we needed to know, right? He says there's an X on it from Navy, maybe. So he didn't give us anything we didn't already know, right? All right, so let's go now to our police informant, who's at 17. We've asked him to help us locate Jesus. Well, yeah, we've asked him to look. So now we're going to go to the informant. Again, I'm hesitant to go to these informants because they feel like they're clues. Should we go to the police academy before we talk to Burlage? All right, while we're waiting for him to check his records, we're going to go to the police academy. See if they've picked him up. And then we'll visit with Burlage. All right, so the police academy is 752 at U2. So let's mark it here. Since it's right near Chavez Ravine, let's see if they've got any word from him. It's a long entry here. So the police academy does have some stuff to read. All right, that was Jonathan saying we should go to the police academy. All right, here we go. On approach, the police academy, simultaneously overlooking Chavez Ravine, that's also helped us decide to go here because it was so close, and effectively hidden from sight, is purposefully daunting. As they come into full view, the turrets appear sinister and the gates less than welcoming. Or maybe you just know too much. How, back in the 30s, they got this gate built by pulling hobos out of the drunk tank and putting them to work for a bottle a day. How poor folks from the sanatorium, too infected to be free but still healthy enough to work, built the brick walls and sometimes became part of them. How before it was the Los Angeles Police Academy, it was the Elysian Park gun range, and also one of the best places to bury bodies in the whole darn city. At least, these are how the stories go. Whatever the case, this place has a grand and ominous stance in the ravine, like a cross between a medieval fortress and an old boys' club. The guard in his sentry box really doesn't want to let you pass, especially after you show him your official GDA papers. But finally, he hasn't much choice. You walk slowly around the grounds. For each part you expected, there is one you did not. Beyond the exercise yard, a rock garden. Past the rifle range, a stand of poplars. Next to the barracks, a koi pond. It's oddly quiet and serene for a place training men to serve and protect, or maybe it's more like chase and batter. On a wall outside the barracks are some postings for an upcoming policeman's ball, and also a schedule of activities. You see there's a ravine walk planned for every Tuesday. Scrawled in pen beside the notice, someone has written, "Rid the rats." You shudder and make a mental note to ask the Padre or the Red Angel's lawyer about it. Approaching the main building, you stop and read the sign above the door. Through these doors pass the world's finest police officers. You shrug, approach the front desk, and ask to speak with Sergeant Walter McGuire. He's the guy that wrote this report. The trainee on duty leaves and comes back with Commanding Officer Lawrence Morgan instead. More mustache than man, the bushy, bespectacled older officer starts giving you the spiel, basically a longer, more drawn-out version of the sign above the door. You give him your take, that training police officers in a place like this is no doubt better than how they used to do it, even 20 years ago. Give them a gun and a badge and tell them to be careful who they shoot. "Yes, I have," says C.O. Morgan. "We have come a long way." "Have we really, though?" you say, and show him the redacted police report. He looks puzzled for a moment. Remember, it's this redacted police report with all the slurs redacted out. "Have we really, though? What do you think about this?" He looks puzzled for a moment and then regains composure, straightens his stance, speaks as though he's making excuses for the redactions, and suggests you speak with Sergeant Walter McGuire himself, as if there must be a good reason for this. "Righto, you say. Where can I find him?" "I'm sorry," says Mustache Morgan. "He's conducting entrance exams today and cannot be disturbed. I also understand you're looking around the grounds. Please be aware this is not an amusement park. It is for policemen and police trainees only. You've had enough of this place. For now, anyway. You tip your hat and take your leave." We're on a little bit of shaky terms with the police people, but there was nothing on there other than a long descriptive stuff and a suggestion that we meet McGuire, but he's busy. Can we find McGuire in the residential papers? Could we talk to him at work, at home? Here's McGuire. He's at 752. That's where we went. So if you try to find him, you end up at his police academy. All right. I'll just mark this here for fun. Should we call back our informant, our police informant, and see if he's located Jesus? Let's see what the chat says. The murderer of Luchador, Anna says, the murderer of Luchador were in the Navy, but did he act as just an individual, or is the murder connected to the Navy somehow? John says, I also note there's a radio tower near the academy. I don't know why that would matter, but there was an ad in the paper about listening to the Luchador fights on the radio. Another thing we could do is look and see if we can find where we think the tunnel connected to the Navy Armory comes out based on the map. Just to remind you, Anna, the luchador who worked in the Navy, his two family members were killed, probably his brother and his mother. So we think this is all about a revenge. The fact that he's in the Navy means he has access to the shotgun. So I think that's the only connection. It doesn't go too much deeper in that, but yeah, so one little piece of the mystery we don't know is we don't know why he's trying to pick the Red Angel to go disguise himself as. I think he was just doing it so he could get access into the church and not be stopped, since the church people love the Red Angel. I think that's it, but we haven't found that information. John says, another thing we could do is look to see if we can find where we think the tunnel connected the Navy Armory comes out based on the map. Well, let's take a look at that for a second. So there's the Navy Armory where we think he got the gun. Now, where does he live? Do we mark it on the map? Where did that guy live? Guerra lived at 125. So 125 is not on our map, but it's going to be on Flora's map. Let's see where that is. Okay, so he lived at Effie and Brooks Avenue, right up in that corner. So if we look at this, what was, it looks like it's right here. What was 873? I feel like we went to 873. Did we not? Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, 873. We visited a witness with Flora. That's where the witness was. But that's very near where the luchador lived. I guess he lived on the next block over. So, Jonathan, if the guy who's the killer lived somewhere here, it seems. So he would want to go to the Navy Armory somehow, get to here. So it's not obvious where the tunnel would go. It was our police informant who told us about the cantina. I mean, we could go to 819 just to see if it's tunnel, but we don't have any real reason to go there. Just delete all this. Circle this. Unless someone can think of something better, I'm inclined to go ask our informant if he found where Jesus is. A-Team was our undercover informant, that's right. And he was by some of the tunnels, so maybe that's where they come out. Or they come out in the back of Bishop's Road storefront, and we just didn't notice it. John says another thing we could do is look to see if we can find. Oh, that's the tunnels. Well, let's see. Where is that radio tower? Radio tower was 700. Let's just see if there's an entry for 700. There is. Okay, so there is a long entry for 700. All right, so Jonathan has been wanting to go to the radio tower for a while. They're broadcasting the Luchadors, and it was mentioned a couple times. So we're going to go to the radio tower now because there's a big entry for it. It may just be flavor text. It may not be important. I suspect it is. But let's see. So we're going to read it. I'm just going to mark it on the map here. I'm assuming, Jonathan, you're curious what the radio tower says. So let us see. It's actually one of the longest entries. I think it's just for flavor, but let's read it. You walk up to the radio tower in Chavez Ravine. It's occupied by a single secretary by the name of Joyce. She greets you with trepidation at first, but quickly warms up, and the more she does, the chattier she becomes. She's a fast talker, jumping from one topic to the next without pausing, interjecting personal information and offering unsolicited opinions. Seems you're the first visitor she's had in quite a while. Her job, she explains, is to use the limited broadcasting equipment in the station to play radio transcription discs of the most popular programs for KMPC AM 700. You ask if she has a transcription disc for the fight at El Templo last night. I see. That's maybe the connection we should have made. Like maybe the radio broadcast of the fight will tell us some information. Oh, it was such a good fight, such a good fight. El Toreador, Ice Cream Domingo, drama, action, suspense, so good. Shame about how it all ended. El Angel Rojo is my favorite. His mask is so pretty. But yeah, they just arrested him right there. But wow, the fight was so good, you should have heard it. Well, do you have a transcript? Oh, no, I don't. Sorry. Wow, yeah, no, I don't. Sorry. Seems like you know a lot about the fight, though. Yeah, I heard the whole thing. It was such a good fight, I know. Can you tell me about it? Joyce's face lights up. It's Friday night, 7 p.m. at the glorious El Templo in the heart of Pueblo here in downtown Los Angeles. This was going to take forever. You can go ahead and skip to 7:45. You soften your remark with a smile. Ah, okay. Jumping ahead, I guess. Okay, wow, that's fine. Okay, so El Toreador versus Ice Cream Domingo. A rivalry that's been building up for weeks, ever since El Toreador arrogantly smothered a whole cone of soft serve on Ice Cream's face. Finally culminates in this big fight. The music starts and it's the melody from an ice cream truck. And in struts El Toreador, carrying a giant ice cream scooper and pulling a wagon filled to the brim with sprinkles. He enters the ring, pulls the wagon up, scoops up a whole bunch of sprinkles, and throws them into the crowd. The crowd is eating it up. Howling, cheering, oh, so loud. He throws 1, 2, 3 more scoopfuls of sprinkles. So El Toreador was in the ring at 7:45 p.m. Oh yes, he was working the audience, but then Ice Cream Domingo. You can skip this part too. No, well, it's super important. See, Ice Cream Domingo comes in carrying this stuffed bull, right? Like a kid's toy. And its horns are covered in blood or whatever, and in his other hand he's carrying a stuffed matador. That's been all stabbed up, cotton spilling everywhere, and he throws the toys in El Toreador's face. Well, I think that kind of shook up El Toreador. Next thing you know, Ice Cream Domingo launches into his famous Caramel Cristo, and El Toreador just can't break it. Usually it'd be no problem, but his signature grace is nowhere to be found. But then... You're leaning closer. Yeah, then? But then, El Toreador finally struggles loose and jumps on the top rope. The crowd is screaming. We all knew what this means. He's about to perform El Terrico de la Muerte, the third part of death. Invisible sword drawn and pointed, and he leaps and he flips and his legs are locked around Ice Cream. But then, you're leaning closer. Yeah, then? But then, he doesn't finish the move. He tries to pull Ice Cream Domingo and flip him over the rope. He's done it 1,000,000 times, but not this time. And Ice Cream knows El Toreador is in trouble now. He grabs him and hurls him out of the ring. Bam! El Toreador, shamed, runs away right out of the ring and disappears. And Ice Cream Domingo is having a wild time. He grabs the Matador toy and kisses it on the mouth, then bites its head right off and spits it into the crowd. And he thinks he's won. But then... Now what? All of a sudden, El Toreador is back, running into the ring completely drenched, sweat glistening off every inch of his skin. At least that's how the announcer put it. Huffing and puffing like he's been doing jumping jacks behind the curtains to psych himself up, you know? He slips in, jumps on the rope, and does Tercio de la Muerte again. Only this time it works. And Ice Cream Domingo buys himself a one-way ticket on Air Toreador, destination Loserville. That's curious. Yeah, it was classic El Toreador, death on a stick, back with the acrobatic action we love. Patada, bam, crescido, bam, mortal after mortal, no rest. Puente Sano, 1, 2, 3, back to back, then Estacas. Ice Cream was in big trouble. Do you know what time it was when he came back into the ring? It was butt kick o'clock. Joyce. She huffs and thinks, all right, it was 8:15 by that time. They'd been fighting for a whole half hour. They would have gone for another half hour, but just 2 minutes later, the police showed up. What a shame. Such a good fight. And I was really looking forward to El Angel Rojo's fight as well. Guess that's all over now, huh? Well, maybe not just yet, you say, and thank Joyce for help. Oh, you're so welcome. Come back anytime. You want to come back tomorrow, maybe? Bye. Well, that was interesting. I can't tell. It's an interesting character, Joyce. I can't tell if that was red herring or important information timeline for us about this guy disappearing from the ring. That El Toreador did the same moves on us, remember, when we went there. So, 700 radio and Joyce, who loves talking, she gives us weird timeline info for El Toreador, the Matador. So what does she say? She says he comes in at 7:45. Is on stage. But then she says a weird thing happens. We say he's in the ring at 7:45. She says yes. Remember, that's when we think the murders happen. At 7:45. And then it says the ice cream guy got him in a hold. Normally, it'd be no problem for him to break out of it, but his signature grace is nowhere to be found. He has no grace. So she's kind of suggesting he's not himself. Right? He finally struggles loose. He jumps on the top rope. He's about to do his famous move. He draws his invisible sword, which we've seen him do to us. He leaps, he flips, and he gets his legs around him. So he actually pulled off that move mostly. But he doesn't finish the move. Doesn't finish it. Again, another clue that he might not be himself. He's done it a million times, but he can't get it done this time. The ice cream guy throws him out of the ring and he runs away. And then the other guy does some miscellaneous stuff, and then all of a sudden he comes back. And he comes back sweating. as if he's been doing something. She says, like he's been huffing and puffing. He's doing like he's been doing jumping jacks behind the curtain. And when he's back, he's himself. He does all his signature moves properly. We say, that's curious. And she says, yeah, it's classic him. What time when he came back into the room? She says, it was butt kick o'clock. And we say, Joyce, come on now. She says, okay. It was 8:15 when he came back. Okay. What do you think? He can't be the killer because he was on stage when the shooting was happening. Is it just a red herring? Or was he doing something else? What else would he be doing? I kind of feel like this might be something that El Angel Rojo is going to tell us about when we find his mask. Like maybe he ran over to talk to El Angel Rojo about something, put the mask back. I don't know. Very curious. Could Jesus have been disguised as him for the first half and switched after he ran off stage? Oh, that's a good point. So if someone else was acting as him during the beginning, that person could have snuck back in at 8:15. So if the real El Toreador doesn't arrive until 8:15, running from the shooting, then he could have done the shooting, El Toreador. I think it's a red herring, but it is interesting. So now we're thinking that it could be El Toreador. He just got to the stage at 8:15. Someone else took his place until 8:15. Okay, so let's just make a note for ourselves. So, did Toreador run from scene and arrive 8:15? It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. But we know the killer is the reckless one, the daredevil. Unless they're working as a team, I think this is going to be a red herring, but I really don't know. I agree, it's a very interesting, fun clue. Let's take another 8-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll see if by that time our police informant has located Jesus. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. It's 2:45. We're still not sure when this is ending here. The chat is discussing this theory about the Toreador not arriving till 8:15. I want to make a couple points. Well, first let's read here. Anna says, maybe helping one whose family died. Other than the mask, what did he need? Maybe it was Toreador wanted to stop him, but it was too late. If I recall correctly, the smugglers helped get the real Red Angel into L.A. Maybe they recommended him. We need the mask to talk to the angel, and Game Brigade has arrived. Okay, I think someone has... I think Anna Marie is making an interesting point. Is it that what El Toreador was doing is running the mask to the guy who commits the murder and then running back? So not actually there for the killing. That maybe he didn't do the killing. Maybe he just ran the mask over to the killer and then ran back. Which would also solve this problem that I still think doing the murders at 70:45 and then getting back and jumping back into the ring by 8:15 is a very tight trip. Remember, we're told that walking from this area down to El Tempo, where the fight is a 50-minute walk. So if you walked from the shooting right after it back up, that would normally take you 50 minutes. Now, you could run and cut that down to 30, but let me just point out, cutting a 50-minute walk to a 30-minute run and then getting dressed up would require a very fast run. It's probably like 6 miles an hour you'd have to run to double your speed, to cut in half the travel time. Then you have to dress up. So I still think it's a little far-fetched that he did the murder and then got back in a half an hour and dressed up. But if what he wasn't doing is committing the murder but delivering the mask, maybe that makes a little more sense. However, there's one more thing. I know Jonathan's making a separate point. I want to remind you one more thing, though, that you guys seem to have forgotten. Or maybe not. I mean, maybe it could be interesting. When we talked to Angel Rojo at the jail, he tells us he spent 10 minutes talking to El Toreador before El Toreador's fight. We may want to reread that. I don't know whether an imposter could have pretended to have that 10-minute talk. I forget whether we're told that El Rojo Angel knew him and would have recognized his voice. But presumably if they've been fighting for a long time, he might have. But then the Red Angel did say he had stuff to tell us when we get him his mask. So he may actually tell us when we get him his mask that, hey, here's the information I have to give you. I don't think it was the real El Toreador that I was talking with. But if he doesn't say that, don't forget, there's a 10-minute discussion with this guy, El Toreador, right before he jumps in. And in fact, we have a long talk with him. I know what he was doing. I know what it was. We have a long talk with El Toreador, right? Right before he gets in. And remember, he's telling us he downed 4 beers 9 minutes apart. I think he had to leave the stage to go to the bathroom and then run back. I think it's a total red herring. And I think he had to leave the stage to go to the bathroom. That's my theory. That it's a total red herring and he had to leave to go to the bathroom. Otherwise, our entire interview with him about the 9 minutes per beer and the 4 beers would all be lies and fake. And it was too It was too interesting a story to be all lies and fake. So that's my theory. But it was a nice try to find this grand conspiracy. All right, shall we see if our police informant has located Jesus? Or do you have some other ideas of where we might find him by ourselves without the help of the informant? There's other there are other broadcasting stations. We didn't really pay attention to what stations were broadcasting the fight. We went to one radio station. I wonder if others have other information. We don't really need that though, do we? I think we might need to see if our advisor, our informant, knows. It's just a shame if there's some other way we could find him. Shall we, let's read what the Esperanza says again, 428. I just want to skim through what she said about Jesus. She introduces us to the little flower. She says the red angel moved differently. She doesn't say anything about Jesus. I think we need to go talk to our informant. Okay, let's do it. Let's talk to the informant. So our police informant, Carl Burridge, is the guy who phoned us, and we asked him to look into Jesus. So here he is. He's going to look into Jesus, 17. All right, here we go. Burridge is always squirrely when you meet, but this time in the same back row of your regular movie house, he's practically combusting. It might have something to do with the film that's playing. Who could have known that The Man in the Dark Mask is basically a cinematic exploration of systemic police corruption? Burridge winces as yet another Hollywood copper unloads his department-issue firearm into the back of a defenseless prisoner. I thought this was about Zorro, he says, simultaneously nervous and gloomy. You shrug. I kind of like it. He gives you a sideways glance. Things are getting heated, he says, no longer talking about the movie. If this keeps up, we're going to be at war, you know? What do you mean by we, you ask? On the screen, a cop with his face obscured pulls out a Tommy gun. Is this a real movie, The Man in the Dark Mask? Can someone look that up? Crab apples, swears Burridge as the muzzle flashes through the dark theater. Then he turns back to you. I mean everyone. Cops and robbers, queers and priests, soldiers and pachucos, me and you. Well, before it starts, you say, can you do me a favor? Just being here's a favor. He glances around at the empty seats and the dark exits. You pull the redacted police report out of the inside pocket of your jacket. I want to know what's under all these thick black lines. So when we were looking at this redacted police report here, to me it looked like they've redacted all the slurs. And it was just for flavor. But now, sounds like we think maybe something else got redacted that could give us a lead. So we ask about the redacted police report. I want to know what's under all these thick black lines, you say. Jiminy Cricket, why would you want to know that? Because someone doesn't want me to. Burridge sighs but takes the papers. He pulls out a small spy-issue camera, looks around once more, and clicks it over the report. A small bulb flashes. I'm looking for a gun. You pull out the autopsy reports. Begrudgingly, Burridge takes a quick shot of them, too. I thought you guys already had your man. You should be down there interrogating him instead of here at the movies with me. Can you just get back to me on this stuff? Even in the dark, you can see him roll his eyes. Well, anything for you. On the screen before you, a man in a dark mask rises out of the shadows of an alley. He swings a sword in silhouette, severing what appears to be the head of a crooked cop from his uniformed torso. The peaked cap noggin tumbles into a gutter as Burridge gets to his feet. That's quite enough of this, he says. I'll get back to you when I find what you need. Then he heads for the red-lit exit. It sounds like we were meant to go there first, and then he called us on the phone and told us about the shots, but he didn't seem to have information about the redactions, did he? When we looked him back up. When we got the call from him, he tells us about the forensic. Anything else? We say, yeah, Jesus. I'll see what I can do. I wonder if we're going to get a call from him again. That's weird. I think we should take a moment to appreciate the weird situation we're in here. With evidence still in the box, a key bottleneck that we've been sitting with for 7 or 8 hours or more, with him wanting his mask and us not being able to find it. And for the first time in this entire game, we are now at a point where we don't really have any leads pending that we're waiting to go to. We do have our informants. We still have a bunch more informants, which could be hints. But it's fascinating that we're sort of now spinning our wheels. We don't know where to go to get more information. We understand most of the case. We have not found Jesus, though. Jonathan says, I guess at this point it might be for just going to meet up with Flora and hope it's a false ending. That would be my guess. My guess it would be that when we meet with Flora, it might be a bottleneck ending that we're supposed to go to when we're ready to do like part 2 of her telling us that we're wrong. We also haven't located we've identified who we think is the shooter, Guerra, and why, but he's not in his house. I wonder if we should look at that again for a clue. Oh, that's where if you think you know enough to solve the case. It's all dirty. I'm just reading the clue where we went into the house of the person we think who did the shooting. Navy metal, pile of clothes, something shimmering, it's a cape. A black bag filled with cash and small bills. So remember, we're told that the shooter grabbed some money from the church as they ran off to make it look like a robbery. But here's something interesting. Like, if he's fleeing now on the run, why didn't he take this money with him? I wonder if there's some little bit of a bigger picture. Like, why did he not take his money and run? Before we do this, I want to note he's got the outfit, the cape of the Red Angel. I wonder if in the directory we shouldn't stop by the shops that do clothing alterations and clothing. Alterations. There's just so many of them, though. But I wonder if there's one in the neighborhood. I love how this game tells you the grid locations. If his house is here, remember we think that the murderer's house is there. We think the murderer's house is there. So if that's true, we might look for a place he would get that cape made near grid location V3. So let me just look here. Alterations, if there's any place near V3. Doesn't look like there is. And clothing, no, it looks like that's just a dead end, because I don't see any clothing or alterations in that neighborhood. I guess you could ask if there's any near the fighting place too. That's V6. I don't see anything near there either. I mean, obviously they could have done it out elsewhere, but all right. Well, it was an interesting idea. It was worth considering. Does anyone else think it's odd that we have not found the evidence yet? And the mask and Jesus? Well, Anna, you're right. He didn't want the money. It was misdirection maybe, but nevertheless, this is a poor neighborhood. If he is going on the run, in other words, if he wasn't killed by someone, if he is on the run, wouldn't he want that money? I think, whenever someone steals money, but it's not their main thing, you still keep the money. You still could use the money. I mean, I think maybe we do go to the Flora location. John says, logically, the killer could still have the mask. Yeah. I'm guessing we get the info at the false ending. I'm guessing you're right, too, because it seems like the false ending, it's all about Jesus now. So it makes sense that we'd meet up with Flora and she's going to talk us into it. On the other hand, we haven't seen the informants. All right, I've got a proposal. I propose that I scan quickly through the informants and see if any tells us to get evidence, because I feel like it's time for us to have some more evidence. So that's what I'm going to do now, unless there's objection. I'm going to quickly scan through the remaining informants here. There's only 8 of them. 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6. I'm going to just quickly look through 6 and make sure none of them give us evidence. And then, assuming not, then we'll go on our way to the false ending. Nope. None of them give us evidence. I'm just fascinated that we haven't found the evidence. It's not It's not so fascinating that we haven't found the evidence. It's fascinating that we've now circled back to all these super obvious clues without finding the evidence. It's quite contrary to the first two games. The first game we played just poured us all the evidence in the first hour of the game or so. And then here, we've done everything. All right, I think we're going to have to go to the false ending and see, hope it is a false ending. I mean, clearly Flora is not going to let us quit without saving Jesus. I just hope that it's not like an alternate hint way to find Jesus. And can you hear the cat talking, trying to get out? Sarah, you've got your door handle. I got to show you guys this door handle one of these days that the cat has to get out. But I'm going to switch to the tablet here while you guys think and let the cat out. All right. Is the chat all in agreement to go meet with Flora and see what she has to tell us about Jesus? Wasn't it weird that the call was like asking him to look up Jesus and then the guy didn't have anything to say about it? Remember, I didn't read any of the informants. The informants could have linked us somewhere else where we would find Jesus. I don't know. I just looked at they weren't directly giving us evidence. All right, let's meet with Flora. I think she's going to have a piece of evidence for us. All right, here we go. I thought this game was going to be over quite a while ago. All right, so when we go to the murderer's house, Flora tells us, what location was it? We go to the murderer's house. Flora, it says, when you're ready to, if you know everything, let's read what it says. Where is it? How does everyone feel about my theory about why he had to leave the stage and wasn't acting like himself? All right, let's take a look at what it says. All right, so we go into the murderer's house, pile of clothes, something shimmering. You bend down, it's a cape. You're sure you've seen it before. Beneath it is a black bag filled with cash and small bills. If you think you know enough to solve the case, find where the Arroyo Seco Parkway crosses over Solano Avenue and report to Flora there. That's weird, but okay. So there's the parkway, that thing going from bottom left to upper right. And we know from Flora's map that the street under Casanova is Solano Avenue. So it looks like this is where she wants to meet at 8:20. So I'm not even sure about that, but let's go to 8:20 and see what happens. I don't think it's what we thought, but all right. Let's take a look at this. The Arroyo Seco Parkway cuts through this corner of the ravine at Solano Avenue like a bullfighter's blade. Trucks rumble overhead as Flora comes running down the hill, pigtails flying. You're going to miss her when this is over. Have you solved it? Have you? And what about my brother? When is he coming home? One thing then the other, you say. And yeah, little one, I think I've solved it. Her eyes grow wider and wider as you tell her what you figured out. So now what, she says, shaking with excitement. Now I go catch the bad guy. I'm coming with you. You should have expected this. You lean down towards her. I couldn't have made it this far without you, Flora. But I have to do this part alone. You understand? It's just too dangerous. That's why I should come, she says. Who's going to watch your back? And if something happens to you, who's going to help my brother? Her eyes are tearing up now. You kneel down in front of her and take her hand. I promise I can handle this. You have to trust me. And you have to trust me, she says. If it's who you say it is, you're not going to just go in there and beat him. You don't even have a gun. I have my training, you say. It's not enough. She folds her arm and bites her lip, thinking, then she straightens up. Okay, I'm going to have to teach you something. A super secret move. My brother learned it at El Templo. If they don't know it's coming, it works every time. What can it hurt? Okay, you say and pat her on the head. A moment later, you're on your back in the dirt, unable to move. You shake your head, clear your eyes, and start to laugh. Got it? She says. Oof, you say. Let's try it again. And so you practice with Flora as the traffic rolls by overhead until finally you're ready. Then you hug her goodbye and set out through the deep, darkening valley. Ready to solve Lucha Muerte? Check Form 15A. So this was not a false ending. It was just a little prep before the ending. Fascinating. Okay, well, I know one thing we should do. In our second case, I didn't have that much fun reading all 10 informants at the end, and they were all useless. So I think, we should start dipping into the informants now. This is when they're meant to be read, and if we think of something, we can at least space it out. So before we go anywhere else, I think we should go to an informant. I think we should go to Feswick, the colleague. He's normally useless, but he was on the scene for this case. So I'm going to go to 13 and read Feswick. And let's see if we can't go through some of these informants and maybe they'll help us. But obviously we've missed something. It feels like we missed something big early. Like maybe we missed a little branch that would have gotten us all of these 3 pieces of evidence. We might have to pause and find it. Okay, here's 13. Apparently, Agent Feswick is still recovering from his morning pilgrimage. His wife answers the door, her hair in rollers. She rolls her eyes. We've decided he should take the rest of the day off, she says. You nod solemnly and bid her good day. Okay, nothing there. Okay, let's go to another informant while you're here. How about the newspaper city editor? 14. The indomitable Miss Ross can barely be seen behind all the stacks of newsprint, photographs, files, and typewriter paper piled atop her newsroom office desk. The news waits for no one, she says. Is that a saying, you say? And sort of catch her shrug. The moment I saw it come across, Mexican bingo, hall massacre, luchador on the loose, I knew it had to be your case. Really, how do you do it? It's not like I get to choose, you say, just a tiny bit defensively. And please tell me that's not your headline. Almost no part of that is true. All right, she says. Why don't you tell me what it is? You start to do so for old time's sake, but after a few minutes you stop. Tell me, Agnes, you say, where are your reporters on this? I mean, really, where are they? What do you mean? They're in the field, on the ground. They're doing their job. She gestures to the desk as if all that stuff is the fruits of their labor. What field, you say? What ground precisely? Agnes peers at you through the stacks. She points a finger. What precisely are you getting at? You tell her, I haven't seen them in the ravine, not once all day, and I've got to say, based on the stories I've read in the past, I doubt they ever spent much time in that particular field. Her finger is still in midair. Don't get me wrong, you say. It's a heck of a lot better than what your rival paper does. hatchet jobs on people who already all cut up. But surely you can raise the bar. Well, 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 says Agnes Ross, a grin gleaming through the towers of paper. One day in the valley and he's already sermonizing on the mount. You nod, knowing she has a point, but also so do you. All I'm saying is that this isn't an official source's story, not if you want the truth. Fair enough, says Trudy, coming out from behind the desk, but it's not like we're not trying. My reporters have been to the jail a half-dozen times now, trying to get access to that suspect of yours. I tell you, that gal at the front desk is a tough nut to crack. Maybe you can help us with that. I seriously doubt it, you say. She shrugs, and you exit her office together, out into the bustling newsroom. Okay, well, nothing there. I think we must have missed something important early on, and I don't know what it is, but I do see something interesting. Let's read. Let's see. John says, one thing we might have to consider is maybe we got to Flora's map too early. Maybe one of the passages that had an option for not having her map would give us a hint for another piece of evidence. I don't think so, because it wouldn't have, it asked us specifically, do you have our map? Then you go, here. So it knew, I mean, I do hear what you're saying. Maybe we got it early. But it seemed like it was designed properly, like it knew we might have already gotten it. All right, let's read this Trudy Stein informant, because I see something at the bottom of it. Trudy Stein is the Agency Archives of Records. Let's see what she has to say. Maybe this will help us. So this is the GDA agency. Trudy Stein is blowing bubbles and filling in boxes. You wait as she finishes 13 across. Then she lowers her glasses, looks at you over the rims. This better be good, she says, giving a half smile. You shrug. Well, I'm not sure about good, but definitely a challenge. I already got one, she says, tapping the crossword with her pen. 9 down just won't give. How about this, you offer? You give me the files, just a bit of your magic, and I'll do my best with 9 down. She makes a movement with her mouth like you've instilled 0 confidence, then rolls her eyes and pushes the crossword toward you. So what's the challenge? A place in the city, but off the grid. It keeps its own records and maps and directory, and some well-founded grudges against bureaucratic agencies. Most of what we know is probably wrong, or at least so biased as to render it moot. Ah, says Trudy and pops her gum. You mean Chavez Ravine. You nod and give yourself a bit of an eye roll. I'll find out what I can, she says, while you work on that. She points to the crossword puzzle. You look down. 5-letter word meaning fallen angel. Now, is there anything else? You think for a moment. If a recent interrogation has provided you with a location and a date, take the day, the month, and the last digit of the year, then subtract the number of letters in the location. Then proceed to that lead. Huh? Jonathan says, maybe we missed something important in the paper. We can go back and look. What is this about? Recent interrogation has provided you with a location and a date. A location and a date. A recent interrogation. Does that sound familiar? It's been so long ago since we're... This is fascinating, this position we found ourselves in. Has a recent interrogation, location and date. I mean, we could look at the interview with the Angel Roja again. John says there was a date in the false mask, but I don't think a month, just a year. Yeah, that was just a year. We need a location and date. Take the day, the month, and the last digit of the year. We need the full thing. And we do have these incident report statements made by the detective. Do we have a location, though? Not really. A recent interrogation. Recent interrogation. A location and a full date. The interrogation of the angel with the spare mask. I mean, we could reread it, what happened when he gave him the spare mask. That does seem like that would be a likely place for it to give us a clue about where to find the real mask. We're in Spanish. I'm going to look up the Spanish place. I don't see how that helps us, but I just want to see if there's an entry for it. All right, I'm going to read you what happens if we go to the Spanish place. All right, so do you remember there was a Spanish clue here? The Spanish ad, learn Spanish. Okay, 513. So if we go, location 13 wants an interrogation date. We have to come back to this. So maybe we should make on our unresolved number 13 interrogation, so we don't forget to do that. I wonder if there are other places we've forgotten what to do. But okay, so now if we go to location 513, the Spanish school, originally we thought, okay, the Spanish place might be where we get translation, but then we found Flora. But apparently you can still go to the Spanish place and it has an entry. Now look what this says. It's an odd wedge-shaped building on a wedge-shaped block. The sandwich board on the sidewalk is a blow-up of the ad you saw in the paper. The hand-painted sign above the door, reads, The Sands Spanish School. You offer a smile to the receptionist as you enter. She politely accepts it, so you jump right in. GDA, you say, I'd like to hire someone to accompany me into Chavez Ravine for translation purposes. That's what we thought. She shakes her head. I do wish I could help you, detective, but there's only me and Senor Sands here on Saturdays. And we also have a class. You nod and ask if she can recommend anyone else. For such a purpose, unfortunately not, but please do come back if you need any documents translated. That we'd be pleased to help you with. If you've opened evidence D, proceed to the reverse of this lead. If you have not opened D, come back. I wonder if there's something we missed that we were supposed to read. Is it possible that there was some... Fascinating. Well, there's two possibilities here, right? One possibility is that there's three possibilities I see. The best case scenario is we're meant to be stumped, and when we figure out what we've overlooked, it will open up this other avenue. The less pleasant possibility is that we skipped over reading something that would have had us open an evidence a long time ago, and it's all useless and redundant now, and we messed up. And then the third possibility is we've just somehow overlooked something simple, but we haven't broken anything. I guess one possibility is there's a bug in the game that we've gotten trapped up on. Jonathan says, look up David Johnson. He's one of the dehydration victims. Yes? Camila Jimenez, Teresa Guerra, Miguel Guerra, John Flores, and Alberto Santiago. Who is David Johnson? Who's David Johnson? I don't see David Johnson here. What am I missing? Where do you find that name? Anna says, in this case, it looks like there are clues you can only get from the informant, so we need that date. David Johnson found the victims. David Johnson, the security guard who found the victims. Okay, let's see if there's... Anna Maria might be right. We may have to look. We may have to go back to our informants. Let's look up David Johnson, though, and see if we can find him. David Johnson's at 322. I feel like we went there, but let's see. David Johnson, 322 at W6. So come back with D. I have to make a note of that, but we have to come back to that. Translate D. Okay, W6. 322. Okay, we have not been there. Let's hope that this is going to open this up. If so, good work to Jonathan Warner. All right, so we're going to the person, the security guard who found the victims at the rail yard. Which is right there. All right, let's see if he's got some useful thing to say. Let's hope so. Doesn't look like it. We need to find the interrogation that gave us a place and a date. Yes, that it could be bottlenecking us. You make the trip to the Southern Pacific Rail Yard, one of the biggest in the country. It takes you a while to locate the right line and track. In doing so, you attract the attention of a security guard, one David Johnson. He asks for your credentials. You show him, then ask about the bodies found in the train compartment. Awful thing, he says. You agree. And it could have been so easily avoided. You ask him to explain. He looks around as if there might be someone watching the two of you. Well, you didn't hear this from me, he says, but sometimes it's just a waiting game, and a deadly one. You wait, then stop waiting. What are you talking about? Well, he says, I didn't hear it from you. Yeah, I understand that. But you've got to understand this. As an agent of the GDA, I have more than enough power to force you to tell me everything you know. In all sorts of sticky ways. So why don't you just cut to the chase? He swallows and nods. I saw them doing it, he says. Who? Doing what? The cops. And the bad guys, both of them. just sitting there hunkered down, casing the case, trying to wait each other out. This confirms what we already heard. You stare at him. You better keep talking. He takes a breath. They call it a Mexican standoff. He gives a half laugh, not a funny one. It's when the cops have found their mark. They get some intel on an illegal shipment coming in. But then the bad guys, the coyotes, also get tipped off about the cops. So then no one makes a move. The boys in blue won't show themselves and open the container because they want to bust the coyotes doing it. And the coyotes won't do it because they know the cops are watching. And so they both just hunker down and watching while the people inside the shipment, they die. The security guard nods. And what about you? He swallows. If I'd known there were people in there, most of the time it's something else, drugs or guns or something. I'm not sure the cops even knew, but the coyotes still sure did, and they just let him die. Now you're both standing there looking at the same piece of nothing, an empty stretch of track that just keeps on stretching. Okay, so that was a nothing, but a good idea. Just fills in more of what we already knew. See if you have any more ideas from the chat. Forrest's map was evidence B. I don't remember if in other games if the evidence came somewhat sequentially. Can you imagine if it was not in the right place? But they kind of are all different sizes. And so I don't think Flora's map could have been in the wrong place, in the wrong box, because I think like here was her map, B. What if I read it wrong and we weren't supposed to open B, but we were supposed to open D? Where did we find Flora's map? I sure hope that didn't happen. Where did we find Flora's map? That would have really messed things up. Let me find where we got evidence B. What if it said like evidence D and I read it as B? That would hurt. That would explain why we got Flora's map so early. Okay, 28 was where, I hope you guys forgive me if that's what happened. So we meet Flora, and it says open evidence B, right? That's a B. Yeah, that's a B. That's the girl who stopped us and said she had something for us, and we opened B. Let's see, how did we get to that? We went and fought El Toreador. And let's look at that. And then a girl jumped up. We could stay with him or follow the little girl. That's when he tells us about his... That's our interview with El Toreador, but it doesn't happen on a specific date or anything. He tells us about the timeline. I'm just going to peek what happens if we stayed with him. Make sure it doesn't tell us anything. No, he doesn't tell us anything. It's either wonderful that we're stuck, or it's a mistake that we overlook some... No, overlooking something is not a mistake. That's still wonderful. It's just bad if something's gone wrong. Jonathan says, it seems weird that the Zoot Suit Club did not seem to pay off. I think that's a really great point. So the Zoot Suit Club was the cantina, right? We went to a lot of trouble to get in there, and then there was nothing. I think that's a great way to think, Jonathan. All right, let's go see The cantina was $4.73. And then we ordered the right drinks. And we go to 62. Okay, here we go. You're surprised to find the Pachuco gang is mostly made up of Pachucas, with an AS, girls. Female gangsters. She says, cops aren't as bad as the Navy. Everything they say about Zoot Suit riots are a lie. People think we're criminals. Oh, it wasn't empty, Jonathan. It was called the Dispatch. They're worried about Jesus too. And she says, have you spoken to his abuelita? Maybe she knows. You should also check with the police or the Navy. And then we got a call from Dispatch. The call from Dispatch has us asking him, I'm also looking for Jesus. I'll see what I can do. Maybe we need to read Esperanza again, but we've read it twice. Okay, what was our Navy entry? And maybe we should look on the map to see if there's anything else on the map. And we might want to reread the Angel Rojas. Do we miss any police or Navy? All right, let's see. So there's one Navy and Marine Corps Armory. That's 115. And then there's 90, the Armory at the State Guard National Park, but that's not even on our map. I'll look to make sure it's not here, but I don't see how it could be. No, it's not here, but let's read the Armory. Maybe we got to go back. I think we should go back to the jail and reread when we gave him the fake mask to see if he has anything more to say. But let's look at the Armory first, that the Zoot Suit were telling us to go to. The Armory's a fortress. He tells us about a tunnel. We ask him what that is. Iron gate covering a tunnel. That's where the shotguns are stored. One of them sticks out, a Browning Auto 5. Small amount of mud on the butt. Take a sniff of the muzzle, it smells like fresh warfare. I'm taking this with me, you say. Let's read when we finally bring him the fake mask. Can I also point out there's this? Is there any way for us to meet the rest of these people? Ice Cream Domingo? Is Domingo in the directory? Let's just see. That would be an interrogation if we could. No Domingo. What about on her map? On her list, any Domingos? I see something. I don't see any Domingo, but look what I do see. All right, I see something. Wasn't something about the riots in the paper? Was there something about the riots in the paper? The Zoot Suit riots? I thought there was just someone in the channel was telling us about that. They're talking about the trial of the other guy. I thought the Zoot Suit riots were just where someone in the channel was talking about it. There is a story about the traffic signal. Acting upon the Councilman Kenneth Hahn, the city voted to issue traffic signals. Dangerous spotlight. I think we might go back to this newspaper and look for some more stuff, but I saw something that could be significant. Okay, so we learn... Oh, this came off from somewhere, I don't know where. Okay, we learn what the name of Angel Rojo is somewhere. Do you remember that? Do you remember that we learned what his name is? It's Ciro Alvarado or something. I forget where we learned that. Maybe at the jail? Yeah, Ciro Alvarado. So look what I just noticed. He's got an entry here. His house. We've never been to his house. We've interviewed him at the jail, but maybe he has a family at the house. Let's go visit his house. There was also the mention of one of the other fighters at some point, we're told. I don't know if we know his full name, but I wonder if we couldn't track him down. But first, let's go to Alvarado's house. It's at 22. Where is that? This is Ciro's house, the Red Angel. Right there. We learned that at the jail, yeah. So we could have gotten this early. Maybe this will... It's not evidence. Where is this evidence hiding? Crazy. All right. Oh, it's kind of crazy. Okay, 22, Ciro's house. Maybe it's still useful information. Flora is practically vibrating with excitement as you knock on the grand door of the Alvarado residence. It is by far the most opulent dwelling in all of Chavez Ravine. Of course, that isn't saying much. But it does say that the great Red Angel would rather be here among his people than pretty much anywhere else. Apparently he, for one, could afford to move. La Casa del Angel Rojo, says Flora, for the umpteenth time, gazing at the gabled roof, her voice in awe. She's like so adult. La Casa del Angel Rojo. Yes, yes, you say, but I need you to act professionally. Can you do that? Flora salutes, clicks her heels, just as the door opens. You glare at her, she giggles, and you turn to face the woman in the doorway. Senora Alvarado, you say. She nods, hesitates, then invites the two of you in. The front room is full of trophies, medals, framed newspapers, articles, and photos of the Red Angel in action. The Alvarado children, or at least the nearest half dozen of them, bounce off various pieces of furniture. Flora looks like she's walked into heaven. Finally, the room settles down, and you begin to ask Senora Alvarado your questions, with wide-eyed little Flora acting as interpreter. Every so often, she throws in a question of her own. From what you can tell, mostly about the whereabouts of her brother, but also about the Red Angel's most prized trophy, His favorite wrestling move, his favorite luchador, his favorite color. Is it really red? When she gets to what sounds to you like a question about his favorite ice cream flavor, you finally put your foot down. Flora, you say sternly, please just ask the questions I'm asking you to ask. The little girl makes a face as if she's mock terrified of you, and all the kids in the room crack up. Please, you beg, and Flora relents. She begins to translate verbatim. Senora Alvarado, I'm not out to get your husband. In fact, I may be able to help him. One thing he said is if we locate his mask, it should help his case. Do you have any idea at all where it might be? Please tell us. She shakes her head. Okay, you start again. Do you know anyone who would have any reason to frame your husband? She shakes her head, then shrugs. He's a hero to people. Heroes have enemies, but one person specifically? No. Do you believe he could have done this crime? She shakes her head vehemently. Absolutely not. It appears it was a robbery. Has there been any money trouble? She waves a hand at the house around them. Never, she says. What about other domestic issues? At this, her face clouds over. She glances at the children, but they are preoccupied with something. What do you mean? I don't know. And now you glance at Flora, trying to couch the question. In my experience, such crimes have to do with one of two things, money or love. And both are wrapped up in family, no? La Senora sighs. You are asking if there's another woman, she says. There is not. But also, as I'm sure you know, detective, it is rarely as simple as all that. And men like my husband, they wear masks for many reasons. You give her a quizzical look, are about to follow up with another question, but suddenly the kid starts screeching, laughing, and pointing. Turning to look, you see a face in the window. A little boy who has climbed a tree and he's sticking out his tongue. The kids screech again and the boy swings on a branch out of sight. As he does, you see a flash of red, something in his hands. You get up quickly and go to the door. Stepping out onto the porch, you catch a glimpse of him disappearing into the brush. Flora is standing beside you as if ready for action. What the heck was that, you say? Paco, she says. Paco Pico Gonzalez. He's a little troublemaker. Yeah, and what are you? She sticks out her tongue. Okay, I think we found the kid who's got the mask. I think this kid has the mask in his hand. This little troublemaker. And I bet we can track him down from the house. I'll bet he's got a house near here. Paco Pico Gonzalez with something red in his hand. Disappearing into the brush. Did you guys miss that? If I hadn't caught that, are you telling me you didn't notice that, or did you? Paco Pico Gonzalez. Flora is the little, what's the term that you use for the person who's providing humor? Comedy relief. She's like the comedy relief. Paco Pico Gonzalez. He goes into the brush with something red. I think this is the mask. Anna Maria says, we did. We caught it. We caught it. Okay. Let us look on our map and find Gonzalez. Please tell me there's a Gonzalez living near here. Okay. I see a Gonzalez. Here's a Gonzalez AD at 153. Is that the only Gonzalez? So here's a Gonzalez at 153. Any other Gonzalez's? Nope, that's it. There's the Gonzalez. Gonzalez AD at 153. All right. Let's see. Where is 153 on our map here? There's 153. It's pretty far away. It's down here in the corner here. Just right down here is this Paco. Okay, guys. Fingers crossed. Was the implication that the Red Angel is bisexual because she says many reasons to wear mask? Was there something else besides the many reasons to wear mask comment? I took that as a little more ominous in a different way. I took that to make me think, is one of these people like a cop or something? Or someone else that we've run into without their mask and we don't know their true identity? I'm going to put a little note at this location. Bisexual. Jonathan, you'll have to clarify what you picked up that made us think that. We asked if there was another woman and she said no, not another woman. Let me look at that again. It's either love or money. You're asking if there's another woman. There is not. But also, as I'm sure you know, Detective, it is rarely as simple as all that. And men like my husband, they wear masks for many reasons. That's a very interesting take, Jonathan. That's a very interesting take. She's saying there's not another woman, but it's not so simple. Interesting, Jonathan. Interesting. All right. I don't know how that helps our case, but let's just write it down with a question mark. Okay, here we go. Gonzalez home with Flora in tow. We're going to knock on the door, catch that kid with the mask. But before we do, we have to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Caught for Two. Let's catch up on the chat. We're banging our head against the wall for a while now and worried that we've done something wrong. That's closed off some branch or whatever, but now we did manage to track down this little kid who might have the mask. We're talking about why he might have the mask. Anna had a great idea that maybe this little kid is the son of one of the luchadors who had access, or maybe he's with Jesus. We don't know, but I like Anna's idea, but most importantly, I really hope that he's got the mask and we get another piece of evidence. It's been so long. All right, here we go to 153. I had to open up a new little notebook here. 153 Gonzalez. As for all we know, there's not even going to be an entry here, and it was just a humorous little aside. 153. We might have... Well, we couldn't have gone to this place. We couldn't have gone to his house too early, right? It could only have happened after we got Flora's map. That was a long time ago, but it wasn't super early. All right, here we go. We're going to find out the answers to these questions in a minute. 153. This house is only four doors from El Santo Nino. The woman in the open doorway glares at first, then softens when she sees Flora at your side. I guess we didn't think this out well enough. We were saying, I guess we did. We were saying, how does this little kid have the mask? But we should remember, the last time the mask was seen, we think it's stolen from the Red Angel and then worn by the killer. So the killer may have just taken it off and thrown it away, right? Or it's in his house and the kid found it, but he may have just thrown it away. Left it at the scene, we don't know. But I was somehow thinking that this kid had to have access to the Red Angel, but that's not the case. It's not that the kid had access to the Red Angel, it's that this kid has to have found the mask after it was used for the murder. Right. That's what Jonathan was saying. Maybe the killer had a bag stashed somewhere to change, and it dropped out. And Anna Maria was saying it too. All right, so I was late to the party of realizing that it's the killer who had the mask last. I was thinking, how does this little kid get into the Red Angel's dressing room? It had to get stolen at the Red Angel's dressing room by someone, maybe another one of the luchadors, but this kid may have found it after it was used. Okay, back to it. The woman in the open doorway glares at first, then softens when she sees Flora at your side. She looks back at you waiting. You have a son named Paco, you say? As Flora translates. I have, but I have no idea where he is, ever. He's right behind you, says Flora. He's right behind you. With a giggle, and the woman turns quickly, just barely getting a hold of the little boy's collar before he can disappear once more. He wriggles, then relents. Paco Pico, she says, then turns to you. What has he done now? You look down at him. He sticks out his tongue. Oh, nothing bad, you say, giving him a quick wink. I'd just like to ask him some questions. About what? Says Paco's mother suspiciously. Luchadores, you say, and Paco's eyes go wide. His mother looks dubious. This is about what happened last night, but my boy has no knowledge of that. And what are you doing here? She says to Flora, who translates the question and then her own answer. I am looking for my brother. Flora starts peppering Senora Gonzalez with questions in Spanish as you kneel down and talk quickly to Paco. I know you can understand me, and I don't want to get you in trouble. I only want to know if you saw anything last night. and what you were doing at the Red Angel's house. He appears to think for a moment, then starts talking, the language barrier and Flora's questions muffling his speedy confession. When all the shooting and yelling started last night, instead of ducking for cover, he snuck out his window and hurried towards the action. That's when he saw it, a man in a mask and cape running out of the church, holding a smoking shotgun. Instead of hiding, Paco followed the menacing man through the dark streets. I'm pretty sure he knew I was following him, then suddenly he disappeared. Where, you ask, taking out the barrial map? Show me. Where? Where did he disappear? Paco squints at the paper, cocking his head, his mother now looking down at the two of you. Here, says Paco, pointing to a spot near the house of the blind guitarista. And there's something else. The boy looks up at you. At the place where he disappeared, he left something behind. And now Paco himself vanishes, darting off past his mother into the small house. A moment later, he's back, something in his hands. I knew you get in trouble sometimes. Oh, something in his hands. He holds it out to you. You nod at the little boy. I know you get in trouble sometimes, Paco, but you're also a really good kid. So where did he point to the house at the guitarista? Is that where we found, is that the house that we found? We should point out. We got evidence C, finally. And killer near guitarista, which is where we show up on scene. So I guess that's meant to be where the X is, which is right there. Is that the, I mean, this is the murderer's house, that blue dot, and the X is where I think the guitarista lives. Although I'm not sure. He may have been further away on Lookout Hill. So I'm not sure he's saying that the guy disappeared consistent with where we went. Did we find the gun? Yeah, the blind man helped us in the intro. I just don't remember where his house is. Did we find the gun? At the Daredevil Luchador's house? I know we found the bag with money, but did we find the gun? Now I can't remember. Do we know the address of the blind man? I'm going to write these things down. Did we find gun? Where does the guitarista live? Question mark. And is it near the murderer's house, as far as we know? What does he say specifically? He says, where did he disappear? He disappeared. He points right where he does it. Here, a spot near the house of the blind guitarista. We found the gun in the tunnel. That's right. Not in the tunnel, in the Navy, in the gun stock. Okay, so it wasn't in his house. Fine. So we didn't find the gun in his house, but we did find the gun. Okay, but we still don't remember exactly where the guitarista lives. Well, we finally got a new piece of evidence. That took so long. It's the biggest bag. It's a big, giant bag. It's got some weight to it. Here we go. Evidence C. Doesn't want to come off cleanly. Well, it is a serious prop. Does it have a secret stamp in it? Yes, it does. All right, let's see what we can do here. All right, I've done it. I've put it on. It seemed like after all that time, that's kind of an obligation to do it. All right. Guess I can kind of see out of it. All right, so we've got the we've got the Red Angel's mask, and it's actually wearable. It doesn't feel like I've got it on straight, but I don't know how to do it. All right, there we go. That's pretty crazy as a prop that you can actually wear it. It's actually even stitched up, like you could loosen it. That's pretty remarkable. I mean, this is the pedigree of this mysterious package company. I suppose it's not so surprising that they actually included a real mask, but pretty impressive. All right, so if you open it up and turn it around, there is the secret stamp. It's the wing in 1946. All right, let us go give this to the Red Angel and see what information he reveals to us. All right, so evidence C is the mask, 1946 with angel wing. So a slightly different stamp than the other one. We now go to the jail. It all may click into place now. All right, so we accept their terms. We go to talk to him. No, that wasn't right. Where's the one where we come back? How do we come back and talk to him? What was the clue that told us where to go? Now we can finally return to the jail. Yeah, but I thought that was, let me see, let me go to 103. 103 was the jail. Okay, here we go. If you have something that belongs to the Red Angel, see if there's a number on it, take the last 3 digits, go to the reverse of that lead. So 1946 reversed last 3 digits is 649. Okay, 649. Here we go. We're returning his proper mask. It's all coming together now. 649 mask return. Okay. I was wondering if I was reading it wrong. You get the feeling you're starting to grow on Miss Sandra Smothers. Either that or wear her down. And now that you've got this mask, you're feeling quite confident striding past the cages of cell block 1. Remember, she's the one who buzzes us in and got a bad attitude, but now she let us in. When you get to his, the Red Angel seems more subdued than you expected, even when you show him the mask. He takes it from you through the bars. His eyes light up for a moment as he turns it in his hands, but then the spark fades. You start to get defensive. This is your mask. A deal's a deal. You expect him to fight you on it, but he just nods. It is my mask, he says. So, what's the problem? The problem is that there's a coin that is supposed to be on the mask, but it's not. A coin? What do you mean a coin? You told me to get your mask. You're more than a little disheartened by the idea of hunting for yet another random item before he agrees to talk. So missing coin, huh? We don't know what that's all about. You're more than a little disheartened by the idea of hunting for yet another random item before he agrees to talk. The Red Angel sees your expression change and tries his best to explain. The coin is a valuable family heirloom. It has been passed down for many generations. My father gave it to me when I joined Lucha Libre, and I never fight without it. If you find that coin, you've found whoever took my mask. And that, I would guess, is probably your murderer. Did we find any coins in the house that we think is the murderer? I'll do my best to find your coin, you say, but you have to give me something to go on. At least tell me who. Who is at the top of your list of people who'd have it out for you? Well, there's Los Rudos, of course. People think they love being the bad guys, but really they're just not quite good enough to be technicos. They know it and they hate it. You ask where you can find them. I only know they are somewhere in Little Tokyo. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact location. On the way out of the cell block, you get a call from dispatch. To see if Sandra Smothers will help you patch in, go to lead 828. So he tells us about Los Rudos. I believe Los Rudos are the bad guy luchadores. He says they're in Little Tokyo, but he doesn't know where. And the missing coin, the murderer will have it. Okay, Los Rudos is in Little Tokyo, and then we get a call, another call from dispatch. 828. Okay, here we go, 828. Let me just mark this one that we've been to, 649. Okay, 828. Here's our call, another call from dispatch. After much pleading and cajoling, Sandra Smothers finally lets you use the phone as long as you stay on your side of the glass. You're patched through to Carl. Oh, Carl's got a lead on Jesus. I don't know how much I can really say. You know what he means. I mean, the redactions hide some pretty rough language. That's what we guessed. It's not a good look. You ask him to be more straightforward. Mostly racial slurs. That's what we assumed, but he says something else. But there is one choice phrase that goes, "We do our jobs right, and these dirty ravine rats will be run out of town." The ravine rats are what we found at the police academy. Right? Rats and police academy. You click your tongue. Where can I find this Sergeant McGuire? The radio is silent. Carl, are you still there? Yeah, I'm here. Well, okay, I'll tell you, but you didn't hear it from me. Most Saturdays he's at the obstacle course at the back of the police academy grounds. It's at the top of a narrow path from Riverside Drive near Riverside Avenue. You'll need a map. There's a break in the fence. So it's sounding like he's saying not at the actual police academy where we were, but behind it. Behind police academy. Narrow path from Riverside Drive near Riverside Avenue. You'll need a map. There's a break in the fence. All right, we could always come back and read this if we need it to locate. Okay. Okay, got it. Thanks. Oh, and I found some info on that kid. You're going to like this one. Where are you right now? I'm at the county jail. Uh-huh. And so is Zoot Suit Jesus. Carl hangs up. Let's read that again for effect without the mistakes. Oh, and I found some info on that kid. You're going to like this one. Where are you right now? I'm at the county jail. Uh-huh. And so is Zoot Jesus. Carl hangs up. To follow up this lead with Sandra Smothers, go to lead 482, or you could go search out that hidden path. It feels like it's all coming together now. All right, so Zoot Jesus has been arrested by the cops. The cops may be in on something bad here. This is getting dirty. All right, let's mark that we've read this. 828. Let's follow up with Jesus. 482. That's all coming together now. 482. It turns out you've been walking by Zoot Jesus every time you've come down here to see the Red Angel. He's right down in cell block 2. He looks small behind the bars despite his grandiose clothes, and a little afraid despite his attempt to seem tough. He starts talking as soon as you introduce yourself. Look, man, I'm just an errand boy, okay? You don't look like an errand boy to me. Yeah, whatever. So tell me about the Red Angel. You were with them before the murders took place? Kinda. I hang around the dressing rooms and I just get stuff for the luchadores. Cerveza, snacks, cigarettes, you know, stuff. I respect them. They're the only ones who actually do anything for the people of Chavez. I was getting water for Dr. Lobo when I heard Angel Rojo yelling in his room. He was freaking out because his mask was missing. He can't be seen without it, you know? And what time was that? Around 7:20. There's a clock in all the rooms so they don't miss their entrance. He asked me to go to Mama Carretas to get his spare mask, and I made it as far as Aliso Street when I got picked up by the pigs. Been here since. Won't even let me call anyone. It ain't right. No, it's not. You shake your head and remember your promise to Flora. What about Los Rudos? Could one of them be responsible for this? I don't know, man, Jesus says. Ask them yourself. They got a hideout. I think it's near Santa Fe Avenue. But I've never been there myself. Santa Fe Avenue in Little Tokyo. He pauses for a minute. Look, I'm telling you everything I know. Can you help me get out of here? I'm working on it, you say. Then you add, try to keep out of trouble. Your sister and grandma are worried. He wasn't expecting that. And his eyes fill with tears. Then, realizing his show of weakness, he steals his gaze. You got it all wrong, man. I'm not the trouble here. It's the cops. Do you even know what they've got me in for? You shake your head. Yeah, me neither. It's all just 'cause I'm a pachuco. I don't need to do anything. How I look is enough for them. You know about Zoot Suit riots, yeah? He doesn't wait for you to answer. They shouldn't even be called that. It was those goddamn Navy rats who were rioting. We were just the ones getting beaten up. They came flooding out of the tunnel with clubs and chains, and we were sitting ducks to wail on. Wait, what tunnel? Did you hear a word I said, man? I hear you, Jesus, but I need to know about this tunnel. He scoffs. Yeah, you're all the same suit and tie types. He takes a deep breath and settles down. It's a tunnel that runs right past the Navy Armory. We use it sometimes when we got to get in or out of the ravine fast or sneaky like. It's a risk, though, since those psycho sailors use it too. Thank you, Jesus. I'll make sure your family knows you're okay, and I'll see what I can do about getting you out. If this tunnel talk reminds you of something you've seen, recall that entry and reverse the lead number. That's interesting. If the tunnel talk reminds you of something you've seen, recall that entry and reverse the lead number. This is 482. 482 was Jesus. He tells us Los Rudos on Santa Fe Avenue. And he tells us about tunnel. And we're told reverse lead of tunnel. I feel like this is going to bring us someplace we've already been. But let me see what's going on in the chat. Did the police orchestrate the deaths by dehydration just to cause this guy to go murder someone as an excuse for a raid? This was the everything that Angel told us, that he's missing a coin, nothing else. But I told you before that more than one person told us that this is bigger than we think. It's true. I'm still not sure. Now, what do we make of this tunnel thing? Like, it was at the Navy Yard, right? That where's our map? It was at the Navy Yard, the Navy Armory, where we heard about the tunnel, I believe. Let me just check that out. Yeah, 115. 115 is the tunnel. This is where he asks, tunnel? What tunnel? Okay, and then in the armory, the gun's missing. And then this is saying, if the tunnel talk reminds you of something you've seen, recall that entry and reverse the lead. So if we reverse 115, we get 511. And 511 happens to be right here on the next page. So I think this is more information about us going into the tunnel. The decent thing to do is go and tell Flora that you found her brother, so that's what you do. She yelps and hugs your leg. Then she gets serious. But you have to get him out of jail. You tell her that will have to wait. For now, you need her to help find the mouth of the tunnel. Which one? There are several tunnels, she says. She knows everything. The one that goes by the armory, we say. She nods and skips ahead. You don't want to drag her too deep into this, but figure this is better than tipping off those sailor boys. They're already pissed at you for taking their pop gun. Remember, we confiscated the shotgun. Flora leads you back through the streets to where you started the day, right near the guitarista's shack. A little further on, she pushes through the foliage, uncovering the mouth of a large tunnel that gapes into the hill. You take off your hat and peer inside. Thank you, Flora, you say. I can take it from here. Go tell your grandma the good news. But she waits, watching you disappear. You walk down the long tunnel, moving from light to darkness and back again as you near the faint glow of an incandescent lamp hanging from a wooden support beam. 5 minutes later, you come to another opening to your right, where you can just make out about 10 feet on an iron gate. You recognize it from standing on the other side. That's when we went into the Navy people and saw it from the other side. You recognize it from standing on the other side in the weapons bay of the armory. You decide to come back and take a look, but first you want to see where the main tunnel leads. And so you keep on moving from darkness to light as you pass one lamp, then another. Ooh. Finally, after another 20 minutes or so, you emerge onto train tracks. Union Station, a 2-minute walk from El Tempo. That's where we met the security guard. A 2-minute walk from El Tempo. We just found a shortcut, maybe, to the crime scene, for what it's worth. Maybe it wouldn't take them so long to get here. Anyway, a 2-minute walk from El Tempo, or a 1-minute jog. Train station, Union Station, 2-minute walk. Let's see. Does that comport with the South Pacific Rail Yard, or that's something different? Oh, there's Union Station. Okay, it wasn't the rail yard, but it was Union Station, which is right here. So it comes out here near El Templo. But could be a shortcut. You stand pondering for a moment. Then you look at your watch. Instead of walking, you turn and run back through the tunnel at a somewhat steady clip. But he's thinking the same thing we are. He's going to time how long it takes him to get to the scene of the crime. So you turn around, you ponder, you check your watch, and you turn around and run back through the tunnel at a somewhat steady clip. By the time you reach the turnoff to the armory, you are out of breath, but you've made good time. Barely 15 minutes. You huff and puff for a while, then continue the jog. From here, out onto the road into El Santo Nino. The people you pass look startled, but you keep on going, up to the top of the steps of the church. You look down at your watch, then your legs give out. You sit on the stairs for a while, head spinning with thoughts and calculations. When finally you can stand again, you go at a walking pace, back to the mouth of the tunnel, then back to the turnoff. This time you take it, walking toward the locked gate. Darker in the passageway. You stop and light a match. As your eyes adjust to the light, something glistens at your feet. You bend down to pick it up. Open evidence E. All right. So 511 gets us evidence E. And it's a tunnel to El Templo. Okay, so he timed the whole thing. Thoughts and calculations. It doesn't tell us what he calculated, though. He just says, you sit on the stairs for a while, head spinning with thoughts and calculations. When you finally stand again, you go back. So he was thinking about how long it would take you to get using this tunnel. But it doesn't tell us what we calculated. It doesn't tell you what time. Okay, well, but it does say to open evidence E. Something's glinting. Is it going to be the coin or something else? Let's find out. Let's see what the chat says. Anna Maria says it's the coin. The coin does not help us. We're hoping to find the coin on someone. So it's going to be disappointing if it's the coin. Anna Maria says it was the Toreador then. Now she thinks, yes, he could have run through the tunnel, but I have my doubts. And unless the Toreador is the same person who's the Daredevil luchador, because that seems clearly it's him and he has a motive. But here we go, evidence E. Well, I can feel what it is, and I'm not happy. So, it is a coin. Pretty interesting coin, though. What does it say here? Keruivis El Iohanna Aegis. It looks like it's Latin. Pani Arvum I Indiarvum. It's some religious thing, but there's also a number on it, 1554. So, if we go back to the jail now, okay, evidence E is a coin, 1554, that we don't know what it means, but it's been in this family hung, and it looks like it's got a hole in it. I'm not sure what that hole is. Can you see? Kind of an irregular hole, like maybe a gunshot was through it, or it was used as like a key or something. But if we go to the jail, can we give it to him? Like if we go to 103, yeah, look, have something that belongs to the Red Angel, see if there's a number on it, take the last 3 digits. So we did that for the mask, but now we can do it for this. Reverse that. So if we give it to him, so with coin, if we give it to him at the jail, he really wants it. But I was hoping we'd find it on someone. Okay, so it says, see if there's a number, take the last 3 digits and reverse it. So that would be 455. All right, let's give him his coin, right? We have no one else to give it to. Any objection to giving him the coin? What the? There's no entry for it. How can that be? How can that be? Wait, maybe I didn't. I don't get it. How can there not be an entry for it? I thought for sure we'd be able to give him back his coin. What am I missing? Wait a minute, there's different numbers on the other side. Oh, now I'm confused. All right, so on this side, it clearly says 1554. But then there's another 4 in there. Can you see that? It's like engraved as a 1554, and then there's a metal 4 right there. In addition, if you flip it over, there's a weird thing carved in here. What is it? It's carved here. It's like printed in reverse. It's like not facing the right way. It looks like it's L.A. or J. That's confusing. What do you make of that? You guys can see that, right? It looks like this might be an L backwards and an A backwards and a J backwards. L A G. What does that mean? Or 1 6 L J? That's confusing. L6J. What the heck? And then on this side, how do you make sense of this 4 that's here? Well, if you consider this 4 and read 454 backwards, 454 instead of 455, is there a 454? No, there isn't. That's confusing. John says you could also try 454 instead of 455. John says, is there an antique store or something in the directory? Is there a coin store? That's a great idea. Pharmacy chairs. Locks and mowers, alarms, and cigars. Okay, let's see if there's a jewelry or coins place. What about in the newspaper? Plumbing, building, Spanish, typewriter, accounting, it's weird. I mean, surely he wants his coin back. Why can we not figure out how to give it to him? It's kind of weird. Why should it be hard to figure out how to give it to him? There's dentists. There's an article about dental stuff in the paper. That's a side thing though. Legal, insurance, hardware supplies, grocery, machining place, medical, military, police, newspaper, whiskey, sports, rug cleaner, forest, picture framing. How strange. John says, I'll point out now I'm a bit paranoid because we skipped evidence D, but I don't know how we could have on accident. Yeah. And evidence D, the Spanish place wants to translate for us. So I feel like it's going to be some Spanish document. We haven't really come across anything. But we also haven't found the thing that asked us about an interrogation at a specific date. Surely he wants his thing back. Why would it be so hard for us to return his coin? Like, why is it a puzzle to figure out the number to use to return his coin? That's weird. I mean, you could imagine it would be a difficult puzzle to figure out what to do with the coin in other circumstances, but we're specifically told he wants it and told how to return it to him. That's really weird. If you have something that belongs to the Red Angel, see if there's a number on it. Take the last 3 digits, go to the reverse of that lead. This didn't work. How strange. Okay, well, let's Anna thinks we don't return the coin. Can we get a close-up of the coin? Yes, you can. Here's the front of the coin with what looks like Latin. He says it's been handed down his family quite a bit. So there's a mysterious hole in the center of it, which is not regular. It's not like a pure circle. Maybe this means something if we translate it from Latin. And now let me show you the back of it. The back is weird because it almost looks like it's reversed. It's very hard to tell what those reversed letters are stamped on it from the back. it looks to me like it's this way, right side up. And it looks to me like it's a reversed L, a reversed B maybe. LBJ. Maybe that says LBJ. Backwards. Wait, sorry, that's not that J is not backwards. Then I don't know what that is. It looks like that's a reversed L, a reversed B. L, B. Then I don't know what this would be if it's reversed. I don't know if it's a B or a lowercase a. I can't tell. In fact, this whole stamp is bizarre. That's assuming that's right side up. Okay, let's see if it's this way. What is that? That's even harder to read. I don't know how to make sense of that. M is 1000, L is 50 in Latin. M and L. That's such a weird stamp. 1554 and then a 4 not imprinted down. You could imagine that this is 141. Why would they make it a puzzle to figure out how to reverse it? I'm just going to look for 141 just in case. No, there's no 141. All right, here's my suggestion. We've got another lead to follow, the Los Rudos in Tokyo. So maybe we just put this aside for a minute, try to figure out what to do with it later. Antique place would be nice. There are machining factories, a welding, millinery importer. It's possible they would know how that was stamped, but it seems like it was saying it was in his family. Did he give us any clue about it? $6.49. Let's just read what he says here about the coin. He was hoping it would be a coin. The coin is a valuable family heirloom, he says. It has been passed down for many generations. My father gave it to me. I never fight without it. If you found it, I guess you found whoever took my mask. It does make it sound like he took the mask. We now know someone took the mask through that tunnel. I don't know why we can't return him the mask, though. That's confusing the hell out of me. But let's pursue our other lead. Okay, so Little Tokyo, Santa Fe Avenue, he says, is Los Rudos. And we're searching for Los Rudos because he says, Jesus tells us about where they are, and he says Los Rudos may be after it. Might be someone who would want to frame him. So let's see, where is Little Tokyo? Okay, so Little Tokyo is here. This says Little Tokyo, which we can see here as well. There's Little Tokyo. And it says, oh, and we've also got Behind the Police Station with McGuire. There's the Behind the Police Station with McGuire. And then there's the Los Rudos at Little Tokyo. We're also looking for the interrogation. So McGuire, these are two leads we've opened up. Behind the Academy. And then Little Tokyo has where the Los Rudos are. Maybe we can talk to Los Rudos. They might speak Spanish. That might get us another document. All right, let's see if we can find the Little Tokyo place first. We're told Santa Fe Avenue. He said Santa Fe Avenue. Let's see. Can we find Santa Fe Avenue? Well, there's Santa Fe Avenue. So that's going to be at 444. But yeah, 44 here. Here we go. Is this going to be Los Rudos? So there's Santa Fe Avenue there. And there we are in Little Tokyo. So that's got to be our place. All right, let's see if we can identify 444. Let's see if that's Los Rudos. These are the bad guys. A bottle crashes in the alley behind you. You hear laughing, then howling as you scale the narrow stairs to the second floor of the rundown factory building. Surrounded as it is by cantinas and cockfights, the Los Rudos hideout is proving difficult to access, which of course is the nature of a hideout. You're glad you left Flora behind. Finally, you find the door. You knock, wait, knock once more, and it opens. Standing there is a judge in powdery white wig and full makeup. You sigh, wondering how much weirder this case can get, and pull out your credentials. He ushers you into the gym, and right away you're surrounded by federales, cops, soldiers, businessmen, vampires, wolves, and all manner of creatures. The answer, it seems, is quite a bit weirder. You say you need to speak to anyone who was wrestling at El Tempo last night. The judge considers for a moment, then points towards a giant humanoid pig and a big, blue, scaly, masked devil with flaming hair. Man Pig and El Demonio de Juarez, he says. Then as you approach, El Demonio bolts. Remember, these are the people that were scheduled to fight. El Demonio and Man Pig. El Dominio bolts. You chase him up to the third-story roof. El Dominio jumps off onto a canvas below. It gives way beneath him. You consider your options. To jump off the roof, go to lead 655. To take the stairs, go to 822. I don't think we can jump off the roof because he jumped off and the canvas gave way. So, like, the canvas isn't there anymore. Really, jump? Jonathan says jump. I think the canvas gave way. We're going to break our leg here. Are you sure, jump? Jonathan says, don't use your logic. Okay, here we go. 655, we're jumping. I guess I got to write this down. We jumped. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? We lose him. 655. You curse under your breath and jump, landing very hard in the center of a cockfight. The noise from the crowd is deafening. You can't tell if they're cheering you or betting on you. Cheering you, jeering you, or betting on you. El Demonio is at the edge of the circle, as trapped as you are, held in by the crowd and the cocks flying around. Something cuts you across the cheek and you realize they have razor blades on their feet. You also realize you can protect your face from them. You take out the Red Angel's mask and put it on. I guess he gave it back to us. The crowd erupts in a roar of excitement. Seeing no recourse, El Demonio turns and faces you, ghoulish hands held up as if to fight. At the same moment, one of the cocks goes flying right at the crowd and an opening appears. To take on the El Demonio de Juarez in the cockfighting ring, go to lead 888. To make a run for it, go to 242. Fight him, says Jonathan. All right, here we go. We're going to fight to 888, or we could run. It's weird that we can run. Like, what would happen if we ran? Sure, we've got to follow this up. All right, we're going to 888. It's time for us to prove our mettle and fight. We've been waiting to fight for a while. Here we go. With our mask, I think the thing to do is fight. I agree with you. Standing there amidst angry roosters with razor talons, a luchador mask on your face, and about to fight someone dressed as a blue demon, you can't help but recognize this is not standard operating procedure. But then again, there's nothing standard about being a GDA agent. The crowd, for once since the start of this investigation, is on your side. You realize it has nothing to do with anything you're doing and everything to do with the Red Angel's mask, but you're encouraged by their cheer nonetheless. Oh, that's right, we did learn a move. Good memory, Anna. El Demonio makes the first move, running at you, his face contorted in a silent shout, and throws a punch. You manage to dodge it, but the second one lands square on the side of your chin. You stagger back, trip over one of the cocks, and fall on your back. El Demonio stands a few feet away, staring you down, daring you to get back up. There's something distinctly performative about the way he moves. He reaches to his side for an invisible sword, pulls it out, and points the tip between your eyes. You get a strange sense of deja vu. That's our Toreador guy. I think it was Toreador. I know it was Toreador, but we should go make sure it wasn't that was his name and not. But it sounds like this one guy has got multiple identities. So let's write at 888 that El Demonio, is he the same as El Toreador? Toreador, who is the invisible sword guy. I think we need to reread that invisible sword, make sure that was El Toreador that we met. I think it was, but I'm not sure now. With the invisible point still aimed at your forehead, El Demonio walks over to a nearby stool and climbs on top of it. You can't shake the feeling that you've seen this movement before. Yeah, we were in this. We fought with this guy. He gets ready to jump, but you're frozen in place, frozen in time, in a memory you can't quite conjure. Then, as his feet leave the stool, lifting off in the air, it comes back to you. This is the Terricio de la Muerte, the same move El Toreador used to knock you down at El Secreto. Okay, so it's confirmed. It is that same guy. The cheers of the crowd fade back into your head, and you leap into action, which excites them even more. You know what he'll do next, and you know what you have to do to stop him. El Demonio finishes his midair spin, descending quickly upon you, legs open to catch your torso in their lock. You steady your posture, absorb the shock of his landing, and prepare to counter the backwards flip you know is coming. But you find that you don't need to. El Demonio loses his momentum and fails to displace his weight enough to catapult you. You end up in a strange dance, his legs still locked around your torso, the rest of his body sticking out awkwardly, failing spectacularly at a move you've seen El Toreador perfect with ease. So maybe this guy isn't the real thing. He's just copying him, maybe. You realize you have the upper hand at the same time the crowd does, and they erupt in a boisterous cacophony of chants, chides, and cheers. You pull him by the shoulders into a headbutt, following it with a right hook that lands on his jaw. He lets go of your torso and falls to the ground. Realizing he's lost the fight, he scares a nearby rooster, who lunges at you, giving him just enough time to make a run for it. You chase him Through the narrow streets, you can tell he's getting tired, whereas you're still riding a high from your win with the cheering crowd. It's a good feeling, and you start to understand why anyone would want to be a luchador full time. El Demonio stumbles, and you catch up, finally restraining him. To question El Demonio de Juarez here and now, go to lead 335. Is this going to be our questioning that other lead was asking us about? Anna says he's the one who was in the first half of that fight. I wonder, yeah, it's like a guy who's impersonating them, who goes on to impersonate luchadors when they miss their appointment. Okay, so we question him. But not quite. Yeah, he's like I think that's what it is. I think he's standing in for him. Okay, so go 335 to question. I hope this has got a date and time on it, although I don't know why it would. 335. Doesn't look like it does. Oh yeah, I think it does. 335. We read this maybe and then we take a break. Standing over El Demonio de Juarez, adrenaline coursing through your body, you have the urge to howl in victory. You kneel in front of him, his devilish blue face staring into your angelic red one. It's just the two of you now, good versus evil, Technico versus Rudo, angel versus demon. You wait until your heart stops racing, then you ask him why you ran. He starts feeding you a story about how he thought you were with the INS. You interrupt him, take off your mask, then make like you're about to do the same to him. He jerks violently as if to escape your hand. You grab a hold and ask the question again. Why did you run? He writhes. You can either tell me here and now or I'll take you downtown for questioning. The INS will have no trouble finding you. His eyes widen. His voice comes out hoarse, full of spite. Look, El Angel Rojo, he's not what he seems. He's no hero. You let go and straighten up. Are you saying he's capable of committing the crime? I'm saying these technicos, all of them, heroes, whatever, they are down here with the rest of us. They have secrets. They wear masks too. And you know what these secrets are? He thinks for a minute, then says, Juarez, Cinco de Mayo, 1937. 1937. If people knew what he did, no one would be cheering for El Angel Rojo. What did he do? Something unspeakable, especially for a luchador. I was there. I saw with my own two eyes. I will never forgive him. El Demonio de Juarez spits on the ground. The performative animosity manifesting itself in a very real emotion. You're focused on this and don't sense the movement behind you until it's too late. The rabbit punch feels like a hammer into your kidney. Boom. Sickening pain bolting up at your side. You stagger back, but manage to duck, barely dodging a blow that would have burst your right eye out of your head. Burst your eye right out of your head. Los Rudos, it seems, live by a code. They've all come to save their man. You desperately fend off two of them, but the others are piling in. You kick down a green furry kneecap, then hurl yourself at that same leg. As it folds, you push forward, scurrying through the melee on hands and knees. You brush past the vampire, past the judge, past the insect man, and start to run. You run and run, until finally you know they've stopped chasing you. Then you let yourself fall, winded and baffled, the red face still clutched in your hand. Whoa. What a scene. And the plot thickens. The Red Angel is not as good as he seems. We've got a date and place. Holy cow, that was insane. What a twist. El Angel Rojo is not so good, he says. I don't know if we can trust him, but he now gives us Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May, so May 5th, 1937. 11 years ago. In Juarez. I wonder if our coin, if that's what the J is. Juarez. Or it means they hate him and would frame him. Yeah. How interesting. All right, we got to take another break. See you in 8 minutes. It's 5 a.m. We got to start thinking of backup plans if we don't finish it. Feels like it could end at any moment, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. You're watching Caught for Two. We're 6.5 hours in almost, and we've broken the case wide open in this recent past hour or so after being stuck for a while. In the chat, Jonathan's saying, I feel like we should have had them stake out the place. He's going to come back and get the cash if he's going to flee. I think he might be dead. I think there might be multiple people involved here, and he might be dead, that guy who actually shot him. Although I'm not sure. I do think also, so don't forget, we have the intervention lookup. We've got the McGuire hanging out behind the police department, police academy. But can I just point out something that I'm still not 100% sure about? We're told that the killer disappeared near the guitarista's house. I would like to confirm that was in fact the home of the daredevil murderer. Like, I want to make sure that we're not overlooking that we're told that the killer went to a different location. So I believe this blue circle in the center is where the daredevil's house is that we went to. Where is the guitarista live? Do we know? Or we can come back to that. I just want to make sure we don't try to solve the case without verifying that. All right, so shall we try to do the interrogation thing? What clue was that where we're told to put in the date? Many reasons to wear a mask. He's wearing a mask. I don't think he's wearing a mask, the bisexual thing. I think he's wearing a mask because people will recognize who he is. He must be someone important or something. Okay, where was the date? Where was the secret date that if we know we can put information, we can use it? Is it really that old, or have I missed it? Who remembers where it was? Was it one of our informants? Must have missed it. It's the archivist. Okay, good. Well, that makes sense that she's going to be able to look up the date when we find her. So the archivist, that's it's not Agnes, that's the newspaper. It's Trudy Stein. Trudy Stein, number 12. Yes, okay. So we got records from her. 5-letter word meaning fallen angel. I wonder if that's... What's a 5-letter word meaning fallen angel? I don't know. Okay, if a recent interrogation has provided you with the location and the date, take the day, the month, and the last digit of the year, subtract the number of letters in the location, proceed to that lead. Okay, so it's 5/5/1937. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters in the location of the name. Okay, so it says, take the day, which is 5, the month, which is 5, and the last digit of the year, which is 7. Subtract the number of letters in the location, which is Juarez, which has Juarez, 6 letters. So that would be 551. Okay, so 551 is from 12 location. So 551 according to my calculations. Let's see if that's right or if I did something wrong. Okay, here's 551. All right. Demon. Fallen angel demon. Well done. Okay, Demonico. So that's the little clue that we should get the information for her from Demonico. A clever little hint from the game. And here we go. Look what we've got, our last piece of evidence. So we say to Trudy, actually, yeah, there is one more thing. Cinco de Mayo, 1937, Juarez. Trudy looks up, grabs a form. She makes a few notes, rolls it up, pops it into one of her trusty pneumatic tubes, up, and away. The two of you make teasing small talk for 3.5 minutes, then something comes whooshing back down through the same tube. She opens it up, takes a quick glance, and hands it over. Open evidence D. So there we go. We've got our final piece of evidence. This was a hard-fought set of pieces of evidence. This was not... This game made us work for these, huh? All right, let's see what we got here. Evidence D. It's a small one. A newspaper article from a Spanish newspaper is what it is. All right, let's see what it says. So we've opened it up. I guess we look at it. It's the back of a Spanish newspaper. You can see some Spanish ads. ¿Quién era ese enmascadero? It's all in Spanish. Oh, that's why we're going to the Spanish place to translate it. All right, so if we knew Spanish fluently, we could actually read this, or we could go online and do it. La lucha libre del 5 de mayo culmina con impacte revelación. So it's the lucha libre fight on the 5th of May culminates in an important, impactful revelation. Okay, so my Spanish isn't good enough, so we are going to go to the Spanish school, which you'll remember, I know. In the news, was it the newspaper? Yeah, in the newspaper, there's a Spanish school, number 513. So we're going to go to 513. And they're going to translate it for us. So let's see. We go to 513. So remember, we go in, we say, can you translate for us? Can you walk with us and translate? She says, no, but if you got evidence D, you can read the reverse and keep going. Read the reverse of this lead, so 315. Please do come back if you need any documents translated. That we'd be pleased to help you with. Okay, so 315, here we go. See if she can translate this. Our last piece of evidence. All right, let's see what it says. The receptionist greets your request and the files with a smile. She then escorts you to the end of a dim and dusty corridor and knocks on the frosted glass. After a murmur from the other side, she opens the door, introduces you to Senor Gerardo Sands, and leaves you to it. Mr. Sands is a pleasant-looking fellow who agrees to help you free of charge. He takes the article from you and slowly writes out a translation. Who was that masked man? Cinco de Mayo, Lucha Libre ends with a shocking reveal. Juarez, May 5th, 1937. For many years now, local Lucha Libre fans have fallen into two main camps. Supporter of El Angel Rojo, the Red Angel, and devotees of El Tamario. Tamario, the Daredevil. Oh, this is the other guy. The guy whose house looked like he was the murderer. Though both are known as technicos, generally good guys loved by all, They are also rivals who have been known to battle each other in great displays of daring-do and high-flying assaults. But that all came to a shocking end at the Azteca Arena on Saturday night when El Angel Rojo, in front of 4,000 stunned fans, unmasked El Temerario, and even more baffling is that, by all accounts, the move was completely unplanned. So he broke the code and revealed the identity of this person. Lucha Libre is, of course, known for more for impressive acrobatics and wild storylines than it is for genuine competition and real wrestling. But unmasking an opponent is a very serious occurrence. In general, it only ever happens at what are known as wager matches. These are competitions where the loser must submit to either taking off their mask or never fighting again. A previously unmasked wrestler may wager their hair, which is then publicly shaved if they lose. A previously unmasked wrestler may wager their hair in a wager fight. Unmasking, I feel like we read 322. Okay, anyway. Unmasking is seen, at least by fans, as a shameful thing, but it is also generally recognized as another theatrical part of the spectacle, the assumption being that all parties are in on the setup. What makes this instance so very different is that the Battle of Cinco de Mayo, one of the biggest annual celebrations and demonstrations of Lucha Libre, was not a wager match. And, according to inside sources, El Temerario, who we now know as Senor Alfonso Guerra of 26 Bonaventure Lane in Juarez, we knew that's who he was based on the posters in his house, appears to have not been in on the plan at all. Senor Guerra was immediately recognized by some in the crowd as a local man who used to work as a security guard at the nearby racetrack. There is no greater dishonor for a luchador than to be unmasked in such an unceremonious way. So while the reasons for this turn of events remain a mystery, one thing is clear. El Temerario's wrestling days are over, and by all accounts, Senor Alfonso Guerra has already left town, no doubt in red-faced shame, headed for parts unknown. Meanwhile, El Angel Rojo, hero and icon to so many, has simply refused to comment. Says Mr. Sands, handing the article back along with the translation. Very interesting stuff, Detective. I hope it will be of some help. I think it might, you say, and give him your thanks. Well, we see the bad thing he did, but we're not told why. Maybe we don't need to know why. Maybe he just did this bad thing, and he's not such a great guy after all. But it does give you a reason why to frame him. So your theories in the channel, Jonathan, about him being framed make more sense now. There were a lot of leads to follow up just to get a motive for framing the Red Angel in particular. This Daredevil was in the Navy, who are the bad guys here. We did read 322. That was the security guard. So let me just mark this one. So now we have a very good we finally have our reason. I mean, it took us 6.5 hours. We now have a reason why to frame the Red Angel. We still don't know if one of them was pretending. I wonder if we're supposed to know now that the El Temporario is actually another luchador also. Is he one of the other? Is he El Toreador? Is that what we're led to believe now? That he actually not only... We now know who did it and why he's framed the Red Devil, but I think he's also El Toreador, maybe. let's go do the lead of the police detective in the back of the police place. Unless, you know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think it meant the police academy. What do you think about that? Because if you look at the police academy, well, it says 752. Do you remember the, you know what I'm talking about, right? We got some extra information about where to find McGuire. And what are we told? So at 828, we're asking about the redacted information. I'm going to spend a minute talking to the chat in a second. But let me just see this first. We're asking about redacted. We say, where can I find McGuire? Saturday's at the obstacle course at the back of the police academy grounds. It's at the top of a narrow path from Riverside Drive near Riverside Avenue. You'll need a map. So there's the police academy where we went and we tried to find him and we kind of couldn't. So are we saying that if we now go to the other map, we'll find... So there's a fence. I don't think this map goes that way. Is there something I'm not getting? The top road here is Park Row. And I guess that's Park Row. So this map ends before we get to this. And this guy says he's at the obstacle course at the back of the police academy grounds. It's at the top of a narrow path from Riverside Drive near Riverdale Avenue. You'll need a map. Oh, well, there's Riverside Drive and Riverdale Avenue. Aha, okay, so there he is. So that's going to be McGuire, the guy who wrote this racist, slur-filled report. Let's see what he has to say at 8:99. Yes, Jonathan found it. Okay. The path, if it is a path at all, is overgrown with shrubs, trees, and weeds. You can't believe this is your second climb of this blasted hill today. It is our second climb. Finally, you come out into a clearing and stop for a moment to look around. You can see, just across the valley, Lookout Hill, which of course you climbed first thing this morning. So many damned hills around this place. A massive radio tower stands on the ridge behind you, and from this vantage you can see just about all Chavez Ravine. It occurs to you that the barrio is about perfect equidistance from the city jail to the east and Barlow Sanatorium to the west, and the same with the armory to the south and the police academy to the north, surrounded on all sides by fortresses of brick and bars. You head towards the back wall of the academy. You've been climbing this slippery hill for too long now. Your legs are burning, and you pull out your handkerchief to wipe your sweaty neck. You see the break in the fence, right where Carl said you would. You slip through. The chirping birds go momentarily quiet as you appear on the other side. Then you hear the grunting. You circle a grove of narrow pine and come out at the edge of an obstacle course where a large middle-aged cop in full uniform is running a gaggle of recruits into the mud. Remember, we saw mud on the gun. You wait until the last of them lies gasping for air, then approach. Walter McGuire? Sergeant McGuire, he says, and the young wannabes rise to their feet around him like zombies from the sludge. If he's Spanish, I'm going to suspect him of being this wrestler. Can't be though, right? You can't get into it with him. You get into it with him pretty quick. The redacted police report, the falsified witness reports, the unnecessary violence, the rat runs, all of it. He looks at you as if what you're saying has no bearing at all. So, they're all criminals anyway. It's just a matter of time before every one of them is picked up and put in prison or sent back to where they belong. All you desk jockeys at the GDA need to know is this. One slum criminal shot some other slum criminals in the face and took off with the money. Idiot gave himself away with that ridiculous mask. Who cares about the paperwork? You look at him and hold up the reports. I do. For one, this paperwork might just be enough to put you where you belong. What do you think about that? McGuire's face goes red. He starts to sputter as the gang of new recruits crowds closer. You raise your voice. The city has been trying to tear down this neighborhood for a while now. It's not too far a leap to think you boys in blue would be helping with that too. There's fire in McGuire's eyes. You realize you've crossed a line. Even worse, you're very outnumbered. The recruits form a wall around their sergeant and slowly advance towards you, backing you all the way to the edge of the pine groves. You feel behind you for the opening you know is there and somehow find it. You duck through the narrow trees, and as you run, you can hear them behind you, a roaring punctuated by McGuire's grunting voice. Keep on running, you rat, back to the rest of them. Run, little rat, run. And that's what you do all the way down the hill into the safety of Chavez Ravine. Okay, so that was just a flavoring thing, not important. Let's talk in the chat for a bit. If it is El Toreador, though, why would he help establish an alibi for the Red Angel? Or am I misremembering? He's not really establishing an alibi for the Red Angel, is he? He's just establishing an alibi for himself. But I do think we should go reread how we talked to him and see if we can see any clues that it's him. There was another luchador that got mentioned to us, and it was this guy, but I don't remember what paragraph we read, but something mentioned Azucar Peligroso. Did we look up what Azucar is? I know it's Peligroso is dangerous, so dangerous someone. Azucar. What is Azucar? Does that give us any clue? Could it be El Dominico? El Dominio? Could it be him too? No, he's the guy. Well, he's the guy who tells us the Red Angel is no one special. And he says, I was there. He does say, I was there. Is that why he was there? Was he the guy that got the mask ripped off? It was a big lucha libre competition, so it wouldn't be crazy if he was there by his own. Okay, so I believe, let's write up our little mysteries that we don't understand. I think we want to find out the alternate identity. I think he is operating as a luchador. Identity of, is it Miguel Guerra? The translation was at 513, I think. $315. So it translates to the person who was unmasked was Alfonso Guerra. Alfonso Guerra, whose relatives were killed. Alfonso Guerra. So one question is, who is his alternate identity? It might be no one. He might not be masquerading as a luchador, but if he is, he could be El Dominio, he could be El Toreador, or he could be Azucar. The weird behavior of El Toreador rushing back to the ring made us think it was him. Can the two wrestlers be siblings or cousins and be related to the victims? So that would be if there's more than one. I'm not sure we have any reason to believe it's not more than one person. But okay, so that's one question. Do we have any other questions? I guess related to that, like where is he now? We don't know if we're asked that, but we don't know where he is. And then a third question is the coin. And maybe another question is why did Angel Rojo unmask him? That might be something that we're not supposed to know. But it is very odd that he would. Were there any other places that we were supposed to go that we didn't? Like that where we had some alternate thing to do that we didn't? I'm just looking quickly through. I'm going to put the guitarista's address for the nearby place. Remember where the murderer went, but hopefully it's the same house. We interviewed him. We could read that. We could solve the case. Why can't we return him the... Why can't we give him the coin? I'm just trying to make sure there's no things that are say like if you have this, read this, that we might have skipped over. We know the order, we got it translated, we did the tunnel, we got our hat, we went to the coyotes. Don't know where he lives. We fought El Dominio. We fought the castle. We followed the little girl. Alright, I didn't see anything we didn't do there. Let's see what we got here. Marie says, I think the killer was the Toreador, formerly Daredevil, but this other wrestler fought in the first half to give him an alibi, and they both was framing the angel. Yeah, I do think it makes sense that now that El Toreador was working with them, stole the mask, went back, did the shotgun, got back. Seems like we should be able to talk to the wrestler who got in the ring to impersonate him, though. What did we look up Azucar means? I wish we could figure out where he was mentioned. Where did we hear about Azucar? Did we write that down? Why? What do we do with the coin? According to Anna, it was Domenico who was impersonating him, so you did talk to him. The angel unmasked him because he's found he's in the Navy, wants to destroy his hammer. No, that's not right, because this happened in 1937. And Jonathan, I don't think you're right. The number on here is too weird. You might be right. But that's just so weird. I find that so weird. Is it possible? No, I was just thinking, like, is it possible that it's in Latin, it's reversed? 1554 is 4551. That would be 551 would be 155. I don't see. No. What's Azucar? Can someone tell me what's Azucar and how are we going to find him? Where did we hear him? I'm not sure how we're going to find Azucar. What was the... I'm trying to remember. Who was the fan? Who was the super fan? Was it Fora's? Was it Fora's family? Esperanza? That was the super fan? He was just at the training compound or the arena. Maybe that was it. Okay, El Secreto was the training compound, 847. Let's see if he's mentioned there. El Secreto is not easy to locate. You tell him you're here. Behind Wizard Man, he nods, closes the door. One of the biggest men you ever seen. That's the castle. Pedro Castillo. You can accept his challenge. That goes to 300. And he introduces us as the detective, and we have to fight with El Toreador. Whoa, look at this. That's interesting. Flora's grandmother's family. We'll look that up. But can I just point something out? Look what I just noticed. When we go to accept the challenge to fight El Toreador, look what it says. He's floating. He's doing the impossible. El Toreador. Ia hora, bellows the castle. Su amigo, su guia. El temible. El hermano del Angel Rojo. The brother of the Red Angel? The assassin of the Rudos, the Toreador. I think this says he's the brother. The Toreador is the brother of El Angel Rojo. El Hermano del Angel Rojo. Are we meant to believe that the Toreador is the brother of El Angel Rojo? Hermano is brother, right? He just means in character and spirit. Maybe you're right. All right, I don't think this is where we meet that guy, but let's see if we can't find... Azucar. If we interview him, what does he say? Let's interview him because we suspect he might be it. Let's see. Okay, El Toreador leans into here. We can talk, not here. It's beautiful. We say, the Red Angel, I want to know if he murdered 2 people. He looks at you, eyes gleaming through his mask. He starts, stops, then starts again. El Castillo is our coach and our manager, but El Angel Rojo is our leader. As much as he means to Chavez Ravine, he means even more to us. It's hard to name. The glow, the star in the eye, the way the man stands and speaks, it means even more with the mask. The mask is the ultimate test. If you have so much charisma... He says, people... Okay, El Toreador looks at the sky. Could he have done it? A man is capable of anything. Don't you agree, detective? He turns and looks you in the eye. There is sadness there and something heavy in his voice. The mask works both ways, and you have to remember, we're devoted to the mask. A man like that is always in hiding, always a mystery. So who am I to say what he could or could not do, ethically, spiritually, personally? But if you mean pragmatically, then no, probably not. Oh, this was what John was saying. He did give an alibi. He says time and space. How could he get from there to there? Figure that out and you'll know if he could do it or not. It seems to me he couldn't. And then he gave us about, he says, what about you? He says, my fight began at 7:45. I saw El Angel Rojo earlier to say buena suerte. We spoke for maybe 10 minutes. Then he went to the shower and I went to take some cervezas before my fight. I'm like a clock that way. I finished my last beer before the bell. He doesn't seem like he's trying to put blame on El Angel Rojo, does he? Azucard is with Dante Diaz, who I believe is at the Arena El Tempo. Okay, let's see. Okay, El Tempo is 036. Let's see if we can find him. El Tempo. Dante Diaz is the impresario. Behind him stands a large, muscular luchador, at least you assume that's what he is, dressed in tight pink spandex. His face is spooky with a sugar skull with long blonde braids. That does sound like Azucar. He locks eyes with you, staring you down, until Diaz turns and says, leave us, Azucar. The glittering, ghostly luchador takes his leave, and Diaz steps forward to greet you. Okay, well, that does not seem like it's... Please do not mind Azucar Peligroso. Los exoticos like to be dramatic. Doesn't sound like we've got more information about him. So is Azucar skull? Is that what Azucar means? Okay, thanks for finding that, Jonathan. I thought maybe it might tell us something about him. Like how we could identify him. All right. What about the guitarista's home? He's sitting on the porch of the nearest shack, plucking and strumming away. His face is raised to the rays. His home may be rough, but it glows. You look around at the other houses. He cocks his head toward you, ask him how to get to the church. He hands over this, hovers above the strings. A door opens across the way. Another steam rises on the road. You're about to give up on the guitarista. You follow him, letting the blind men leave you through the unpaved streets of Chavez Ravine. troubled by this. I'm very troubled. I want Chief Pico Paco. Anna Maria says the Toreador has to look like he likes the angel. As the car is sugar. Okay. I really am troubled. Paco Pico says he sees the killer run into a house right next to where the guitarista lives. And I really feel like we know where the murderer house is. I really would like to confirm that the houses are right next door. All right, well, what we could do is we could look at the houses next to the murderer's house and see if they're where the guitarista lives. But I wonder what map they're being. I'm just going to look at 138. That's Bishop Road Market. Okay, 473 is a cantina. 873 is the witness who doesn't speak English. Senor Fernandez. 834, what's that? 834 is not an entry. 633 is an entry. 633 is one of the dead people that can't speak Spanish. If we look on Flora's map, it's Guerra is 125. There's 125. Okay, let's see if 378 is the blind man. No, 378 is Fernandez, who says she didn't see anything. What's 66? Fernando Cortez, his brother. $125. Let's read what it said about the Guerra home again. No one's home. It's a mess. Empty beer bottles. You turn your attention to the wall. Framed photos of a luchador shaking hands with someone, holding a trophy, fighting, smiling. Poster. El Temerario. You take a seat on the couch. There's an article about the boxcar tragedy. Certificates from the Navy. And he's got the cape. And he's got the cash. So I'm a little confused now about how she saw him run into someone's house near the guitar person. Because this doesn't seem to be near the guitar person. You see what I'm saying? Paco Pico says the guy disappears near the house of the guitarista. But I don't think the guitarista lives next to the shooter's house. I think we need to find the guitarista's house and see where this shooter disappeared. I just don't know how to do that without reading everything again, because I don't remember where we learned the guitarista's house. He's the first person we meet, but then we meet him again. He's no doubt one of these people. Let's see what Esperanza the Pro says. The super fan. This luchador moved just different enough. More flash, less craft. More brutish, less fluid. She's obviously a fan. How are we going to find the guitarista? It's like Anna's read. He was just returning the gun. And then he went to the tunnels. I see. Okay. I suppose that makes some sense that he went into tunnels to return the gun. I see what you're saying. Shall we look at the questions? Will that help us? We do have a couple more informants to read. We could read too. I guess we, when in doubt, with this little pause, we should read an informant. Let's see about. How about the? How about the taxi driver? The edge of Chavez ravine, not your usual stomping ground, he says, as you climb into the taxi and close the window. Yes, I guess you got a point. He puts the cab in gear, flips on the meter, and heads towards an entrance ramp. Hey, you say, gesturing at the dash. You have an odometer and tachometer on this thing, right? Sure, though down here we call it a tachometer. Tachometer. You ignore the awful joke and ask him to backtrack a bit, all the way into Chavez, right up to El Santo Nino. He looks you in the mirror to check if you're pulling his leg. Those roads in there are rough, he says. Ah, you say, waving a hand. Not so rough as people say, and start logging the odometer. From here to where? I'll let you know. As the taxicab enters the ravine, for once in his life, Muzzy is quiet. When you reach the church, you tell him to make a left on Boylston Street. And as you begin the count to El Tempo, it's like Muzzy's got to make up for lost talking time. You roll down the window the rest of the way as a relaxed 14 miles an hour. You stop him at Olivera Street, steps from El Tempo. You note the distance, 2.4 miles. So it's just another way to find out about the distance. Let's talk to we did this one. This is one of our informants. Okay, if you want to skim through the book and see if we still have paragraphs, I feel it's question time. Okay, let's read question, then I do want to read the rest of the informants, but let's take a look at what our questions are. Who killed the two people during Friday night Loteria at El Santo Nino Chapel in Chavez Ravine? So we think that's Alfonso Guerra. Why did he do it? As revenge for the people killing his relatives. Explain how the perpetrator was able to pull off the crime. How did you figure out they were guilty? Who is your de facto partner while investigating Chavez routine? That's little Flora. Where did you find Flora's missing brother? He was in jail. What was actually taking place during Friday Night Lotteria? We know that's the smugglers. How would we answer? How do you figure out they were guilty? Well, we found their house. We know they're part of the Navy, had access to the guns, knew where the tunnels were. We found the coin in the tunnel. Explain how the perpetrator was able to pull off the crime. This is the part we're not 100% clear on. But what we think is he's one of the luchadors, or pretending to be one of the... I think he is one of the luchadors. I think he sneaks into the dressing room, steals the mask, and then goes and kills it. And he's not El Toreador, we think now? 3 is about the secret tunnel. But do we think he's El Toreador, or then he comes back through the tunnel to fight? Hold on a second. Let's look up that radio broadcast again. We tell her to skip over some stuff, but she does give us the order of the fights, I think. Skip to 7:45. It's El Toreador versus Ice Cream Domingo. She says El Toreador doesn't quite seem like himself. I think he was just going to the bathroom, but... Okay. What time was it? 8:15 by that time. Fighting for the whole half hour. And then El Angel Rojo gets arrested. So why do we need to use the whole tunnel stuff if it's not El Toreador? It has to be El Toreador or Demonico. I thought she was telling us about El Demonico, but did she skip that? She skips that. They arrest him at 8:15. It's either El Toreador or Demonico in my book. Demonico fought instead of him. I think it's probably Toreador, but then I'm not sure it will really make sense why he was sticking up for the Red Angel as well. Yeah, that's a little weird. Let me read the rest of these while we're thinking about that. Let me read the rest of these informants quickly that we haven't read. I'll just do it very quickly. You meet Edie Alon in the park this time. This is the gossip columnist. You see her staring at the statue of Beethoven. She seems to be in much more whimsical, also philosophical mood than you're used to. The glamour beat is getting her down. All that gossip and fool's gold. She's itching for some kind of change. Maybe I should become a detective, she says. Yeah, you sort of are already. I mean a real one, with soft shoes and a gun. I don't have a gun. Really? I thought you did. Well then, meaning at least. What you do has meaning. You sure about that? Right now, for instance, what are you working on? The ravine killings? That's heavy stuff, right? I don't know. You look down at your soft-soled shoes. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out if a guy who wears a cape and a mask for fixed fights and elaborate charades is actually telling the truth. Well, what's his story? What's he like, the Red Angel? Can't really tell you, not just yet. She gives it some thought. You ever been in one of those fights? Lucha Libre, you rub at the pain in your shoulder where you got beat up. Well, I never bought a ticket. She looks up at the banyan tree. Sometimes at night when I'm turning the radio dial, I catch the broadcast in Spanish. There's loopy stuff that goes on. I don't get every word, but they make it sound fun. And you say, maybe I should take a listen. Maybe you should. So that's just a reference to point us to the radio station. We did all this. Here's Ella Crane, our boss. Maybe just sleep deprivation and an overactive imagination, but you get the distinctly odd feeling that Ella Crane, investigations director, agency legend, inscrutable assassin, may actually be warming up to you, or at least already almost ready to treat you with an ounce less derision than you no doubt deserve. You could swear, in fact, that she almost motioned for you to take a seat. Of course, there's no way you're going to risk it, and you stay standing within a single leap of the half-open door. Would you kindly shut that door, she says, in a way that suggests kindness is an affliction that must sometimes be endured. You close the door with a frantic quickness, then stop yourself mid-salute. Ella Crane rolls her eyes with technical precision. At ease, agent, she says. You nod stupidly as if trying to prove, though everything says distinctly elsewise, that you are verifiably at ease. This is, of course, usually the time by which you'd better have got to your point, if you even have one. But today, instead, it's almost as if she's interested in talking, like humans do. This case of yours, says Ella Crane, it sounds a little tricky. This is like Oppenheimer watching you light a cherry bomb. And again, you can only nod. Oppenheimer was the man behind the atomic bomb, the scientist, the genius. This is like Oppenheimer watching you light a cherry bomb. And again, you can only nod. Tell me about it, she says. So you do. You tell her everything you know, what you figured out, your best guesses, your longest shots, your closest hunches. She asks if you've been to the jail yet and talked to the Red Angel. As you give her an answer, she's looking at you with airborne snake eyes, like those of a flying serpent, as the stuffed heads of land beasts hover on the walls behind her. When you're done, she puts her hands on her desk like talons and leans forward. You know what it sounds like to me? She says. You say you don't. Sounds to me like the agency is finally getting to prove its full worth. And you right along with it. There's a terrible scourge, you know, in the hearts of men, one more insidious than money, love, war, corruption, murder. It's the scourge from which all other scourges grow. Do you know what it is? You shake your head. Fear of otherness, of that which is different, strange, mysterious. And it's our job at the GDA to simultaneously solve mysteries and protect, from the powers that be, that which is mysterious. It's why we do what we do is of such great importance. Do you understand this? You're not entirely sure you do, but decide to feign comprehension. You nod confidently. Ella Crane raises her eyebrows slightly and then lets it pass. All righty, she says. Then that is how I wish you to proceed, with the full knowledge that what you are doing is of the greatest importance. And that part of your duty, perhaps the most important part, is to those who are most vulnerable, most tread upon, most strange and frightening to others. In that way, she says, we should be a bit like earthbound angels, winged and thoughtful, and also brave. Can you be like that, agent? This time you consider the question fully before committing to your nod. Then Ella Crane does something you'd never have expected. She looks at you and smiles. So finally, Ella Crane gave us a little bit of respect, but no real help. Okay, so that's all of our informants. I think what we should do, there's some talk here. I like this. I like that Jonathan and Anna are talking. I think it's probably El Toreador, but then I'm not sure it will really make sense why he was sticking up for the Red Angel. El Toreador killed the two men, is what Anna thinks. I think this part with the impersonation and being in the character of Luchador is going to seem cartoony compared to the rest of the plot. Anna Maria says, but he had an alibi because of El Demonico, who helped him because he hated the angel since that unmasking. So, just to get on the same page here, the only reason we suspect El Toreador, we think it's a luchador that did it. We think it's Alfonso Guerra who did this, who used to be a daredevil wrestler. So we think it's a luchador. The only reason we suspect El Toreador is because of this weird scene where he's fighting and it looks like it's not really him. because he's not doing his signature moves. Then he disappears for a little while and comes back sweating, right? That's the only reason we think it's El Toreador. Is that right? And because I guess there's another reason, right? We got a hint that someone else was standing in for him because El Demonio used his signature moves with the invisible sword. So maybe El Toreador and El Demonio were like trying to punish El Angel Rojo. We know El Demonio doesn't like him, so that might explain why he would help El Toreador, right? Why he would cover for him. We were wondering why would he help cover for him, but we know he doesn't like and respect El Angel Rojo. So maybe that does make sense. But can I remind you, we still think that that means El Toreador is Alfonso Guerra, right? And so when we run into El Toreador at El Secreto practicing, we think he's just hanging out. The killer is just hanging out, calm as can be, fighting us. I mean, it's certainly possible. It's certainly possible that he's come to America and taken on this new identity as El Toreador. I wish we had some evidence that El Toreador is... I think he's lost himself in the El Toreador persona. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what, it's been an hour and 2 minutes. Let's take a break, our last break before we solve the case. I'll quickly skim through this, see if I notice anything that jumps out as stuff we should read. I still think it's very odd that we haven't figured out how to provide the coin. I'm going to take a little bit of a look for that. We'll come back and I guess we'll solve the case unless I see something. So I'll see you in 8 more minutes. It's already 6:20. Time to solve this case, I think. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Let me know if you don't want to solve it tonight, if you want to sleep on it. But in the meantime, I'll look at this. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, ready to solve the case almost. I am, I went through the book. Let's look at the chat. I asked the chat John says, I'm for solving tonight. I feel like we have 85% of it really solid. The last 15% feels like it's one of those impossible crime locked rooms. I personally don't think it's going to feel super rewarding to stew on it. I think I agree with you with 2 caveats. I went through the stuff. I found 2 entries. I found 2 entries and I re-skimmed through most of the other entries from before. Let me tell you what I found as I was rereading stuff. First of all, when we go to the El Templo, we talked to Diaz, who runs it. He talks about Azucar Peligroso a bit, and then we talked about El Toreador a bit, and he says, how about the other wrestlers that night? Someone might have seen him. He says, El Toreador, says Diaz. And he says, yeah, he was fighting last night. I think they were going to do a tag team. They often do, even when it's not on the bill. So Toreador and Angel Roja often fight together as a team. Just mentioning that because that does not sound like what you would do with people you hate. Combine that with the fact that he was covering for him. Or not covering for him, but he said he couldn't make it in time. And he gave us an alibi that alibied him, basically. Makes me doubt it was El Toreador. But I wanted to say one more point, which is the other thing I reread, is when we finally track down Los Rudos, Dominio bolts. We have to catch him. And then he finally says, I was there when the Red Angel did this bad thing and he's not a good person. So that makes me think it's El Dominio. I guess we think El Dominio is covering for El Toreador, but now I'm thinking he was the clue in the crossword, although that matched up with that clue. He bolted when we arrived, and he's the one who knows about the Red Angel. So I guess we're tossed up between whether we think it's El Dominio or El Toreador. It is very odd, though, that we see him doing the move of El Toreador. Okay, now, more importantly, I found 2 entries in the book that look important. I'm going to tell you what those numbers are. One was an entry on the coin. The entry on the coin was... The entry on the coin... Sorry, hold on, let me close up. The book entry from the coin was 554. Look, 554. So I think it's the first real typo, the first real bug we've seen in 3 cases. If it says when we want to give him something, it says, where is that number? It says if you want to give him something, take the last 3 digits and go to the reverse of that lead. So I think it's either a bug and 554 is the last 3 digits and they're not reversed, or we're meant to understand this coin as having these numbers in Latin reading right to left. Or something like that. So, I'm going to consider that as being a simple bug. I think these should have been reversed, but they weren't, so I think we're going to read 554 now. This is us trying to return the coin to the guy. You examine the coin closely, and as you tread the now familiar path down to cell 145, wondering what it is about this singular item that matters so much to your prisoner. When he sees it, his face lights up. You pass it to him through the bars. "Where did you find it?" says the Red Angel. You tell him, "What? What do you mean a tunnel?" "It doesn't matter now. Can you please tell me why this coin is so important?" The Red Angel looks down, the small metal circle dancing between his fingers. "It started in 1554 in the Gulf of Mexico," he says, his voice dropping with the weight of the past. "A priest foretold a great disaster awaiting a Spanish fleet of ships leaving Mexico, and surely enough, the San Esteban, among others, was shipwrecked. The same priest then promised great opportunities for the family who was willing to risk their lives to aid in the rescue attempt. That is when my ancestor joined in a salvage mission led by the great Angel de Villafane. Villafane generously rewarded his crew with small satchels of gold recovered from the cargo." He pauses to take a breath, then hands the coin back to you. "One coin from the salvage mission has made it through the generations to me, Ciro, the Red Angel, El Ángel Rojo. My father altered it to provide good fortune for Lucha Libre by making this hole, so I can use it to fasten the lace of my mask. You see, it has been a blessing in Ciudad Juarez and here in Los Angeles." Ciro hangs his head. "But just look at me. Where is that fortune now? How can I convince you it was not me that did this horrible thing to my beloved community, killing these people?" "Well, you can tell me where you really were during the time before your fight last night." The Red Angel looks at the coin in your hand. He takes a breath. Oh, this is the bisexual part. "Azucar Peligroso," he says, and looks you in the eye. "Sugar danger." And now he lets himself give a smile. "I was with him last night. He is not only one of my adversaries, you see. He matters to me in other ways." "Oh," you say, "I see. And he can confirm this?" "Yes," says the Red Angel, "he can, but I don't know if he will." "Where can I find him, you ask?" The Red Angel shrugs. "Oh, I'm not exactly in the know right now. Have you seen Azucar Peligroso somewhere? Recall the lead number and reverse it." Good. Okay. So Jonathan actually found where we met him. We met him in El Tempo, in the performance place. El Templo, which was 036. If we reverse that, we get 630, which is the last entry in the book that I found that we should see. So this is it. This completes it. Once we read this, we'll have read everything that seems even slightly relevant. So let's read now the alibi that Jonathan was completely right in picking up on. That was a very subtle thing that you found, Jonathan, and you were right. Dante Diaz greets you at the entrance of El Templo, just as large and gregarious as the first time you met him. You ask to see Azucar Peligroso. He gives you a look. Is he in trouble? Quite the contrary. He might just be Red Angel's guardian angel. Diaz snorts and points to the locker room. Inside, the humidity is palpable, the smell of sweat and talcum powder mixing together to create an aroma that is both sweet and dangerous, just like who you're looking for. Azucar Peligroso is sitting on a bench, somewhat forlorn. When he sees you, he lets out a long sigh and asks the other two luchadores if he can have some privacy. He waits until they leave, then he clears his throat. You are going to ask me if I was with El Ángel Rojo at the time of the murder. Were you? He sighs again. Yes, I was. You take a seat on the bench next to him. His mask was stolen. You must understand how difficult that is for a luchador, let alone someone as proud as El Angel Rojo. I heard him shouting when I saw Jesus leave the locker room to retrieve the spare mask. Then I went in, closed the door behind me. How long were you with him? A long time. I would have stayed with him all night, but I had to prepare for my fight. I left him at 8. He was still in the locker room then. And he didn't mind that you saw him without his mask? Azucar Pelagroso smiled sadly. That's what love is. You think about this, then try another question. That's what love is, seeing someone without their mask. How's that for a writer? You think about this, then try another question. But why must the truth be hidden? It seems that Lucha Libre is accepting of people no matter who they are. Would they not have accepted him the way he is? It is true. This lucha world is definitely more open than most places. He points at his outfit, a collage of lace, vines, and flowers patterning the tight pink spandex. But I am an exotico, a very special kind of luchador. We are more ridiculous, silly. We are also often rudos, and never technicos. For someone like El Angel Rojo to love a man the way he does is not acceptable. He is more than just a luchador, more than just a technico. He is a revered in the community, a true hero. If his secret was ever known, he could no longer be El Angel Rojo. You nod and thank the luchador for his time. As you get up to leave, he calls out to you, "Will Ciro be okay?" "I think he will now," you say, thanks to you. If you think you know enough to solve the case, find where the Arroyo Seco Parkway crosses over Solano Avenue and report to Flora. So that's it. We're reporting to Flora now. All right, so we're reporting to Flora. If you remember, she's happy we found her brother. She says, we say, "You stay here. I'm going to go catch the bad guy." "I'm coming with you," says Flora. You should have expected this. He leaned down towards her. "Could have made it this far without you, Flora, but I have to do this part alone. You understand? It's just too dangerous." "That's why I should come," she says. "Who's going to watch your back? And if something happens to you, who's going to help my brother?" "I promise I can handle this. You have to trust me." "Yeah, and you have to trust me," she says. "If it's who you say it is, you're not going to go in there and beat him. You don't even have a gun." "I have my training," you say. "It's not enough." She folds her arm, bites her lip, thinking. Then she straightens up. "Okay, I'm going to teach you something, a super secret move my brother learned. It works every time. What can it hurt?" "Okay," you say, pat her on the head. A moment later, you're on your back in the dirt, unable to move. You shake your head, clear your eyes, and start to laugh. "Got it?" she says. "Oof," you say. "Let's try it again." And so you practice with Flora as the traffic rolls by overhead until finally you're ready. Then you hug her goodbye and set out through the deep, darkening valley. Ready to solve Lucha Muerte? Read the form. Okay, here we go. So, Jonathan says, "Glad you're able to find the entry. You were right, there was a way to return the coin." All right, now I am kind of ready to think it's El Toreador, because El Demonio we beat handily. And I feel like the game is sort of telling us this guy's gonna be tough to beat. Maybe. I'm not sure. It's either Toreador, El Demonio. You can use your gut to say. Can we have the final votes? I'm going to say it's Alfonso Guerra who is El Toreador, even though they seem to be fighting together, partners, and even though I really liked the idea that it was because of beer. All right. So Jonathan says, I'll lock in Toreador. Anna Maria says Toreador. Okay, so just for the sake of variety, I'm going to say Dominio. And my reasoning is going to be he ran from us. He knew about this incident. And I think El Toreador just had to go to the bathroom from beer. So we're ready to solve it. Do we need to write these down? No, we think we understand these, right? Sorry, let's look at them again. Let's make sure we're in agreement that we've voiced enough to know how to answer these, right? Who killed them? Why did they do it? How were they able to pull it off? How did we figure out they were guilty? Who was your partner? Where did you find Flora's missing brother? What was actually taking place? The only ones even up for grabs are how did we figure out they were guilty? And we're going to say it was his house, the shotgun, all that. How were they able to pull it off? We're saying they went through the tunnels. I guess if it's the Demonio, he doesn't even need to use the tunnel. That would make you think more it's El Toreador. All right, I gotta go with Toreador. How did we figure out guilty is a little vague, but we think it's right. And why did they do it? For revenge? It doesn't ask you why they framed it, but we now think it was about framing. I'm going to say it's a combination of framing and also my idea that wearing the mask got them to walk around in the church without being noticed. It is interesting that it's sort of a dual, there's a motive to kill them for revenge and then a motive to frame him. I mean, just saying how do we know they're guilty is a vague question. I see, yes, okay. Okay, here we go. We've returned the... We are now going to open it up. Wow, 8 hours in. Okay, here we go. How did we decide to do this? We read the story first and then the answers, or we read the answers first? It's a long thing, but it deserves our full attention. Do we read the answers first, or we read the story? I guess we go in order, so we read the story. After a wild pursuit through the valley, then a showdown at the radio tower, you finally get the better of El Toreador, using the super secret plancha move that Flora taught you. You catch him in a spider hold and go to pull off his bullfighter's mask. Then, as you do, you realize you're replicating the precise event that took place all those years ago in Juarez, the moment that essentially began all this, the unmasking of El Temerario, the daredevil. In front of everyone at the Azteca Arena that day, the great Red Angel had, for some ungodly reason, stunned the crowd and more so his adversary by ripping off El Temerario's mask, revealing to the world the ashamed mortal face of Alfonso Guerra, a local security guard. I guess we're going to learn why he did that now. After that, Guerra fled his home down a lonely, angry path. He was a drifter on highways, through deserts, fighting men for pesos. Then he was a drifter on the seas, joining the U.S. Navy to fight in the South Pacific. The battles were horrific, and they burned into his vengeful soul. Many of his Latino brothers in arms were from Los Angeles, a place called Chavez Ravine. They spoke of the Lucha Libre there, a fighter from Juarez called the Red Angel, who became a hero of the people. And so, when the war finally ended, Guerra got himself stationed to the Navy Armory in Chavez Ravine and took up a new mask. The man who was once El Temerario had traveled across the world to hell and come back as El Toreador. Trainer of naval recruits by day, luchador by night, he fought the unsuspecting Red Angel again and again, hoping to defeat him and reveal to the people of Los Angeles who he truly was. Well, he wanted to fight him and beat him and take off the mask as punishment. He wanted to defeat him and reveal to the people of Los Angeles who he truly was, unmask him before them all. But of course, the outcomes of the fights were scripted and the storylines didn't go that way. The Red Angel did not lose. They battled each other in wilder and wilder contests until finally they became a sort of dynamic duo, the two most revered technicos of Chavez Ravine. The Red Angel's lifelong foe had become his tag team partner, and the Red Angel didn't even know it. As time went on, Guerra's plans for revenge grew, from the simple idea of pulling off a mask to the dream of destroying a legend and tearing down an angel. And at the same time, he was finally making money, enough that he could imagine facing his family once more, or even better, paying for them to join him here. So they would be his prodigal family instead of he their prodigal son. But then, when the money was paid, Guerra's new hopes were suddenly, brutally, forever snuffed out, starved and asphyxiated in the dark horror of a locked boxcar. In the moment that Guerra learned what had happened, his decade-long thirst for revenge was engulfed in a firestorm of rage. Blinded by fury, he had just enough vision to see the path ahead and how to get them all in one dark night of slaughter. The coyotes who'd bargained for his family's contract then sat and watched them die for days in a staked-out rail yard, and the insufferable famous angel who'd made Guerra's home unlivable all those years ago. He mapped it out, plotted it, then went for it. Disguised as the Red Angel, he moved through a sudden storm like both a daredevil and a bullfighter, from El Templo to the armory to the church with a U.S. Navy stainless steel shotgun, into the hell of battle and bloodshed, then all the way back again. He changed masks as he ran through the tunnels, up into the dark, wet street, and into the ring for the second half of El Toreador's fight with Ice Cream Domingo. Until that point, of course, it had been El Demonio in the ring, disguised as El Toreador. The Rudo had done it for a hefty fee, though he couldn't quite pull off El Toreador's moves. When El Toreador returned and took down Ice Cream Domingo, the crowd went wild. Only moments after that, the coppers burst in to arrest the Red Angel for armed robbery and 2 counts of murder. They took him out with his mask. They took him out without his mask. And for the first time in days, for a split second, Guerra remembered he himself was a mortal man. For a moment he felt fear, but before it took hold, he howled like a demon, a devil, a killer of bulls. The crowd went insane. Of course, he had known what the cops would do and how fast they'd do it. They were right there in the ravine after all, or just above it, training new recruits from their stronghold in the brush. And the Navy was on the other side, doing the same thing. They hated and feared the ravine, just as they hated and feared the Red Angel. And Guerra had counted on this, and given them all they needed. But in his pain, his madness and rage, there were things he didn't consider, wouldn't even think of, things like the tough heart of Chavez Ravine, made tougher and truer by so many faces trying to tear it down. Not just the cops and the Navy, the politicos, the developers, the gangsters. The people here had withstood so much and would keep on doing so for as long as they could sing and stand and fight. Not unlike Guerra himself, but he'd chosen such a wrong, wicked road. He howls as his mask comes off in your hand. The sirens are sounding through the ravine, flashing lights coming up through the dark, and you wonder who it is. The GDA, the cops, the feds, the military. You doubt sirens and strobes have ever done this valley any good. Why, you say, leaning into Guerra's back? I mean, I know why you did it, and it's a goddamn awful thing. But the Red Angel? All those years ago? Why'd he take your mask? Guerra grunts. The sirens grow louder. You move to change your hold and shift your weight slightly off him, but he reads it as the opposite. Okay, he says, then spits into the dirt. Chingato. You wait. You know el ángel rojo es maricón. You wait. Homosexual? You wait. And then you say, so? He sighs. So, I don't know. You think for a moment. You were going to reveal this fact, that he's gay. You were going to expose him. His body goes rigid as if he might fight again. You drive your weight into the ground until he goes limp. You were going to take off the mask he wore to the people around him, but he found out, didn't he? Because the people around him liked him. And so he got there first. He beat you down and took off your own damn mask. Is that what happened? Guerra's sighing now, not swearing, not sniveling, not fighting. Eventually he speaks. That is what happened, he says, and it echoes through the valley as the wheels of government cars spin through the mud toward you, men in uniform spilling out of the sleek black cars. You pull him to his feet. You got anything else to say? You say. He stops for a moment as the cacophony of urban warfare depends upon you. I don't know, he says. I think maybe I was wrong. And then, before you get a chance to show your badge, the both of you get slammed into the mud. You take a mouthful and taste the earth of Chavez Ravine. You don't know it now, but within the next few years, the powers that be will bring this place to its knees. They will come into this valley with guns and bulldozers and laws of eminent domain. They will pull people out of their homes, parents and children, and slam them into the dirt just like this. They will put them in handcuffs and take them downtown as their homes are torn to the ground. They will say that they're doing it for the good of the people. They will promise social and affordable housing, but instead what they will do is mow down their neighborhoods and build a ballpark here, Dodgers Stadium. And someone will hit a home run, and thousands will stand and cheer, and they'll have already forgotten, if they ever knew, the bizarre, wonderful, and complicated lives that were lived in Chavez Ravine. You spit out a mouthful of mud. Global Detective Agency, you say, as they put you both in cuffs and pull you to a waiting paddy wagon. You're ready to fight, even without your hands. But then you stop and just breathe. Doesn't matter. You solved the case. You needed a ride downtown anyway. The rest will be sorted out. The radio tower crackles above as they put you in the wagon. In the dark, you hear the sound of a guitar, voices through the valley, and then they close the heavy door. So there are the answers. Who killed them? Alfonso Guerra, a.k.a. El Toreador, a.k.a. El Temerario. Why did he do it? He never recovered from the shame of being unmasked. Just everything we read. How was he able to pull it off? He knew that El Demonio had been at the fight. So he knew El Demonio saw the dishonorable behavior of El Rojo, so he enlisted his help. He covered for Toreador during the first half of the fight, just like we all read. He knew how to access the armory since he was a naval officer. He used the shortcut to run and do it in time. He loaded it with old shotgun shells. Emerged on the other side. He made his way to El Santo Nino, shot Ramirez and Cortez, ran back the same way, deposited the weapon back in the armory, threw the mask away as he went, sweating as he jogged back. How did you figure out they were guilty? Here's how. 3 key pieces of information. Connection to the murder weapon. The frame certificates and victory medal Guerra's house indicated he had served in the Navy, would have known to access the armory. Motive for killing the Coyotes because of revenge. Motive for framing him because of the bad blood between them. Who was your partner? Flora de Maria Iglesias Esperanza, a.k.a. Pequeña Flora. Where did you find her brother? In the jail in cell block 2. What was actually taking place? The smuggling at the suertudos and the lottery cards. So Ana Maria says, wow, that was emotional. It was kind of emotional. The very end was emotional. First of all, he realizes he's wrong. We did get the explanation for why El Angel Rojo unmasked him. So El Angel Rojo wasn't a bad guy at all. He was really good. But then that last part where he talks about they're going to tear this whole place down, completely forget about Lucha Libre, build Dodger Stadium, and have the people cheering on the stands and not even remember anything about El Chavez Ravine. That was pretty emotional, yeah. Well, what an epic way to end that trilogy. All right, to keep with our standard things, we've been playing 8 hours, but I think properly we can keep our discussion short, but we should do our traditional 5-minute break. We'll break for 5 minutes. We'll come back. We'll give our thoughts. If we want to make them quick, that's fine. We don't have to talk for an hour, but let's take a 5-minute break, collect our thoughts, and then talk a little bit about this finale of a case. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on this game. Let's check in with the chat first and see some comments, because Lala Velasquez, who's played this already, said, I did some research into the Chavez Ravine after reading the part about Dodger Stadium and watched some videos about how that came about. It was really messed up. So it's all true. There really was a Chavez Ravine that was a barrio, a neighborhood of immigrants that got bulldozed for Dodger Stadium. Yikes. That's rough. That's amazing that there's some truth in all this. Jonathan says, overall very well written, enjoyed the procedural feel, especially at the beginning, tackled some serious subject matter, maybe a little too focused on proving El Toreador timeline, could have been a bit tighter, maybe a bit below case 1, much higher than case 2. Anna Maria says it was great, right way to end the trilogy, also longer and harder than the first 2. I'm glad I was here with you. Let me give some thoughts, and I won't spend as much time on this as I normally do, because I'll be doing a spoiler-free review of something, of it all at the end, so I'll try to keep the general comments very brief. The one general comment to make that I'm sure I'll be making a lot is just that the writing quality is of a caliber that we're not used to. And it took its time. There was a lot of writing in this game, a lot to read. And we spent half this case with a little girl, La Pequeña Flora. And it was charming. She was charming character to engage with and play with and travel around. So that's the first thing, just the writing. And when you compare the first 3 cases, I don't mean the first, when you compare the cases, the middle one was a bit of a letdown. And the first one was amazing. Then the middle one was like a cartoonish little short, simple letdown. And we really didn't know whether this one was going to continue that trajectory and be worse or what. But it turned out to be an amazing finale. As Anna Maria said, longer, more paced in a much more interesting way, but different. All 3 were very different. This one felt much more like our sympathies was with this place. There were characters. It felt like a breathing place where we kind of liked everyone in this world. And to make this compelling story out of this lucha libre, which I was like, when we started this, I was like, I don't care about wrestling. This seems silly. Is this going to be a cartoon? But it turned out to actually be very, like, there was real humanity on display with these wrestlers. And then some of the writing about, you being in love is seeing a person without their mask on. It was just very compelling framing, atmosphere, world. It was a very fun world to live in. Now, there was also some very enjoyable topography, geography, spatial stuff about this person lives here, they live near there. And I think of all the evidence stuff, this one was most exciting when we got this incredibly rich piece of evidence. A huge map with lots of places. Fascinating. Then this thing, which was fascinating to work out how it worked, what it was, and then to realize we could go talk to all these people. And with Flora translating, it was very clever, very fun, and very rich. This brings to mind the Adventures of Gaslight horse schedule. It was just a very rich piece of evidence, a totally different from most of these games where the evidence is just kind of a cute, fun little prop. This was like a proper, serious piece of evidence. And boy, was that fun working with this. And then, tell me if I'm remembering wrong. The first case was pretty standard, like Sherlock Holmes. Like, we wanted to visit a place, we looked it up. There might have been a couple places where it was like, add this number to the answer and go there. A little bit of that, a little bit. Case 2 had a little bit more, and then a lot of, if you want to take the left path and jump off the roof to catch him, do this. If you want to dodge his swing, do this. If you want to try to chase him in the mirrors, do this. Or run out the door, do this. And a lot of just like wasted time of short paragraphs jumping around as if it was just like a pointless busy work of flipping pages to make it feel more of like a chase or an adventure. Then we got to this case, and rather than continue down that unsatisfying road, it's almost like the author just went to a different level of the things that were happening in that book about if you want to give him an item, add this. And there were 3 different items we could give him, and he had different responses, and reverse the leads. Once you know this, and if you know where this happened, go to this lead. And if you find the date of this event, look up in the archives this. There was a lot of that. And it was fun. The entries weren't busy work. There was a tiny little section where we were fighting. There was a little bit of busy work, but almost all of it was long, rich paragraphs. This book is a little longer than the others, but I think in addition, these paragraphs are longer. So I think this book is substantially bigger in narrative than our previous cases. And we really got to know people. We met people over and over again, and we, especially little Flora, but we cared about these people. The case, it does feel like we may have done stuff in an order that was not expected. And we were scared for quite a while that we misread something, because we got 2 pieces of evidence fairly quickly, and then we spent maybe 8 hours before we found a way to get the other piece of evidence. And I was very nervous that I had made a mistake or something had gone wrong, but it hadn't. And the game did not make any mistakes about revealing information. It just took us, we hit some dead ends where we weren't sure where to go next. And we had to be clever about it. And that happened several times. And eventually we found the bottleneck, which was the house of the Red Angel. That opened up a little clue that led to another clue. And eventually we got our remaining pieces of evidence. They were quite cool. And then it sort of came to a head. Maybe because we got this at a weird order, there were some parts of the mystery that it feels like we wrapped up early. And then some little details we didn't understand. But it was sort of a rich case in terms of, it was, as Jonathan said, that it started off as this procedural case, 2 people shot in the face. And then it kind of turned into what was going on. So we had to figure out what was really going on here. And then who was really doing it. And then we had a second mystery of like, who was the person, who was the alias of the person who was really doing it? Did they have helpers? And then the motives were a little twisted. And then there was an issue of framing someone or using their identity to do something. There were like lots of little pieces to this mystery. And although we had a pretty good idea of them early on, there were moments when we were not so sure, changing our mind. There was an issue about, is there a greater conspiracy? There didn't have to be a greater conspiracy. The politicos and the police still did their bad stuff. They didn't need to be involved in a conspiracy. But I felt like the pacing and getting stuck a couple times was really fun. It was just the fact that we weren't sure if we messed up that made us doubt. But we should have had more faith in the designers. One little bug of the coin, unless we misunderstood that. Anna Maria says, I liked this one the most. Jonathan liked case 1 a bit better in terms of, I think Jonathan says it right. Case 1 might have been a bit tighter in terms of a clean mystery. The This would be tough for me to rank this one and the first one. They are both really great. And I don't know. I don't know how I would rank these. I'll have to think about it a little more. Maybe this one slightly ahead of the first. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. In the first one, we got all our evidence right away, and we never really hit a bottleneck. But in the first one, solving and understanding the core mystery was more of a challenge. We were left in a very precarious position in terms of understanding the case. And when they explained it, it made some very elegant sense. This one was not quite the same. When we got to the end, we basically all agreed. I changed my mind a little bit, but basically we knew everything that happened. In the first case, it required a little more from us in terms of the leap to understanding the solution in a cool way. So Anna Maria, you'd rank them 3, 1, and then 2 in order of the best cases. This case best, then case 1, and then case 2 last. Jonathan, it sounds like you'd rank 1 a bit higher, then comes this one, then 2 last. And I'm not sure, but I might rank this one best too. Although I'm not sure I would I think I'd recommend you play them in order and just play 2, and it's not the best, but it's still good. Here's a con. Here's something I didn't like about this. There were very few things about this I didn't like. I'd like to hear your cons, but I know one of mine. Let's see if you can guess it before I say it. The one con I would give for this, the one thing that I didn't love, was switching the informant job on its head. That felt like a mistake to me and caused us some trouble. In both of the previous games, we finished them thinking, thank God we didn't go to the informants while we were playing the actual case, because they were giving away hints that we didn't want to read. And so we didn't go to them until the very, very end. And then they were boring in case 2, and in case 1, they felt like, whoa, if we had read this in the beginning, we would be sad that we missed information. Those were the first 2 cases. We expected the same in this one, but it wasn't the case. We had like 2 or 3 informants that were critical to unlocking the case to move forward. And in the game's favor, in the whatever, to give the game credit, it told us, there were points in the game where it told us, hey, you need to go to the informants. Like, it hinted at us very strongly that we needed to go to the informants to unlock it. But I think that was a bad decision to make the informants critical. You should have kept the informants as the hint system and put those important places elsewhere. But I did like the way the multiple acts unlocked. This time, this seemed like 2 acts. We had a call from our people telling us one thing, and then a call from them a bit later. This seemed to pace our discovery out a little better, but I did not like the use of the informants here. I say did not like, but that's looking for something negative. Everything worked very well. It's just, that's the one thing I think that was a mistaken decision. It didn't affect things terribly. I just think it was a mistaken decision. Anna Maria says, I liked 2 as well. I didn't think it was that much worse. I liked 2 also, but I thought it was quite a bit of a below the first and third. John says, I think most of the actual choose your own adventure fights in all 3 games were not really that fun. Yeah, I would agree with you. They didn't seem to add anything. And this one was this one feels like there were more places where you could have chosen whether you wanted to talk or fight. I think you would have gotten the same thing. And there were some weird parts, like, do you want to follow Flora? I think there were parts in this where like we could follow Flora, and if we decided not to, we would have had to meet her at her house. There were maybe a couple different ways to do things, but it felt like it was just thrown in there to add this choose your own adventure part. It didn't really add anything, but it didn't take anything away either. I didn't find in the second game, I was a little annoyed by there was one part where we were chasing someone, and it was like a 6-part go here and then choose, and then go here and then choose, and then turn left or turn right. It was annoying. This one, it was only just once or twice. Any other cons, Jonathan? Jonathan's usually pretty good at finding little things he doesn't like, nitpicks, things he liked. Any, I wouldn't have minded. This gets to what you like in your Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective. In all of these games we've played, there's very little, almost none, use of the directory to have you go interesting places. No, these ads, totally useless. They're just there. They're not even entries in the book. And I feel like I appreciate Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective games tend to have a little more side little funny stories. Like you read a person in the newspaper, you go visit that person, and you just read a funny little story. There was a lot of humor in this case, but none of it was from visiting someplace unrelated to the case. I sort of missed that. I thought we were going to find something when we went to the chair factory. Jonathan says, I think my main issue is with the weird element where El Toreador is being used to set up a timeline puzzle that provided an alibi for the Red Angel, but then later it added this shortcut. Yeah, it was a little weird. Like he seemed to provide this interesting mathematical alibi about his beer, and then we got the shortcut that threw all that out the window. Yeah. Yes, I think you've got a point there. I almost wish someone else had told us about the timeline alibi who wasn't the murderer. That was a little weird, I must admit. And it did seem like he was trying to give us an alibi. Like it was weird if he really hates this guy with all his heart. Why is he basically giving him an alibi? And I did find it a little weird that they were talking for 10 minutes before the fight. Might he not recognize his voice or something? I don't know. A little weird, but still, enough to cause us some doubt. So I found we've had a bunch of times where we were like, that was weird, but maybe it has to be weird to make it not so clear. I don't know, but I think you do have a point. Yeah, there was the part about Hermano was a little weird. I guess I did expect a little bit of a twist explanation somewhere that gave us more of a clue that El Toreador was the person. Like I kind of felt like if we read back, there should have been a clue. It did seem like in the ending, it was telling us something about how, like, when the El Toreador finished his match, he screamed with joy and satisfaction at the end. And that was a little because he had achieved this goal of pulling off this thing. And maybe that's why he was so happy. That was clever, but I'm not sure it came through. And it might have been nice to get a little more of a hint, since I was leaning towards maybe it was El Dominio. I would have liked a little more thing. John says, it felt like it was designed so you could reach these two separate points where you could have solved the case. Yes, you're right. There were two places where you could finish your deep leads and try to solve the case. That was a little weird about, are you ready to solve the case? And then Flora teaches us a move that we use. That was a little weird. There were a couple things that were a little weird like that, but it kept us on our toes. So I don't know if I can really complain about it. John says, I don't think that was the best decision because I think most people are going to want to see all the evidence. Huh, I wonder. So you're reading it as the game was basically saying, It might take you too long to figure out the other big piece of this puzzle, but you can probably solve it now without understanding it. So some people may never have gotten the coin and gotten the information about him being a homosexual, but still would have enough to guess the solution. And I forget what the other path. You might have found the coin and figured out he didn't do it, but not have figured out the full smuggling stuff. That bingo thing was a very multi-step thing, and it was kind of enjoyable to solve it, but it was a little weird that it didn't provide us a deep answer to anything. Sort of, we figured out this whole complicated bingo thing, but all it did was give us some real concrete logistical clue as to how the coyotes ran things, but we didn't really need to know that. We didn't really need to know how they ran it. As soon as we knew they were involved in the coyote stuff, that's all we needed to know. But it was fun. It was fun figuring out the bingo stuff. Any other thoughts? I'll just say now, if you want to help us decide what to play next, you can go onto the Board Game Geek Guild for this Co-op for Two channel. There's a link in the YouTube community section. If you want to, you can like this video and subscribe. If you're not already subscribed, if you want to, it's kind of useful. Other people get recommended the videos, but it's no big deal. If you don't want to. Anyway, you can help us decide what to play next. We might play Bureau of Investigation Case 2 next week. I don't know. I'll talk to Jonathan. We'll decide. Maybe we'll skip a week. I'm not sure. I'll have to do my review of these 3 cases. I'll be very curious to see whether the author of these 3, Shaughnessy, is going to be the author of the new post-mortem London Gothic that's due out in the future soon. That case says, see where it all began. So we're going to see the history of the Global Detective Agency, and it'll be interesting to see if he writes it. If he doesn't, I don't know who's going to compete with him. Who's going to pick? Those are big shoes to fill. I hope Flora is doing well. I hope she's grown up to be a detective. I think she probably has. I think she probably is a detective in the 50s. If we ever do write our magnum opus detective campaign, I think there might be a Flora character in the 50s. A detective Flora. Inglés Esperanza was her name. That's quite a nice thought, I think. Any other final statements? Anna, Jonathan, Lava Velasquez? Final thoughts before we sign off here. Very satisfying case, and this is how we like to do these long cases. Like, what a finale. What a way to finish this trilogy with a 9-hour live stream, 17, 18 hours total. Scared at the end that we had overlooked something. John says, might have some more thoughts after some sleep. Yeah. Well, this is a good point. We normally put our spoiler-free thoughts and spoiler-filled thoughts in the video in the YouTube comments. Jonathan does pretty well at that. So we'll both try to give our thoughts on the YouTube comments afterwards. Spoiler-free recommendations, Anna Marie and Lala Velasquez, you can do so as well. I do think this makes the case for pages over paragraphs of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Yeah, you mean this format of each page being text rather than millions of little paragraphs in a book, in an 8.5 by 11 book. I think you're right. I think this works better. It's easier to find stuff. It's easier to look up stuff. Yep, I agree with you. Okay, everyone's tired. Let's end it there. Honestly, really a pleasure to play with Jonathan and Anna Maria and the others who stopped by. Wonderful to have more people who've played this game. Lala Velasquez, add your thoughts. Really, really a pleasure. I'll see you on the Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for Two and in the next video. And with that, goodbye.